Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the third day of Beyond Multiple Choice. I hope everybody can hear me. I'm your host for today, Martin Rhodes. I'm just going to try and share my screen so that I can give you the and there we go. So today's the third day of our conference, and we welcome you to day 3 and hope that it's a good event for you and that you find something useful from our presenters. My name is Martin Rhodes. I'm from Assessment Tomorrow, and as I said, I'm today's host. About BMC, basically this is the third event which we've held. We held 2 live events in Washington in 2018 and 2019. And this year, not surprisingly, we've needed to go virtual. And this is our third day. And we've titled it Beyond Multiple Choice because we feel that there are better ways of assessing the effectiveness of learning, of teaching, and of training. And as a consequence of an improvement in effectiveness, a better outcome for our students, which is, I guess, is something we're all trying to achieve. This event wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. And we're very pleased that we have a number of organizations who sponsor this year. Our main sponsor has been Cavion, but we've also had sponsorship from Surpass, from Inspera, from Wiros, from Tower, from Better Examinations, Quantum Improvement Consulting, Ecom USA, and eLearn Magazine. And eLearn Magazine are our partner for follow-up in their magazine. So thanks again to all our sponsors who as I say, has made today possible. So a little bit of housekeeping. All the announcements, exhibits, and networking will take place in the Hoover Conference app. And if you haven't downloaded it yet, check your email where there are instructions to download it. The sessions are being recorded using YouTube, and we will be making presentation slides available on Watch the session that you want to see, particularly today, or indeed in the other 2 days. You'll be able to watch them on a kind of catch up with YouTube over the coming weeks. And lastly, make sure you joined our LinkedIn group. This is where conversations will continue post-conference. And not just conversations, we published our first podcast just before the event, and we'll be continuing to publish podcasts in the months ahead, which we think, both with that and the LinkedIn group, will be a way of keeping the community informed of our thinking as a community. So today's agenda starts with engaging with government, moves on to convergence of formative and summative assessment. There's a lightning demonstration from Inspera assessment. And lastly, institution level assessment models, those that we're individually perhaps using within our classrooms, in our colleges, schools, and so on. We want to ask the audience, and you can on to us in the chat box, where are you joining from and what is your role as it relates to assessment? You can also ask questions in there of our panelists, and at the end of each session there's a panel, and they would welcome your questions to the panelists, and you can put those in the chat box. So without further ado, we're going to move into engaging with government, our first session of the day. And it's my pleasure to introduce John Kerr, who's chair of AlphaPlus Consulting here in the UK. And John is going to chair this session and chair the panel at the end of it. So John, over to you as soon as I've been cut off.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Right, I'm off mute. Okay, well, we're going to look at this tricky area of engaging with government over the next hour and a half. As Martin said, I'm John Kerr, chair of AlphaPlus. We're a consultancy based in Manchester, specialising in assessment. So we have worked with a number of governments and their agencies across the globe, and our experience is that nothing is normal with government agent projects. They each present their own unique challenges. And this can range from being brought in at the end of a $1 billion programme, which was really fundamentally flawed from inception, because it'd been designed with consultants with no understanding of education, or where success has been defined as receiving no complaints and keeping the costs hidden as a new agency inherits an old programme. But that said, you know, despite these kind of difficult stories, government and their agencies can introduce true change and modernisation that really other education establishments can only dream of. And they presented with some really innovative and exciting programs. So we're going to hear from three speakers over the next hour and a half. We've got Scott Marion from the Centre for Assessment. We're going to talk on how policies need to change if we have to move beyond multiple choice. Denis Saunders from Calibrand on fake news in the world of assessment. And Ed Metz from the Department of Education on propelling the future of education technology. Each is usually going to talk for 15 minutes, and then we'll have a panel discussion at the end, where we'll be joined by CIIMAR from the National Centre for Education. So please, I've got a number of questions I'm interested in asking, but if you have other questions that you want to raise during the session, please note them in the chat box, and we will endeavour to cover these in our panel discussion. So that's, I'm conscious of time, so I think we need to move on quickly, and I'm going to pass on to Scott and take it from there. Okay, thanks, Scott.
Thank you, John. Just give me a thumbs up if you could hear me okay. Great, thank you. So welcome everybody. People are in a lot of different time zones with this conference. It's a fun thing about it. And I'm going to talk, even though we're talking about the role of government, I'm going to ease into the role of government. And in some ways, my presentation is almost like a transition between this session and the next session on the convergence of quote unquote formative and summative assessment. So just a little overview for what I'm planning to talk about today. The first part won't take long because you wouldn't be here if you weren't interested in moving beyond multiple choice. And I'm going to talk a little bit about performance assessments, one of my favorite types of assessments. And but then I'm going to shift to a little bit to talking about assessment systems. And that's where my talk might be a little different than some of the others, focusing on high stakes government exams or things like that. I'm focusing on systems that'll span the range of assessments from the classroom to the state house, as we say. And then I'll talk about, if this is such a good idea, why don't we see more of them? And I'll talk about some of these barriers. That's where I'm going to get into the role of government and policy and politics. Here in the US, we're deeply immersed in politics and can't seem to get out of it. And then I'll talk about what ways I see as perhaps breaking down some of these barriers. Feel free to pop questions in the chat. I'm not sure that I'll get to them while I'm talking. I'm pretty good at multitasking, but not that good. But I'll try to make sure I answer them at some point through the session. So, right, you're here. So obviously you're interested in at least entertaining this notion of moving beyond multiple choice. And so some of my ideas, and if you have time here, if you're looking to occupy yourself, why don't you jot down some of your ideas on why you're interested in quote unquote moving beyond multiple choice, put some in the chat and get some discussion going. And so I think, we know that multiple choice questions are efficient, and that mean that more in a measurement sense, efficient. You could extract a lot of quote unquote information in a short amount of time. Oh, I'm sorry. Brian just reminded me, I wasn't sharing my screen. Sorry about that, folks. So you should, for those of you who don't know, here we go. This is me, Scott Marion, Center for Assessment. I gave the overview. And so thank you, Brian. Why do we want to move beyond multiple choice? So they are somewhat efficient, but they're clearly not authentic. I joke with folks that I pray for the day when I get to answer a multiple choice question in my job. Unfortunately, I have my job entails much more of a complex performance assessment every single day. It and then the bigger thing I think about multiple choice, especially on these higher stakes exams, is that we do know that it influences practices on the local level. And what does that mean? Well, we tend to focus on lower levels of thinking, lower levels of cognitive demand. It focuses on being quick, and quick is good sometimes, but deliberate and extended thinking is often where we solve real important problems in the world. It focuses not exclusively. All these things I'm saying are not exclusive and not absolutes, but in general. It tends to multiple choice questions tend to focus more on content, knowledge of discrete skills and facts, discrete facts and concepts and things like that, rather than on the integration of content, skills, and dispositions about things like self-regulation, creativity, things like that. Multiple choice questions, almost by definition, you'll often see the ones that say, give us your best answer. But the reality is they often require a single right answer or a single best answer, but still a single answer. And the other thing that's really important, it hides rather than reveals student thinking. Now, a lot of people think that, I could create multiple choice questions where based on the students' responses, I'll know what quote unquote misconception they own or they're struggling with. Maybe. But the reality is if you really want to uncover student thinking, you have to look at student work. So the case for performance assessments, and again, I think I'm preaching to the choir here, so I'm going to move past this very quickly, right? It does just counter to what I just said about multiple choice. It provides a window into students' thinking. Multiple choice questions help, performance tasks, if people know that's the expectation, they help to raise expectations and actually shape instruction in more positive ways where teachers and students focus on rich tasks. I often say that if it's a really good task that you would give and you would use in a classroom instruction setting, that's a good case for a performance task. If you can be willing to use it instructionally or for assessment, that's a good case for the kind of task you want to see. the performance assessments also do a fabulous job of connecting assessment, curriculum, instruction. And we know that it's hard to move learning forward in deeper ways unless we build those connections. So just here's a little thing to play around with. This is just it's not a multiple choice question. It's just a multi-part little instructional task, right? But you could imagine this this being this is a middle, we call middle grades or middle school task, but it's it's the kind of thing that we could see a teacher using to structure a group discussion or have kids work on it individually. And obviously everybody could see the first part, 3/5 of something, or even 5/3 of something. When you start getting down into, can you see 1 divided by 3/5, or can you see 5/4 divided by 3/4, we're getting more complex with what looks like a fairly simple task, and you could have rich discussions. And the important thing here is that good assessment tasks are interchangeable with good instructional tasks. I don't know that many people, thankfully, who structure their instruction using multiple choice tests in this way, unless it's a quick little, exit ticket. Here's another example. This is from a project we're doing here in New Hampshire, and I'm not going to go through this whole thing. And for those of you who are geometry whizzes, the problem is really geometry, a complex, the irregular volume problem that's quite complex. And that's just one part of it. The other part of it is, this is where I talked about this integration. The students have to prepare a proposal, generally a written or spoken proposal, that they have to submit to a town planning committee that talks about the efficiency of their proposed calculations of the ratio of surface area to volume, and with doing at least 2 different designs. So again, not the single right answer, and making recommendations. So it's shifting from just mathematics into integrating language arts and argument and so a little bit of civics. So those are good questions, right? So the question I think that we're asking here, is there a role for performance assessments in large scale monitoring or accountability assessments? And I'm going to make the assumption that whether we think there's a need for large scale monitoring and accountability assessments, the policymakers in most countries have made clear that there is some role for these types of assessments. So if we're talking about those type of assessments, is there a role for performance assessments in those types of assessments? And I think the answer is unequivocally yes. There's definitely a role. The question then becomes, how big of a role, and what kind of constraints do you need to place on these tasks so that they can be used effectively? So I want to make clear that I do believe that we need to shift our large scale assessments to incorporate more richer types of performance tasks or other deeper learning tasks. But I also know enough, I'm in the large scale assessment world enough to know that it's not completely practical to do that fully. It becomes very expensive. The comparability of results across years is very challenging. And so one of the unfortunate truisms, here in the US, we're learning a lot about sampling error and understanding political polls. Both, I could go into a lot of detail on, it's not just sampling error, there's non-response bias and things like that, but I'll leave that out for now. But here, one of the things about, there's a lot of dirty secrets about assessment. And one of them is that assessments are designed and validated to serve a very limited number of purposes. So they can't do it all. And generally it's one purpose in use. So lots of us have been talking about moving to balanced systems of assessment. And this was a report, Knowing What Students Know. It's still highly relevant today. It was produced in 2001 by the National Academy of Sciences here in the US, National Research Council. And they talked about this trade-off, is that they say the questions that would be most relevant to a policymaker would likely be least relevant to a teacher. And that's because of differences in grain size and things like that. So they talk about an assessment system working, really spanning from the classroom to the state, that was coherent, comprehensive, and provided continuous information. Now, many of us have suggested that that might have been overly ambitious because of the way that state policies are structured here in the US, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But the important point, they set forth an important vision. And so why do we want an assessment system? A colleague of mine and I wrote this back in 2016, and we want to think about these multiple purposes and needs, right? In certain cases, we want highly standardized assessments. But if I'm trying to move instruction forward, I need to be much more flexible and dynamic in my assessments. Go through all these things, right? You know, for an accountability assessment, I don't need immediate feedback. You know, even though everybody is not that good at delaying gratification, we can wait a little bit on these larger scale assessments. But if I want to adjust instruction, I need assessment that's going to be ready and have the results or have the student work fairly quickly. And then we have very different levels of requirements for technical quality, depending on the intended purposes and uses. And so in Knowing What Students Know, in that 2001 volume, they outlined, as I said, these three criteria of comprehensiveness, coherence, continuity, and then my colleague Raj Chattergoon and I, we suggested that we needed to think about efficiency and utility. I'm just going to talk a little bit about coherence, because that's a really important one. That's where we, you know, if we don't have a system where all the assessments are tied to the same intended learning goals and the ways in which we think that those learning goals get realized, this theory of learning, if you will, or the intended learning progressions, then you have this just hodgepodge of assessments, and teachers are getting conflicting and incoherent information. And that makes for just incredible inefficiencies in time and opportunity costs. The problem is, we've been writing about balanced systems of assessments for over 20 years, and we don't see many of them. And so that's the question, is this, we talk about, is this the assessment unicorn, right? It sounds great, everybody has nice dreams about it, but we've just never seen one in the wild. And you know, my friend David Conley went searching for examples when he wrote this book a couple of years ago, and he had a hard time really finding them. So we started thinking about that. Why, if it's such a good idea, why don't we see more of them? And we outlined, my colleagues, I had 5 colleagues, and I wrote a series of papers about this a couple of years ago. And we came up with many barriers, but I'm just going to talk about 4 of them today. I'm going to save the politics and policy for last. But you know, here in the U.S. in particular, there are very weak ties among curriculum, learning, and assessment. We also have a problem here of over-commercialization of assessments and pushing many solutions that you need to buy that are often incoherent. And then assessment literacy, the ways in which people understand how to select and use and interpret assessments, is very weak here in the U.S. Compared to other places. So as I mentioned, this importance of coherence and this importance of a shared model of learning is critical. In the US, we have these standards, content standards, that people say, well, everybody's using the same content standards. The problem is the content standards are not enough to bring about this coherent approach to assessment. They mark end-of-year targets. They're a beacon in the future. They're not meant to guide day-to-day instruction. So we need much finer grain size. That could be curriculum, that could be learning progressions, or something that helps to guide the maybe not day-to-day, but at least week-to-week or month-to-month expected progression in a content domain. And so in the US, the way that we devolve responsibility for education from the federal to the states to to the local school districts. Here in the US, we have, you know, between 14 and 15,000 individual school districts, most of whom have responsibility for establishing their own curriculum. I don't think that's a great idea, but that's the way it works. And so it becomes very difficult to be coherent at a state level. When No Child Left Behind, which really changed the way in which large-scale assessment and accountability is viewed in this country, was passed in 2001, we've seen a proliferation of both state-level assessments. It went from testing once in each grade span, like is done in many countries around the world, to testing in every grade in grades 3 through 8, and then into high school. And we've also seen this proliferation of what we call interim assessments, often created by commercial providers outside of the states who sell directly to school districts. And, you know, when No Child Left Behind passed, I think out of the 14 or 15,000 school districts, about 4,000 or 5,000 used one type of these interim assessments. And now essentially all school districts in the US use these assessments that are often administered 2, 3, 4, 5 times a year. So that's extra assessments that often don't necessarily fit with the state assessments. People talk about balanced assessments like it's a funny kind of menu where you choose one from column A and one from column B and one from column C, so like a fixed price menu. And they say, oh, a balanced assessment has formative, interim, and summative assessment. That's not true. There's nothing in any deep conceptual writing about balanced assessment systems that talks about the need for interim assessments. If they serve an appropriate purpose, that's one thing, but we have to be clear about the purpose. Assessment literacy continues to be a major challenge. If people don't understand about assessment, then almost any assessment will do poorly in that case, if they don't understand how to interpret or use the results. What we've seen is now with this push for assessment system literacy, we've raised the stakes a little bit. It's not just that you know enough about how to design and select and interpret and use a rich performance task, let's say, but assessment system literacy means that you know how to put things together in a way that, as a friend of mine says, you're left with a house rather than just a pile of bricks. And finally, you know, where the promise of this talk is politics and policy have a major role, and actually something we can actually do something about. And so in the US, we deal with it on 2 different levels, both state and federal levels. So at the state level, as I said, states, districts, schools all own or control different assessments. And so when everybody is controlling their own assessments, you're almost introducing incoherence by design. And that's a real problem. What we see also here in the US, state legislators or others could simply say, I think it's time for a new assessment, or somebody convinces them they need a new assessment system. And for quite a while, we had massive instability in state assessments, and where they were changing them every 2, 3, sometimes more often, years. And what that means is that it creates chaos through the entire system, and then it becomes very challenging to create this. We can't ignore state accountability policies, and we're going to talk about federal accountability policies as well. That creates this oversized impression on the single end of year, often multiple choice state assessments. So even though we could want to have a balanced and coherent state assessment system, the end of year assessments occupy a much larger footprint than they should. At the federal level, we have, like I mentioned, No Child Left Behind. Now we have the Every Student Succeeds Act. We like aspirational titles of laws here in the US, and we're currently operating under the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA. And so the federal accountability policies, there's a federal requirement that all states have a state accountability system that uses the end of year summative assessment, or unless you are able to apply for certain types of modifications to that. And there's a few parts of the assessment requirements separate from the accountability requirements that also threaten this notion of balance. Alignment, that means how closely does the test represent the content standards, and going the other way, how well are the content standards represented on the test? Sounds like a good idea, but when you take it to its extreme, you end up with assessments that emphasize a great deal of breadth, shallowness often, at over depth. This requirement for subscore, so it's not enough just to report that Scott scored a 720 in 5th grade mathematics. It's that within that, how did he do in numbers and operations and data and statistics and geometry and measurement and all these other subscores. The problem, without getting too wonky, is that the way that we scale our tests, the way that we build our tests, these subscores are essentially meaningless. They're all just less reliable estimates of the total score, but we're required to have them. And so they make our tests longer and less useful. I'll skip the last one to move on. So what can we do, right? We could certainly address, and this is within our capability with the governments, to address accountability policies to reduce the weight on the single summative assessment. Doing that alone would have a marked effect on balance. We can reform some of the technical requirements, especially alignment, to promote deeper thinking. Certainly, as I just said, eliminate the requirement for subscores. One thing states need to do is create legitimate innovation zones to foster more balanced assessment systems at the local school district level where they can have coherence. And what I say about these real innovation zones, right now we have these innovation zones in the US, but they still have to meet the same federal accountability requirements. So it really constrains any sense of innovation. States, I believe, it sounds sacrosanct in this country, but I believe that we have more pooled expertise. States could play a much more active role, like our states of Louisiana and Delaware in science have a lot more active role in curriculum and in terms of guiding districts so that we have a little more commonality. And states should provide more guidance regarding interim assessment, purchase and use. And finally, I say, even though I'm talking about beyond multiple choice, I don't think our solution is just changing the end of year assessment to put more performance tasks or deeper thinking tasks on the assessment. We have to be thinking about assessment systems and fostering assessment systems so that each assessment can serve the purposes for which it's designed most fruitfully. And so this type of rebalancing is what I think is going to allow us to help to move us beyond multiple choice, at least in the experience of students and teachers. If you want more information, you could email me there. You could get me on Twitter at @ScottFMarion, and then on our website at you see there, or either Center for Assessment or nciea.org. There's lots of resources. Marty, I think I'd turn it back to you. Is that right, or John?
Scott, yeah, thank you for that. Really excellent presentation. That's very interesting. Helping us pin down some of these unicorns and moving towards a balanced assessment. I'm not going to take too much time up. I'm going to pass straight on to Denis Saunders. I will look forward to.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Just give me a thumbs up, John, if you can hear me. Oh, good. Let's hope you can. So, hi. Hi, I'm Denis Saunders. I'm here today. I'm going to share my screen with you and tell you a little bit about fake news in eAssessment. Now, one of the things that this presentation won't cover is a lot about assessment. It's quite generic. It allows us to look at the challenges which we as an organisation face. And the challenges that I face in my organisation is how to win business from government. So when we decided to do a presentation on engaging with government, it's all about how do you win business. So first of all, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to cover. The first bit of fake news is that size doesn't matter. The public sector, particularly government, is rarely agnostic when it comes to the size of the company they deal with. And that's even more true, I think, in the area of assessment. Government risk aversion. The next, I'm going to look at an opportunity. Government risk aversion and remote proctoring could assist in us moving beyond multiple choice and continuing with assessments, not abandoning tests, as Kristen DiCerbo indicated on Tuesday in the first session, but continuing with assessments, just not necessarily multiple choice assessments. And then finally, another opportunity, charities. Charities globally offer an opportunity for assessment depending on the purpose of the charity. And I'll come on to more about that in a moment. So first of all, a little bit about my credentials for delivering this presentation today. Calibrand, the currency for talent. The wordle at the top indicates that we do EdTech test solutions. We do assessments online, multiple choice, non-multiple choice, e-portfolio based assignments, voice assessments, language assessments, and a variety of different things. We've been around since 1991. Next January, we'll be 30 years old as an organisation. And that's all very well, but what I thought I'd say, we're a small organisation. We have 20 staff. You know, we're quite small, and we operate largely out of the United Kingdom with lots of partners across the world, India, South Africa, etc. So one of the things I ought to say is why or how in the past we've managed to engage with government. And I think there's four things here I'm going to list. The first was in the 1990s. We worked with a majority of training and enterprise councils which delivered post-16-year-old vocational training in England and Wales. Between 2005 and 2014, we provided the system which allowed a multiple choice test to be taken if you wanted to become a UK citizen. And then in 2016, we did that as a subcontractor, incidentally, that's important. And then in 2016, Public Health England, we did a competency framework for them, and that piece of work was direct. At the moment, in the 2020s, we're working with universities, awarding organisations. We get a lot of our work via the digital marketplace, more about that to come. And we work with the UK government, the Scottish Assembly, the Irish government, either directly or indirectly. It might be worth me saying how we ceased doing those contracts and how difficult it is to predict and engage with government on a continuing basis. So in the 1990s, with the Training and Enterprise Councils, a change in government resulted in a change in policy and reduced 82 of our customers or potential customers to one centralised single system. The government didn't buy any of the products out there. They started to build their own. However, they did buy our contracts out. So we weren't penalised financially, but obviously we ceased doing the work. Between 2005, the Life in the UK citizenship test, the main contractor basically changed subcontractor. We were a subcontractor, and then we were no longer a subcontractor. So again, being a subcontractor has its perils. And then the Public Health England competency framework that we were incredibly excited about never actually went past the pilot stage. So you see that if you can get one of these government contracts or work with government, they do last a long time, generally speaking, once they get past the pilot stage. So here's the bit of fake news that size doesn't matter. We get a lot of this from government. It doesn't matter. You tender for that, you bid for this, you go for that. But it does matter. In the UK, the digital marketplace was set up to be a single destination to allow engagement between IT companies and services. And the sub-description was that it was particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises to engage with government, because everyone recognised that was difficult for them to do. So it's an automated platform and it works reasonably well, and we've done quite well on it. However, what has happened over the 8 years it's been going, as you can see from these figures on the left, is that we've ended up in a situation where, rather than being for small and medium-sized enterprises, 56% of the funding is going to the 10% of large suppliers who are on that network. So size does matter. What we can do about it, I'll come to at the end of the presentation, but I'm afraid it's basically a long, hard slog, and there's not that much that you can actually do. The next thing I wanted to look at is a bit of an opportunity which has been caused by the pandemic and has been caused by testing being cancelled. So one of the key selling points of remote proctoring organisations is that they protect item bank theft. Now, item bank theft, as you can see from the three illustrations given by the organisation AQA, which is a UK examination and awarding organisation, were both done on paper. I mean, these are paper exams in vans which are being stolen, allowing people to have access to the content of the exams. And given that the remote proctoring organisations focus on item bank security, then I think there's an opportunity here for us to combine one or two eAssessment solutions to go immediately beyond multiple choice. The first one being is if you don't have an item bank, you don't need to worry about item bank security. The second thing is catching candidates cheating. And there's a whole set of reasons why candidates might cheat. Plagiarism, identity theft, item bank security has been mentioned, cheating by use of technology, psychological cheating, organised mass cheating. There is no end to the ingenuity of people who want to cheat at exams. You think if they spent more time learning the content, it might be simpler sometimes than the solution they find to cheating. Again, though, one of the issues I find we have at the moment is, at the instruction of their customers, proctoring organisations often do not intervene. They log or record the fact that cheating has suspected, and unless it's a very extreme example, which takes some proving, then they don't actually intervene. A good example here is from Pearson, who actually identified 5 students who were cheating and gave them a lifetime ban. So far we've got, if we remove the item bank, then we don't need item bank security. And if we allow intervention by proctors, then we should be able to better protect against cheating. And this all came to a head and focus in the last set of public examinations in the UK during the pandemic. Essentially, a lot of the exams weren't taken. Most of the exams were not taken. And so based on teacher assessment and mock examination results, grades were awarded using an algorithm. But as can be seen from the graph on the left, this algorithm seemed to give preference to the least disadvantaged people on the socioeconomic scale. And consequently, there was a very large public backlash, as you might expect. So the government reacted inevitably to the public backlash. There were plenty of other bits of fake news flying around. The first one was that teachers would downgrade mock or practice exams in order to encourage the students to do better in the real exam. That was an urban fable put about. There's no evidence to support it. The other one was that fee-paying schools exploited exam loopholes. In other words, they set up lockdown mock exams to use as evidence for better grades. In both instances, there was a public backlash. Our Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, yeah, we have a blonde-haired leader too. He had a response which was interesting. He blamed it all on a mutant algorithm. So, as you can see from this, the situation was fragile and they had to go back on what they'd done based on public opinion. And in the end, the solution was that all 4 nations of the UK chose a different solution. But it occurs to me that if we could have remotely proctored exams, and if we could have them taken concurrently, and if we could do that at large volume, then actually you would move away from multiple choice. The content would be protected because there would only ever be one instance of the exam. And the difficulty would be doing tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of exams concurrently. But I've got a proposed solution for that, certainly at the lower end of that scale, which I'll come to at the end. Now another opportunity, and this is where we have had some success in engaging with and working for government. Charities across the world are set up for a variety of different purposes, many of them laudable. But in the UK, there are tax advantages on being a charity. You have to have one of these 13 descriptions of purpose, and you'll see that advancement of education is one of them. Other purposes include, well, as you can see, just about any other purpose. In fact, I looked at these 13 purposes and couldn't see any of them that assessment could not be used in. So this is a chance for a small organisation. I've got a couple of things about how the funding reaches the charity, but essentially when they reach it, if they need an assessment solution, there is no distinct advantage or disadvantage in being a small organisation. You just have to be able to deliver. And you'll see also that a lot of small local charities get a very large amount, in this instance 45%. So this is a fund, government plus revenue goes into the National Lottery Fund, and then grassroots groups, small local charities and large nationwide charities all get a proportion of that funding. Just to explain why this is important, 40% of the largest vocational qualifications in the UK are delivered by charities or organisations pertaining to be charities. Of course, it can go wrong. And this is an instance where not keeping to the rules, and it isn't that difficult to keep to them, to be honest, but also I think possibly because Pearson is well, so big and global that it wasn't able maybe to keep within the tax laws of each individual country, and consequently there was legal action taken against it. And of course, you don't have to be an organisation to become a charity. Donald Trump formed a Trump Foundation. It wasn't interested in delivering education, promoting learning, or even moving people away from multiple choice questions to other types of assessment. But it certainly was used in the wrong way as far as funding was concerned. So, beyond multiple choice solutions that I'm offering in these 3 areas, First of all, in terms of size doesn't matter. Getting your message across to government, there are no shortcuts. You have to get closer to the customer, literally closer. It's difficult in these times, obviously. You have to get closer to big companies who might have government call-off contracts and become a key partner. You have to invest in market research and market trawling. And after all that, you may well find that the cost of all this outweighs the rewards, and your margins will be cut by a large organization taking a cut off the top. On risk aversion, I have a specific proposal, which is if you can provide an assessment that is not multiple choice and that is taken concurrently and securely as a remotely proctored e-assessment, then item bank theft is impossible. There is no item bank. And if intervention is allowed, then cheating should be minimized. The only issue is the same as the number of students concurrently taking the exam. For that, we have to improve the auto-proctoring solutions out there, or some of the big proctoring organizations could perhaps combine to offer a national examination solution. And finally, on charities, become one. As I said before, over 40% of the top vocational qualifications on the Ofqual, that's the UK regulator register, are delivered by charities. If you can't become one, work with as many as you can. And many, of course, are greenfield. They don't have assessment solutions. So now is the time for you to go and help them develop them, whatever part of the assessment community you work in. Those are my details. That's it from me. Not too much on the detail of assessment this year, but I hope you enjoyed it all the same.
Well, thank you very much, Denis. That's excellent to see the perspective from the smaller company. As you say, size doesn't matter, just excellence and performance certainly does. So I think it's very interesting that different perspective. Thank you so much. We will move on, and our next speaker is Ed Metz from Department of Education, and he's going to talk on the propelling the future of EdTech. Over to you, Ed.
Great. Well, thanks so much for joining today. This is the third year I've done the event. Happy to be here remotely. Wish I was in England with some of you right now, but we'll have to settle for Washington, D.C. So the name of my talk today is Investing in Assessments for Education that Go Beyond Multiple Choice. Scott's talk a few minutes ago provided a really great state of the field for assessment, a broad state of the field that talked about the complexities from the national or state level and the classroom level, how those sometimes don't sync. My talk today is going to be more about how we can support the development of new forms of assessments, primarily to be used in schools or classrooms, and maybe at broader levels, not quite at the scope of Scott's talk. So definitely consider that my talk is very more narrowly focused on supporting developers in creating new forms of assessment. So you can see my information there, the website for the program that I lead, which is the Small Business Innovation Research Program.
Sorry, Ed, please share your slides.
What was that? Excuse me?
Please share your slides.
Oh, sorry about that. Thanks for saving me. Great. Okay, there we go. So there, now you can actually contact me and see my website there. Okay, great. So to get going here, I lead the Small Business Innovation Research Program at the U.S. Department of Education and the Institute of Education Sciences. The Institute of Education Sciences is the research arm of the department. It's good to know about if you're a researcher or developer in the area of assessment. And the program that I lead provides awards of up to $1.1 million to US-based for-profit small businesses for the research and development and evaluation of new commercially viable education technology products for students, teachers, or administrators in regular or special education, and that includes the development of new forms of assessments. In recent years, millions of students in tens of thousands of schools have used products out of this program, and that includes many types of assessments. And just to note again, the purpose of the program is to support the development of commercially viable products. So the program really is looking for entrepreneurial developers looking to do a rapid development process so that we can create new products to meet the needs in schools today. So if you're a developer and you're based in the United States, the program is structured in 2 phases. The first phase for phase 1 awards is for $200,000 for 8 months to develop a prototype or an early version of an ed tech product and to do some pilot testing. If the phase 1 is successful, then a phase 2 award would be made for $900,000 for 2 years for the full-scale development and larger scale evaluation of that product. So the timing is perfect today if you, once again, are a US-based developer. Our 2021 solicitation is going to come out around December 1st with a submission deadline of around January 15th and awards for phase 1 being made around April 15th or so. We're going to do 20 phase 1 awards this year, and there are going to be 5 priority areas. And one of them happens to be modernizing assessment. That's why the timing is perfect. So if you're developing an ed tech product to modernize assessment, this program might be for you. The other categories, by the way, include developing technologies to inform decision-making by teachers, emerging technologies, special education technologies, and moving research into practice. Those are some of the other areas too. So here's the information if you're interested in applying to the program. The website is there, ies.ed.gov/SBIR, and definitely check that out. Look at the abstracts from our awards in previous years. Check out the videos. Read the solicitation that closed last year to get a preview of what the new one is going to look like for 2021. You can also reach out to me. I'm able to talk to potential applicants between now and December 1st to give you feedback on your ideas and answer your questions. I also wanted to note there's another program at the Institute of Education Sciences called the Research Grants Program, which funds the development and evaluation of assessment and measurement tools. The request for applications will be out around spring 21 with applications due end of summer in 21. These programs are typically for academic researchers. Check out those websites. Let me know if you have questions. Okay, that was kind of my part 1. Oh, actually, I'm going to give you a few quick tips if you are thinking about applying to the program. If you're thinking about applying to the SBIR program, that is. First of all, your concept must be new, doable, and intend to make a significant difference in education. Secondly, all proposals to the SBIR program need to include research demonstrating what your existing program looks like now, and strong plans for evaluating whatever it is you're going to develop. So including an education researcher is essential. I'm assuming everybody watching today has a strong background in research if you're doing assessment work. Third, include 3 strong letters to demonstrate the commercial viability of your EdTech product. Strong letters might come from school districts or stakeholders who will help you disseminate and sustain your innovation after the government's funding runs out. Lastly, kind of stating the obvious, great proposals include members with expertise in education research, practice, high-tech development, business, and in this case, assessment. So those are just quick tips for you. Okay, now we're on to part 2 of the talk on the future of educational assessment, with the idea that the program I lead is hopefully investing in projects that are gonna improve education. And it's always fun to kind of state the obvious that if we look back at the past and maybe even things that are happening today, it might be good to harness the potential of technology to meet the needs of students and teachers. And these are obviously some great examples here of a math worksheet over here that I used as a first or second grader, and my daughter recently was doing a paper-based homework assignment with a similar worksheet, and I couldn't believe it, with the notion that if a student knows how to do the first 3 questions, why do they need to do the next 19 at the same level? Modern technologies can adjust and make things harder if a student knows what they're doing, or if they don't know what they're doing, make the question easier, and also provide those supports to give them tips on how to do it if they don't know how to do it. The dreaded Scantron, which to this day, causes me to have flashbacks to my own days as a student, might be good for allowing a teacher to give a test to all students and immediately not have to grade anything and mass testing. However, we know that multiple choice questions like this may not measure how students are doing inquiry or how well they do performance-based tasks. Next here is the iPad, which moved the multiple choice into a different package and doesn't necessarily support a student's learning if it doesn't provide those scaffolding supports and adaptive features. And down here we have the old teacher record book, where the teacher has entered an enormous amount of data and it's not necessarily usable and not updated in real time and takes a lot of time. So those are some look backwards, but we're here to look forward once again. And in recent years, about half of the awards out of the program I lead, the SBIR program, has been to support the development of a lot of different types of assessment, whether diagnostic, formative, summative, or performance-based. And most of the projects these days have a dashboard to provide teachers the real-time reports and feedback to guide instruction. So here are some examples. And I'm going to start out with formative assessments for student learning, 3 different game-based products, Teachly, Numbershire, and KinderTech. These are all games for grade school students to engage in mathematical learning activities. They each present the problems in different ways, not in the worksheet format, but through different representations. They're game-based, engaging. If a student is doing well, they progress to more difficult questions. If they need support, the game adjusts and gives them tips and provides feedback as they go. And all the data goes to the teachers to inform individual instruction or with groups of students. So yeah, those are some of the beyond multiple choice features. And I should note here that these games were designed to accommodate for students with special needs, which is very important in terms of assessment. And a couple notes here. These are, in their own words, quotes from the developers themselves about developing assessments for student learning. Marion at the University of Oregon states that technologies like KinderTech are uniquely situated to give struggling students the private space to attempt problems, make mistakes, and learn at their own pace. And Kerr Carpenter of Teachly noted that support should be designed to meet students where they're at so they can still access a task. So that's the exciting thing about new forms of technology, is that they're not one size fits all, rather they're individualized and customized. And that in itself is a huge step forward. As well, we need to remember the importance of giving teachers all the supports and the information that is easy for them to use, so to train them, and then to make it easy for them to integrate findings into practice. Okay, number 2. This one is called Moby Read. It's a diagnostic and formative assessment. It's for oral reading fluency, which traditionally oral reading fluency assessments were done one by one. A teacher would listen to a student reading a passage. So you can imagine that would take an awful lot of time. And with this technology, students read the passage right into an iPad, and the software immediately assesses their fluency for reading the passage. It gives the student feedback, it gives the teacher feedback, and it all happens instantaneously. So something like this just transforms the way an assessment is done. It's self-administered by the student, so it reduces their stress if they're not actually meeting with the person who's testing them. As well, the research demonstrates the validity, reliability, and feasibility of this approach, which is critically important, that the research shows that it's actually measuring what it says it's measuring. And Jared Bernstein, the developer of Moby Read, says to design a great assessment, take a fresh look at the goal and reimagine the task. New delivery and scoring can support very engaging and authentic assessments. And obviously with new forms of technology, it's important to think about the administration of the assessment to make sure it's developed kind of like an iPhone. It's really easy to use, it's intuitive, self-explanatory, and it fits like a glove in terms of how it's integrated into classroom practice. Example 3 is the A2I, developed by Learning Ovations. The A2I is a diagnostic, formative, and a summative assessment. It provides regular administration of digital reading assessments for students in early grade school. And it assesses them, and it provides regular feedback on performance through its dashboard to teachers and recommends specific instruction for students on an individual and classroom-wide basis. This one has been heavily researched through 7 efficacy trials and been funded through many grants at the Department of Education. And its key features are that it's same as previous ones. It's adaptive, it provides scaffolding, it's regularly updated, and it provides feedback for the teachers. And Jay Connor provided a quote about the importance of the psychometrics to ensure the validity and reliability and the consistency across the administrations and also across different types of students coming to use the technology. Number 4 is a technology called INKITS. And INKITS is performance-based, and Scott talked about performance-based assessments earlier. INKITS also can be used for end-of-unit testing. It can replace an end-of-unit test. So if a student doing the virtual lab makes it to the end successfully, that demonstrates mastery of that specific topic. INKITS, once again, is a virtual science lab. And it also includes the real-time reporting to teachers and all the same features that students, that it adjusts to students and provides them tips. And Mike Sao-Pedro talked about the importance of an interdisciplinary team to understand the specific domain being examined, to create activities that can provide meaningful and unambiguous data to develop the algorithms and actually create something that teachers can use. So a well-rounded team would need to do all those things to develop that type of performance assessment. And lastly, we have ZooU, which is a diagnostic and formative assessment for social and emotional learning. In ZooU, students engage in a virtual environment where they're presented with social learning scenarios that they have to navigate, such as you can see that one there where the students are in the hallway and the students are in the virtual environment are all talking. One of them might be bullying another student. And in this game, the students are asked how they would respond. And based on how they respond, they're given feedback by the game, and their responses are also provided to the instructors and guidance counselors to know which students may need assistance outside of the game. And this one has also been researched to demonstrate its convergent validity with other measures of social and emotional learning. And it's currently going through a multi-year efficacy trial through the Institute of Education Sciences. And Melissa DeRoja, the creator of this game, indicated a critical feature of the assessments is the developmental appropriateness. Adults see the world as adults and often over or underestimate the degree to which students can complete assessment items. So I put this quote up here because I thought it's really important for you developers out there to constantly be thinking about how assessments that are moved into the digital world need to accommodate for special needs and also for developmental differences. So that was kind of raced through 5 different examples. I could have put up 20 or 30 examples, but I thought that was a good sampling for you. My information is there. Please connect to me, and I look forward to the discussion. Once again, I really enjoyed Scott's talk that provided a discussion about the complexities and nuances of the world of assessment. Hopefully this talk provides some innovations that can be used on the ground, and hopefully someday can make their way to bigger and better replacements for those end of year standardized tests that teachers spend so much time focusing on, and that I'm not sure students enjoy very much. I'll stop there. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ed. Very, very, very engaging. Thank you. There was a quick question from the audience. In terms of these, the grant program you're talking about, is that only for US-based organizations?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. The Small Business Innovation Research Program is for US only. Yeah. England, I do believe the UK has a similar program, but don't quote me on that. And if you find out the name of that program, let me know.
I assume that, yeah. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, so we now have a few minutes left to do sort of a panel discussion. Is Taslima Rahman going to join us?
Yes, I'm here.
You are here. Great, thank you. Sorry, I just can't see your face. Welcome. So as Scott has been very diligent in answering a lot of questions that have gone through, which is good stuff. And certainly, if we haven't covered your particular question, I'm sure that we will be able to get back to you at the end of the session or later on from that. Taslima, do you want to just introduce yourself briefly, as we haven't heard from you before?
You are asking me?
Yes. Okay. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Taslima Rahman. I'm a statistician at the National Center for Educational Statistics. I work particularly in the assessment division that administers National Assessment of Educational Progress, which is NAEP, in addition to the other international assessments. But particularly my task is more involved within the boundary of NAEP. And I'm with the NCES, which is the National Center for Education Statistics, for over 20 some years. And my background is both cognitive psychology in terms of the reading and statistics and measurement. So, and I have worked on assessment for a long time. I'm familiar with various kinds of assessments, vocational assessment and accountability assessments and, large scale assessments. That's about it. And unless you
okay. No, that's great. Thank you for that, and welcome to the panel. So I suppose my first kind of question or observation for the panel is, what's it really going to take to move us beyond this end of year standardized testing and teaching to the tests for so many classes? What is it? How are we going to find this unicorn?
If I have to answer, or I want to jump into the discussion, I would like to say that, when we think of assessments, it has various components. It starts with the client or, the users who is going to use the results and who will be assessed. And within that, K to 12 students versus the others will function differently because their cognitive development are different. And also what is going to be assessed? Is it math or reading, or it is science or something like engineering? I think that will also define that what kind of items you do. And also for multiple choice, if we think of multiple choice in the traditional term that there is a single questions and single answer, the best answer, and out of the 3 or 4 answers, I think our students, like particularly certain students, they are much savvier, so they can understand in a group of assessments of 10 items or 12 items. So, but within the umbrella of multiple choice, you can think of developing the assessment items differently, because you can have more than items, answers that, it is not just one answer, because currently within the NAEP, there is a assessment items called scenario-based items, and which gives some kind of discussions and then giving the scenario of working with the others, and it takes some items which are within the family of multiple choice, but it is not a single answer. It is a multiple types of answers you have to select. Or if we think of multiple choices, no crafting of the answer, no writing, but still you can make it. So it depends on what you are going to summarize and who is your client. If it is your teacher, they will use your summary one way, and if it is your policymakers, they will use it in a different way. And also the population that, is it the regular students within the K-12 that are special ed versus non-special ed students, how they will be, because for some students' cognitive ability, when it is not fully developed or not developed for that grade or subject, if you can see that they can understand, suppose it is a reading item, understand the questions and understand the answer, probably that will give you some idea. But for a student who is writing whole books about that questions, for that students to assess or understand his or her knowledge, I think you have to do it differently. And also how you summarize. For policymakers, if you write one whole document, I think it may not be valuable. Whereas for a teacher, every single information may be valuable to develop the curriculum, to develop the instructions. So I think we need to go beyond our traditional thinking of multiple choice.
Very good. Thanks so much for that. Ed, anything you want to add on that? We're talking this how to move. What's going to take to move us forward?
From my vantage point, funding all these exciting projects is doing it piece by piece. So from the bigger perspective, I'd love to hear what Scott has to say. Can these big state assessments someday integrate or not be necessary, because during the course of the year, students have demonstrated mastery on something they're doing all year. I mean, I'll hand it off to Scott.
Okay, thank you, thanks, Ed. And Scott, yeah.
Yeah, so thanks, Ed. And maybe Ed's doing this because I want to talk about some of the stuff that he was advocating for in his talk. I think that, you know, I focused narrowly on just performance-based assessments as a way to move beyond multiple choice. But, you know, and I tried to keep it within 25 minutes or so. But if I had more time, I think moving to these more technologically based approaches, in addition to good old-fashioned getting kids out in the field and collecting data in a science lab, allows us to collect information much more frequently and in a way that allows us to do some more interesting things through the year with some of these technological approaches. So I think, though, again, if everything rests on the end of year, we have to ask, why do we care about this end of year magical, you know, grade level is a funny construct in and of itself, right? If we were really doing this right, we wouldn't actually lock kids into these funny grade levels that we have. It's just a way to organize schools. But and then we could move to these more individualized approaches for moving kids along, and people are working on competency and personalized learning. But you can't do that without the kind of tools that Ed was showing. Some of these, even with they look like games to kids, but they actually collecting a lot of rich information. So that's why I keep pushing for a system in terms of a thoughtful design, and really the pushing to the next level of information is moving away from, at least until you're ready to go to university, every kid testing at the same time, just because they happen to be 9 years old or 10 years old or whatever they are. And so I think that there's a lot of ways to move beyond multiple choice, but it's, you know, it's hard to change the rules of a game if you keep everything else the same. So it requires some structural change, and then, you know, fitting these solutions into that. So we have to think differently about what we care about kids learning, and then assessment should follow that.
Okay, thank you. Denis, your perspective?
Yeah, I slightly disagree. I think it'll be done by a disruptor who picks a sector or a country where we won't have to change the structure, because they'll be so successful that everybody will recognize that this is an alternative or a new way to do it. Now, I don't know, I did actually do a thing on this on the very first Beyond Multiple Choice. I don't really know where this disruptor is going to come from, because, of course, we're not in finance or high tech, we're in education. So it's going to be a challenge, but I think there's a chance for a disruptor to come in and use a method of assessment that has outcomes which are so much better than the current method that it will become initially a challenger, and then perhaps will become the new way of doing things. And it'll be as simple as Microsoft does the best word processor, Google does the best search engine. After a few years, it'll become that simple, but we're looking for a disruptor to come into the market.
Yeah, I suppose we've seen that COVID-19 has just disrupted some of maybe some disruptions in the educational arena in the UK, where a lot of the traditional awarding bodies have had to move to remote proctoring, for instance, which they said they would never ever do, but faced with no candidates and little income, have really been forced into leaping into new solutions.
I mean, people have looked at Finland as that disruptor for, you know, the PISA results, but I don't know how much it disrupted. I think, you know, it's a different kind of country than many other countries. They have different structures. I love the way that they think about teacher preparation, and very differently, and that's where they do it. So, but I think we need both. I think we need pressure from disruptors. I think we need to provide tools and models, and I think we need to, you know, think about structures.
Okay, thank you. Another question: how is it possible for smaller organisations to engage with government so they're not being disadvantaged by larger ones? I think Denis, you talked this a little, but maybe we want to on your talk. We maybe want to lead on this.
Yeah, I want to support that. I think in the U.S. we have a real problem of consolidation of assessment companies right now. So you only have a choice. States only have a choice of a couple of different, or more than a couple companies. But and there isn't space because the potential penalties for getting something wrong are so great. It requires a big company. So I think we need to make more space for smaller companies that can do some more interesting things.
And how can that be achieved? Any ideas on how that?
Well, breaking up contracts that you focus on, state personnel fairly or unfairly don't want to deal with 10 different contractors, right? So they want to, assign an overall contractor so they just have one phone call to make every week, as opposed to having contractors who deal with certain parts of item development or technology solutions or reporting or other aspects, scoring, psychometrics. So that's where I think that we need to be able to open it up in the US. And there's some folks who are talking about it in a little group that I'm part of.
Okay, thank you. Denis?
Yes, well, I think I said some of it in the discussion, but it's always going to be difficult because large organizations have the bigger budgets, they can afford to lobby. In the end, so many government decisions are taken by whoever's in power at the time, and the decisions are taken by a handful of people. So airtime with those guys is key to winning, and larger organizations can afford to invest in getting that airtime. I think Scott's right. Let's reduce the size of contracts. Let's ensure that the profit taken by large organization and call-off contracts is limited, so they can't immediately ask for you to bid at 50% of what you would ordinarily bid. And let's have some mechanism for which the digital marketplace I spoke about was, that was the intent of it. Let's have a mechanism for allowing direct contracting with smaller organizations.
Okay, thank you. Ed, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I look at things through the different perspective. The small business developers that are supported through the program I lead are usually working in smaller networks of schools. It's kind of a ground game that they're going door to door, meeting with the schools. Their products are being, once again, used primarily for formative assessment, so lower stakes, and that's how they're getting wide-scale distribution and sustainability as well. A few of them, I think, are working with traditional publishers and testing organizations to have their tools integrated within the existing structure. So I don't think they're trying to overtake the large-scale testing organizations, but they're just trying to find a way to integrate and allow educators to innovate.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I think time is up against us. Lots of interesting chats on Q&As, but I do promise we would finish on time. But does anyone else have any final comments they wanted to get across, or we feel you've got your messages through? Silence. Good. Okay. Well, very much on behalf of all the attendees and 136 participants, was really big number of people who are showing interest in the subject. Well, I'd like to thank all of you for what's been a very interesting and stimulating debate. And I'm going to hand you back to Brian, who will take us on to the next session. Okay. Thanks so much, guys. Okay. Thank you. Testing. Brian, sorry, back to Martin.
Yeah, back to me, John. Hi, hope you can hear me, and thanks, guys, for that session. Very interesting. Some interesting comments coming up on the chat as well. I put a couple on there, and I think Scott and I are sharing some conversations at the moment, or will be. Just a quick one on the chat. You'll find a link to a survey about engaging with government. Very much like you to complete that if you possibly can. And we're just getting everybody together for the next session. So once again, I'm going to quickly share my screen and move us on to the next session. We have a session now around the convergence of formative and summative assessment. That's being sponsored by Inspera. And Bob Gomersall from BTL Surpass Inc. is chairing that one. And we have a good set of panels and speakers. I'm going to hand over to Bob in a moment, who is, I think, on the system waiting to come on board. And I'll see you after the session. Thanks very much. Bob.
Oh, hi. I'm Bob Gomersall, as Martin said, chair of BTL Surpass Inc. and actually chairman of the BTL Group, which is the parent company for BTL Surpass. I've been in on-screen assessment for about 30 years now, and one of the things that always puzzles me, right, sorry, did that come through all right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, sorry folks. Just been saying that I've been in this assessment game for 30 years, online assessment, and watched the evolution of summative assessment and formative assessment, and puzzled as I've gone along about why it's taking so long to converge. So I'll be very interested in what people have to say about these different aspects of the problem. Our first speaker is John Winkley from AlphaPlus, and so perhaps we can go straight into that now.
Hi everyone, can you hear me okay? Hi,
Yeah.
Bob.
I can.
Good, good. I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a moment. Hopefully you can see that. I want to just take 15 minutes today to talk about a large national assessment project that we're running in the UK. I'm going to focus specifically on the formative aspects of this project and what we're learning from running national statutory assessments, but in a formative context. First of all, just a couple of slides about ourselves. We're a UK-based assessment organisation. We work across all aspects of assessment, actually, from certification through to standard setting and evaluation. And we work in those three markets you can see in the middle. Schools, this project we're talking about today is schools, but we also work on vocational assessment and professional certification, about 30 professional bodies. We're a team of about 30 people, and on the call there's myself and Gavin. Gavin leads all the technical work in the project we're going to talk about. So if you've got technical questions, he's the guy. Although we're UK based, we work in quite a few places in the world. And as I said, all our work is in assessment. So I'll try and, although this is a project very much in the UK, I'll try and contextualize it with examples from other parts of the world. There are lots of people on this call in the UK, but apologies to them and those of you who do know where Wales is. Education is devolved in the UK, so each of the 4 nations that you can see there can do its own thing in education. And historically, over time, they've been diverging from what was a single approach, single national approach. In England, we have a very similar equivalent to the SATs that are used in the US. But the other 3 nations are moving away from that, moving away from ultra accountability. And Wales has implemented a really interesting project. That's what we're talking about here today. Rather than have tests at the end of each phase, they ask students to be tested every single year from age 6 to 13 before they go up into the statutory exams at age 16. And that's about 350,000 students each year across about 1,600 schools. So what we've implemented for them are tests in English and Welsh, adaptive tests in English and Welsh reading and in mathematics. So that's about 1 million tests a year we expect to do. The chart on the right shows one of the biggest problems that the national government there were trying to solve. The problem is that the boxes in the box and whisker diagram represent each of the school grades. and that's about 50, the middle 50% of the students, and then the whisker lines cover pretty much the whole cohort. You can see from this that as you go up through the grades, although students clearly get stronger at, this is maths actually, but you'd see the same thing for reading. Although the students get stronger year on year, there's a huge range of ability within any given year group or grade. And what that means is that if you have a single linear test, round about a third of the students find it too hard and a third of them find it too easy. And this is a real problem in a system where you're trying to measure what students can do and you're trying to support their progression. So that's why we went for the significant complication of an adaptive assessment and all that goes with it. The other significant complication is that around a third of schools teach in the language of Welsh. So although everybody in Wales speaks English, quite a lot of children learn and speak their first language of Welsh, and the assessments have to be comparable. They have to be able to take, for example, the maths test in English or Welsh as they choose, and that has to work comparably between the two. I just want to say a little bit about some of the background to these assessments. So they're statutory. It's a legal requirement that every child takes these tests, and there are no paper alternatives. So that's every single child taking the test on screen. There's a complexity that we allow students to roam the entire bank of content. So if you're a year 2 student and you're doing really well on the test, you may well encounter content at higher levels that you may not have learned. This caused teachers some concern, but it's a strong feature of the approach we're taking, and we're really keen to provide students with all the capability to really show what they can do. Because everybody does the test, it has to be fully accessible. The UK has very strong accessibility laws, and it has to be a fair and decent experience for every single child. And that's meant a lot of work, not just implementing a few things, but properly testing them, making sure that they're tested by experts, they're proofread, and they're proven with children. The only content filtering we do is for learners with low vision or learners with no vision. There are some items in the bank that just don't work if you're blind, but other than that, we make every item accessible to every child so that everybody gets, as near as possible, the same and a fair experience. I want to talk a little bit about this concept of statutory tests that have to be taken, but that have a formative purpose. Those of you that are involved in national assessment will know that this is a delicate flower to allow to grow. We have a strong culture in the UK of high accountability. Test scores are often used to hold schools accountable. But if you do that with test scores, then you can be pretty much certain that schools will do whatever they can to improve students' scores. The Welsh Government, who are the sponsors of these assessments, made a strong political commitment right at the start that although head teachers in schools had to see that all children took the test, and they had to ensure that the results were shared with the children, with the families, there is no automatic sharing of the results with anybody else. School inspectors can't access the results, the local authorities can't access the results, and the national government can only access the results by request from us, and only at a kind of high level of the national picture. And to give credit where it's due, they've really stuck to that approach. These types of delicate ecosystems of statutory testing only work if people stick to what they say, and the government have stuck to that. They've also focused heavily on teacher and school leader education, and they've supported this flexible usage model, and actually which says that you have to take at least one test in each subject each year, but you can take up to 2 tests. So you can do the test at the beginning and the end of the year if you like. And what I want to talk about today is what we're finding out about how that has changed, how people are using the tests differently with all that's going on at the moment. One of the things about government provided assessments is, particularly in the UK, where there's a very strong accountability, a lot of press interest in testing, is you really mustn't overpromise. EdTech has a long history, in my view, of overpromising on formative assessment, and obviously you can't do that in a statutory program. So I just want to kind of highlight what I think we're trying to achieve with our formative elements of these assessments here. The diagram in the bottom left, many of you will be familiar with. It's Dylan Williams', I think, most useful way of articulating what formative assessment looks like from the perspective of a teacher, a student helping another student, and the student helping themselves, and then the three classic facets of that. Where are they now? Where are they trying to get to? And what do they need to do next? I guess where we fit in is, if you look at the diagram in the bottom right, we aim to provide what I've called longer loop feedback. Feedback to teachers over the period of a semester or possibly a year about how their students are doing compared to other students in their school or other students in other local districts or nationally. What we're not able to do is provide really detailed feedback topic by topic. That would require a lot more assessment, and there just aren't enough, there isn't enough time in our assessments to get a really detailed analysis of how every child is doing on every topic. I'll show you how that plays out in the reports in a few moments. We've been really careful about not over-promising in this respect, and we think that's paying off in some of the data we're seeing. I'm going to talk to you about patterns of using these tests. The graph you see there is drawn from our first full year of testing. That was 2 years ago. And you can see that although in theory, teachers could use these tests at any time during the year, what they all did was they did the tests at the time they used to do the paper tests that preceded them, round about May. So the first half of the summer semester. And you can see also that in the first year, we had to remind them that it was their legal obligation to take these tests, and we sent out those reminders, and there was a little bulge after the half-term break. But interestingly, despite all of the training and support, the early usage of these assessments was very much end of the year. In the second year, this was the year that we completed in the summer, the testing was interrupted by COVID, where although in principle these tests are available anywhere, we could have offered the test to children at home. The government took the decision not to do that for all sorts of reasons. And so testing stopped around the middle of March, although already we were seeing significantly greater take up. So we're now in the third year. We're just, the schools have just come back after their first half term. And interestingly, take up is much higher. So I've drawn a little red line which shows about 5,000 tests a day, which is what we're doing at the moment, way higher than the previous years. There's been no communication from the government about encouraging people to participate in tests. Schools have had plenty of communications from the government on things like about COVID, and there's been no pressure to start using these assessments, but schools are piling in, particularly the primary schools. And we know that the reason for this is that they're really keen to find out where their students are at after a long break, a long and unexpected break from schooling. And we find this very encouraging because it would be very easy to kick these tests down the road. But we think we're moving from that position where teachers were doing the test because they had to the point where this resource is available to them free of charge to the schools. And they're really piling in now and saying, we can make use of this. We really like what these tests are telling us. The other piece of evidence we've got is that during last year, we were due to trial the final, there are three sets of assessments here. There are 2 maths tests, a simple maths test of numeracy, and then a more complex problem solving assessment, which you see some examples of on the screen, and of course the reading assessments. The problem solving test is the last one to go live, and it would have gone live this September, but we needed to do the trialing and calibration that's critical for adaptive banks. So we're trialing now. Trialing is voluntary. We need large numbers of schools to participate because we need lots of assessment data to calibrate the tests. And we're seeing 75% of the schools that had agreed to pilot pre-COVID still willing to do it, which is growing evidence of buy-in to these assessments from teachers. I want to just show you a little bit about the reports that we provide for these assessments. Reporting is a really big deal, often less well thought about than the assessments themselves. This report that we've got on the screen here is for a single child, and it's modeled over the full years of from grade 2 to grade 9 of them doing testing. And the student on the left, they're clearly an improving student. They started off in a weaker position than the average. So the dark green bar is the middle 50% of children, and the outer green bars are the rest. And they've improved quickly. The coding shows what the dotted lines and the dashed lines mean, but essentially it's about providing norm referenced information about how students are doing. The two examples on the right show, the one at the top shows a student who was a lower ability student but proceeding reasonably well, but has plateaued in once they've moved to secondary school, and the same applies largely to learner C. What's interesting in this data, they're able to see it for the first time really, is because we test children every single year. It's crystal clear if you look at the bottom light green bit of the trumpet, that a lot of children are plateauing when they move up to high school. This is a very significant piece of information. If you ask teachers, they'll say, yeah, we always knew that. But actually, when you think about it from a policy perspective, it's a really big deal to think that many children make very little progress with maths in this case once they go to high school. We do provide some topic-based feedback. You can see information here. This is for an individual student, tells them which questions, the hardest questions they got right. But the purpose here, going back to Dylan Williams' diagram, is to activate discussion, get students talking to their teachers and their peers about what they can do and what they can't do, not to kind of give them a tabulated score on all the topics. There just aren't enough questions in the test to do that. The test would go on for hours. There are also group reports. The report on the left shows group averages by topic. So a teacher can compare their progress topic by topic with how all of the schools are doing. The middle line on the progress is the national average, and the right-hand side is a dynamic chart that shows the individual ability of individual children. And this, what you see here, is a very common example where you've got a very broad range of ability in any class. It's this information that helps teachers work out what to do with their cohorts, how to manage or how to begin to manage the fact that they've got a very broad range of ability in their classes. They also get group progress reports over time. So this is very similar to the one we saw before, but it shows the progress for either an entire class or an entire school year or an intervention group, or however they want to organize the data. We've also collected a lot of feedback on these statutory tests, and we think the evidence is pretty good that the teachers like the tests. It's quite hard to get good evidence that teachers really like statutory assessments, and we're very pleased with these feedbacks that we got in the first couple of years. So in summary, we've implemented quite a complex assessment system in a statutory setting where everybody has to do it, and we're claiming that it has formative benefit. What we're learning is that really delivering formative benefit, not just summative tests that claim to be formative, is a really long game. It depends on changing teachers' behavior in the classroom. If you don't do something as a result of the assessments, if you don't change what you do, then it's not really formative. And you also have to engage school leadership in understanding complex data. Actually, it's not that complex, but many teachers are not really used to dealing with complex profiles of students' ability. But we are seeing signs that this is really starting to work. The sector, our teachers, are starting to take ownership of these tests. I'm a really big fan of not over-promising. We've been really good at setting the political agenda and delivering on it. And actually, the benefits of this are now really starting to be felt. There are major efforts to reform the curriculum in Wales. Like many other countries, the exam system for older children, the exams, that GCSEs and A-levels that control access to university, those systems were cancelled in the summer. No exams were taken anywhere in the UK actually, and paper tests have really held up very poorly in our COVID scenario. What the students, teachers and policymakers know in Wales is that on-screen testing really works. It's rolled out. Every single child, by the time they come to take their GCSEs at 16, will have done dozens of on-screen tests run by the government. So all those challenges of, oh, well, it can't work in our schools. And Wales has many remote primary schools, you know, little schools on the top of hillsides with dodgy internet connections. All of those problems have been solved. And now the possibilities and upsides are considerably more real, and policymakers have a lot of opportunities to implement new types of assessment, including assessments that will hold up better in difficult situations like we've got now. That's it. Thank you very much. Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, John. And that was John Winkley from AlphaPlus, and that was a very interesting talk. We've just got a minute. I'm going to ask you a quick question, John. You haven't mentioned the motivational impact on the learners, the children. What's your take on that one?
So what we do know for sure is that from actually not just this project, but from many other projects, that everybody focuses on the benefit of adaptive tests as being that you can shorten the tests. You know, you can get the same amount of accuracy of measurement in a half or 2/3 of the time. And that's certainly true, but it doesn't help you as a teacher when you're running a class. You don't want half your kids finishing before the other half. So we haven't actually shortened the test. Everybody gets a similar duration of test. What the real benefit for children, I think, of adaptive tests is that it keeps them motivated. Once you've explained to them that they won't get every question right, that there isn't such a thing as a score on the test, once they get that, and communicating that to teachers takes time, but once they get it, they really like these tests, that kids like being challenged, and every single child gets a really good experience on these assessments. We do know that. How motivational the information that they get about their performance is, you know, we could talk anecdotally, but we don't have all the evidence to back that up yet, and I don't want to overpromise. But certainly the fact that the teachers are now piling in gives us a feel that the sector is beginning to take ownership of these and say, you know, if we turn these tests off now, there'd be a lot of complaints. And we couldn't have said that 2 years ago. There were many people who would have been quite keen for statutory assessments to be turned off a couple of years back.
Okay, well, thanks for that, John. I can testify. I've had a go at these tests. I can tell you that it's fiendish. They get harder and harder, and you get more and more determined to defeat them. So certainly that was my experience speaking as an aging primary school student. So thanks, John. And for our next speaker, we've got Joe Wilson from the City of Glasgow College. And so I guess over to you right away, Joe.
Okay, just give me a tick. I'll just set my presentation up. And I'm right at the start there. I've been sitting waiting for you, and I'm not at the beginning of my presentation. So just give me a second. You're going to wheak through things, and I'll get to the start, and I'll start my timer. So there you are. You've seen everything in reverse, a bit backwards. Hi there. I'm Joe Wilson from City of Glasgow College. I'm head of digital skills, and I'm going to chat about really the next bit. For some of the international guests, I work in what in Scotland's called a further education college. In the United States, it would be called a community college. And if it was being Antipodean Australian, it would be a TAFE college. Really what I'm going to chat about is really the world I operate in, regulatory and technical, the world of college assessment, how we've changed and what the ongoing challenges are. And I'm going to pause here just for a second because I'm trying to use technology too. If you've got a browser open, you can get my presentation at that short link. And as I swim through this presentation. If there's bits you want to have a deeper look at, you can access it all online. And this is really that whole bit about how assessment is for learning. We can change the universe, the way we work in, and it's actually about changing the whole paradigm. It's about changing how people learn and how people have access to materials, as well as how we assess them. So the world I operate in, let's keep going forward if I can. The world I operate in, there's a nice map of Scotland, and it shows you all the 26 colleges, 13 regions across Scotland. I work within a national system. Colleges were pretty independent, and now we actually are all brought back up into government. So the college I work in, which is City of Glasgow College, is Scotland's first super college. We've got 30,000 learners. We've got a twin campuses in central Glasgow. That's the city campus. There's a beautiful riverside campus as well. 1,600 staff, 800 of them teaching. What we deliver is 70% advanced HNC, HND and degree level qualifications, along with 30% further education national certificate qualifications. And we deliver the whole gamut of a community vocational professional college. So a riverside campus, for instance, trains most of the UK's nautical deck officers. So the merchant fleet, which actually isn't British, it flies under all kinds of flags of convenience. You're very likely to meet the officers on board, and they're very likely to have been trained at Glasgow's nautical riverside campus, that nautical centre. We do food science, business, bricklaying, architecture, hairdressing, all of the above. And we're very proud that in terms of the UK World Skills Championships, we're number one. And we're also number one in terms of our attainment, and that's the combined attainment of our students in further and higher education. Now, if you have followed my bit.ly link back here, you can at this stage click on that image, and it will give you a 3D virtual tour of that city campus. And if you don't do it now, you can do it later. We were in the midst anyway of transforming how we deliver things at City of Glasgow College. We had started this digital transformation project with our staff to look at how we could change delivery and assessment. And again, if you've opened up my assessment, if you follow that link, that'll take you to a whole lot of details about the Learning and Teaching Academy that I work within, and the kind of things that we're doing, really to bring vocational staff into, I'm not going to say into this century, but really moving the digital skills on, moving their professional level on, moving their whole approach to learning, teaching and assessment on. So we'd already started doing that. In terms of the accreditation frameworks we operate in, 80% of our qualifications come from the national awarding body in Scotland. I always put a slight dig in at this, because I heard earlier on that there was suddenly devolution in education. In fact, Scottish education's always been unique in the UK, preserved in the Act of Union in 1707 and all of that kind of stuff. So being a moaning Scottish git, we're always very proud of a very distinct education system, which didn't change under devolution. So we really look after our own system up here and always have done. So SQA 80%, City and Guilds probably around 5%, and then we've got about 15% of qualifications that are externally validated by universities for degree provision and by professional bodies. So for instance, that deck officer training is global, as international certification we use there for these bodies. We've got some good drivers. The lecturing force across Scotland are now being required to join the General Teaching Council for Scotland. And within these new standards, there are useful things that we can hang things on, that staff now need to know how to use a range of digital technologies, and also how to use a range of technologies in learning, teaching and assessment to meet the different needs of students. And you'll see as I go through, we actually have quite a flexible system in Scotland that encourages innovation in assessment, but there are some barriers. Where we are just now, we've still got national exams for some, so that's that old exam hall thing still going on. A lot of our units do require closed book exams and essays and project write-ups under controlled conditions, even online assessment in controlled conditions, and I'll chat about that too. But increasingly where we were moving towards portfolios of candidate evidence with a minimum of exam hall processes. The world was changing, but it was changing slowly. And that was the pre-COVID world. We knew, and this is a useful paper, it's probably came out about 3 years ago, but it's, or maybe more, it's worth going back and having a look at. It's actually from Pearson. That bit of our ability to record, store and process information and learners in numerous non-testing situations suggests a paradigm shift in assessment. And that's what we're trying to do at City of Glasgow College, a paradigm shift in assessment. That bit about assessment being for learning. So COVID arrived, we had that choice. We could make, do and mend, or we could transform. And what we're working towards is that transformational process that we've got. You'll see as I go through, we've changed how we deliver, we've changed who's on campus, when they're on campus, and we're really moving as much as we can for lots of reasons, including the COVID thing. We're moving lots of things online. It's that thing called a black swan event. I'm not going to dwell longer on that. You'll get these slides later. So how did we transform? What kind of things did we do? Well, a lot of it, if you look at this, this is just a snapshot of the webinar program that we've been running for teaching staff since March, and you can see the kind of things that were critical. We rolled out Zoom because that's what they were going to use for teaching. We rolled out Loom, and it's interesting. Loom's a great way of creating short instructional videos. And then you can see all the assessment things that we're using. You know, you can see Moodle assignment and all the other tools that we're using down that list. But look at the level of engagement, very deep engagement. The staff are up for changing. The conservatism isn't in the classroom around assessment. It tends to come from external forces. We used the full range of tools that we've got. I hope you can recognize all of these logos and things like Moodle and ClickView and Turnitin and Office and Microsoft Teams and Zoom. And some of you might not recognize Solar, but Solar is Bob Gomersall, who's actually chairing. Solar is really a wonderful assessment system that we know through SQA, but it's actually BTL and Surpass, which powers both the SQA system and actually powers the City and Guild system too. Along with that, we used the underpinning everything. We used the ABC learning design model from UCL, so that when we were talking about changing assessment, we're really not just talking about changing assessment, we're talking about changing delivery and assessment. Again, there's a link there. If you follow that, that'll give you a good indication of what you can do with the ABC learning design model. It's a bit like I heard in one of the earlier sessions about universal design, and it kind of sits in that pathway that it's about redesigning the whole delivery process. And you can see us there saying to staff, here are the kinds of tools that you can use under the ABC learning design sort of headings to change how you deliver and how you assess. What changed? Well, it was referenced earlier on. Last year, awarding bodies did an emergency flex, and it moved to a greater focus on a portfolio of evidence because there were no national exams in Scotland either, and it meant that everything then focused on teacher estimates. So all of that means that teachers need, or lecturers also need, a better portfolio of evidence about their learners, about how they're performing. So that's formative and summative, but centre-based. We moved to a blended learning model, and that in turn also led to different approaches in assessment. and we're having ongoing negotiation with all of our awarding bodies around assessments and conditions of assessment, and I'll touch on that too. Where are we now? Well, awarding bodies are still flexing. We're still in negotiation with them about what we can and what we can't do. What can we change? Some people in the call will know my background was for 14 years. I worked at the Scottish Qualifications Authority, so I'm quite able to go in and bargain with them and let them see sense around things. It looks as though this year we know there'll be no national exams for one of our cohorts, for the in Scottish terms, the GCSE or National 5 cohort won't have an exam, and there's a reduced national diet for people sitting hires and advanced hires. And what we've designed is a new digital by default approach that includes assessment. And again, if you've downloaded my presentation, if you follow that link, you'll get a nice map that takes you through all the things we've done to redesign our assessment process. And all of this is based around students and staff only being on site when they need to be. So we really have flexed our process. When do they need to be? Well, if they're building a brick wall or doing things that we can't do in other situations, then they need to come onto site so we can help them and show them how to do things like that. And here's just a sample of some of the tools that we're using. And again, some of these slides have examples you can go and have a look at your leisure, and you'll be familiar with lots of these things. I mean, what we're doing is grabbing the tools that we've got. So we're using Google Docs and Microsoft Teams for assessment, and you can see the kind of activities that we're using them for there. We're using Google Forms. Now, Google Forms is a super tool. It's cost effective. It's great for maths, which has for a long time has been a struggle to find good ways to formatively and summatively assess maths. Moodle, you can see the range of ways that we're using Moodle. Moodle's the college VLE at the moment. A lot of it was training staff about how to give better feedback, so how to use Gradebook and the other Turnitin tools, including audio tools, to give learners feedback. And then being truly Scottish, we grab a lot of the free tools and we embed them. So we use Kahoot, Mentimeter, Slido, all of these things, all of the kind of things that we can use for formative assessment. What we're moving towards is giving every student a portfolio that they can keep all of their evidence in, and they can take away with them at the end of the course. A hairdresser, a bricklayer, a tradesman, even an accountant, it's good for them to leave with a portfolio of the things that they can be proud of that they've done. So they'll have a certificate, but they'll also have a portfolio of work that they can show employers. So it's all of that bit. And again, you can see an example portfolio if you click through. It's about that student-owned personal website, providing a customizable template for them. And we with them will give them evidence, and they can decide what they want to show their employers. We're doing a lot of stuff with a range of online tools with students. The Flipgrid actually today announced that it's bringing out, I don't know if you know Flipgrid, but it's really worth having a look at it. The tutor can say a question, the students can record the responses, and that could be individual or group responses, and it could be teacher or peer reviewed, and it's free. It really opens up the learning experience. Where are we with ongoing challenges? So old world challenges, exams still need remote proctoring, invigilation, essay and assessment marking still labour intensive. That whole bit about creating question marks takes time. The new world challenges, and I'll chat a wee bit about some of the projects that we're doing just before I wrap up, is we've had a good look at artificial intelligence. It's not quite ready or at the price point that colleges can really seriously engage with yet. We're largely publicly funded. We haven't got a lot of money to bring in things, so it has to be really cost effective. It's the same with AR, VR and extended reality. It's hard to make cost effective. And micro-credentials, we had great hopes for that, but again, we haven't really found our way through that. So where are the solutions? So the kind of things that we've been doing is we've been using Zoom for remote invigilation, and we've got that approved, and we've got that approved by a whole lot of the big awarding bodies that we're working for. So some high stakes assessments, we will use Zoom to remote proctor. Where we can, we're making more and more use of self-marking assessments and using the tools that we've got. And we work a lot with SQA centres to support assessment banks. And a lot of that comes back to us encouraging SQA to put more things onto Solar, onto BTL to give us more tests, that bit. We're busy exploring the cost-effective introduction of AI where we can. At the moment, we've got about £200,000 worth of projects running, which we've got from a variety of sources. We're working with Nesta, we're working with Skills Development Scotland, we're working with the UFI Trust in England. Oh, that's me getting told I'm just about finished. I'm just about finished. We're working with a whole range of partners to explore how we can cost effectively bring all of these things on board. And we're continuing to explore ways to give a learner a validated portfolio, perhaps through a micro-credential. So we maybe give somebody an open badge that's got their certificate, but it's got a link to that credential. And really, finally, this slide, I think, sums up how things are beginning to change. If you haven't discovered ThingLink, you should go and have a look at it. It's about how you embed assessment, and this is virtual reality and extended reality in the real world. And ThingLink is one of the first things I've seen that begins to make a lot of this cost effective. You can see it kind of working there on my flat screen. I've not got some immersive headset on where I might accidentally punch somebody else in the class. If I put it on, I can work my way through this at my desk, working remotely. And that's me. I hope that's given you a quick tour of the challenges from a community college, further education college, TAFE college, and I hope you've understood my Glaswegian accent. And just to say, I've shared it all with you. I'm the founder of something called Open Scotland, which is about the open sharing of learning and educational materials. And so go and discover Open Scotland too, or the UNESCO Declaration on the sharing of open learning materials, which will really democratize learning globally. So thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. That was great. And thanks for your enthusiasm. And I just need to check my understanding of the Glaswegian accent. But did you say you were moaning Scottish git? Because if that's true, then it's really very self-effacing, and I was most impressed by that. You wouldn't get a Yorkshireman or a Northern Englander to say that sort of thing. So, well, thanks very much, Joe. And I won't take questions now because we ran on time. And so we'll come back at the end for the discussion. And so it's a big welcome to Antonio-Pedro Fonseca from the University of Porto. I think he's giving a paper on behalf of him and Hugo Faria, but it's Antonio who's giving the talk. So thanks very much, and over to you, Antonio.
So, hi everyone, I'm Pedro Fonseca. As you can see afterwards in my presentation, I'm a biomedical PhD. I came from microbiology, a biofilm. I have my PhD in that area, but I have a passion with concept mapping, and so I will start sharing my screen just to you to understand. Let's see, it's okay. So let's start. So my talk is about adaptive knowledge assessment using concept maps with logic branching multiple choice Google Forms. So we may start saying that brain plasticity is the goal nowadays because of the instability, because of the old changes we know, even this COVID situation. So we need all the tools that increase cognitive performance, but also we need not only cognitive skills, but also emotional skills, the soft skills, the control of stress. It's nowadays very important. So we need to promote neurogenesis. We need to promote synaptic plasticity. And how we are going to do that? Actually, we have a great connection now between neurosciences and cognitive psychology. We need to have this mutualistic approach. We have to have synergies between concept mapping theory, citing Ausubel, Novak, and Vygotsky, and the actual function within the thinking brain. So we need to promote this. We need to achieve high order thinking skills. And I would like to quote the complexity paradigm of Edgar Morin, which in this case, particularly, I adapt, thinking that to reach simplicity, you go through complexity. And that applies very well to concept mapping, as you can see here. So you achieve a concept with a lot of links, lot of concepts and lot of links, but in the end, you have more integrated concept maps. So that's complexity paradigm from Edgar Morin. And let's start saying that we still are in some kind of black box metaphor of education. In fact, we normally indirectly assess the quality of understanding. And normally it's only rote learning with understanding and remembering. We achieve only understanding and remembering. We must change urgently this. How? Perhaps we can change to another paradigm education. There is lots of problem in education now. Expertise is knowledge-based. So we have an opportunity to rationally design effective training interventions. So the central goal must be to foster development of adaptive expertise. And how? Perhaps using knowledge engineering with fostering abstraction, creativity, analysis, synthesis, inference capabilities. Perhaps the ability of problem solving with, as I said before, adaptive skills, metacognition, heuristics. So we need, as Ausubel Novak said, meaningful learning. We need meaningful learning, and we need adaptive expertise as opposite to routine expertise. But meaningful learning means we need to build on prior knowledge. This is very important. So we need to apply findings from cognitive sciences to improving cognitive skills, meaningful learning, deep insight, creative thinking, novice, expert, helix expert. We need that. We need high-level flexibility in order to develop a personal solution strategy. So why not use concept mapping? Not only concept mapping, but advanced applied concept mapping using diagrammatic methods of knowledge representation, but with logical thinking skills. Perhaps not making a new concept map, perhaps taking in consideration that we need rapid immediate feedback so we can fill in blanks of the map and then assess reinterpretation, interpolation, and extrapolation skills. So this is quite important. We must overt focus on key determinant of performance, which is knowledge structure. We need focus on skill expert understanding. So we need a skill cartographer metaphor, which fosters adaptive expertise. So we need skill learning. We need knowledge engineering. So perhaps this immediate feedback can be assessed by using multiple choice Google Forms in a feature that normally doesn't been used, but it's there, which is logical conditional branching. This logical conditional branching, which should be in accordance or in according to algorithm complexity, is specifically adapted to the trainee in course, which could be a middle or high school student, a university, or even teachers, colleagues. So it is possible to customize the feedback survey. And this is a promotion of high-level flexibility. So as you can see, this crosslink in the map, we need flexibility. We need also to personalize feedback. In a solution strategy, this is from the own, it's some kind of tutorial and teaching in a more efficiency way. So this is all about fostering the rapid assess of the results. There are lots of people talking this. This is a very simple approach I'm using with students and master students, and since my career is a little bit dual and hybrid. So as you can see here, this is the design of the Google Forms. You have several outputs concerning the feedback answers. So by using a branching feature of Google Forms, you can set up conditional logical conditions, creating flexibility, and this can be used to personalize, to differentiate, or allow for choice in a very straightforward way. This is often overlooked feature in Google Forms, as I said before. So you have here a very simple one with just 2 questions, and students can have several results. They have the opportunity to answer again the question, but with less points. So let's start explaining a little bit how this works. You have the little dots.
Can find it. I'm going to share the link. And this is the number 1. You have here the number 1, which is going to be asked for. So as you can see here, I believe you are listening to me. Yes? You're still listening?
Yes, we have you.
Okay. So you have the little dots here, and you can activate this conditional feature of Google Forms, and then you can, of course, select different outputs. As you can see here, you go to the next section if you answer this, and you go for different sections if you choose different answers. So if you have a map, and this is very simple one, it's the one I'm talking about now, you can choose different ways, and people who answer the form, so please answer this, you will have different, you can see different Google Forms. You actually don't see the same depending on the answers to the form. So with these dynamic questions, you can show or hide certain fields of forms, and you can send the respondents to specific pages based on their answers. This is a performed based, for sure, yes. So different opportunities with different information, like videos, like additional maps, additional information, rich contests, but in the terms of concept mapping can eventually allow us to achieve high order thinking skills. So we will have for sure the possibility going through the Google Forms to achieve this kind of thing. As you can see here, in the construction of multiple choice questions, there is the test item. You have the item stem, which is the contest. So if you really have a good, rich contest, which can be a graphic, can be a text, and can be a table, but can also be a concept map. And this can give a rich contest that can give us the possibility to achieve high order thinking skills. So these are several. Please have a look at the link. I'm going to put the link in the hopefully in the no, I'm not going. The computer stopped. So I would like to thank you all for listening and the opportunity to share a little bit of my work, of this little research and this input as a high school student, a student teacher, and has a invited professor at university also. So hope you have lots of questions, and I hope to be on the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. That was great. And indeed, you are on time, a little bit ahead of time, actually. And the thing that goes through my mind is there a danger of so many branches and branching activities here that we get an explosion of different directions that we can go in?
Yeah, actually, yes, for sure. That's why you have to design what you want, what you really want with your branching, and perhaps this has a lot of. I have doing online course with in biofilms, which is my PhD area, with teachers, and they are. This is very formative. It's formative, summative. You can have a lot of information given and a lot of learning. Blended learning. It's really autonomous learning, which is great, and I have a good feedback, even for my high school students from this. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just looking to see if there are any other questions coming through. We'll keep them to the end, perhaps, for when we get to the discussion. And so thank you very much, Antonio, and thank you for your contribution. And we now go over to Brian Moon from Sero Learning Assessments. Brian's going to talk about helping, well, again, helping students get the big picture with concept mapping based assessment.
Hello, everyone. I'm switching hats now. I'm actually trying to switch myself in, so a little bit of background here. But right, so let's get on with the presentation. And great. So again, I'm Brian Moon, co-host of the conference, but also my current hat will be to talk about helping students get the big picture with concept mapping based assessment. The title I want to actually have a bit of subtext for, and to add a piece, which is to say, we also are quite interested in helping assessors efficiently get the big picture with concept mapping based assessment. So Pedro's talk was a great look at how people are trying to use concept mapping, how they're trying to implement concept mapping to go beyond multiple choice. And hopefully my talk will help us to see that even more as possible. So the big idea of the talk is I think we can get deeper assessment into learning, but in doing so, we must be at least as efficient as multiple choice. It's a big idea. I think it's controversial because as much as we've seen this week in terms of new approaches, this idea of still needing to gain efficiency it's a key trade-off. It's a key tension between getting that deeper insight and getting the efficiency. We have to be at least as efficient as multiple choice. And so the problem I want to really focus on here is that assessments that tap higher order thinking skills and give deeper insight into learning are often less efficient to deploy, more difficult to scale. So you can consider this kind of these kind of quadrants going from efficient and scalable at the top down to laborious and limited. And again, these are ends of a spectrum, but that's the efficiency scale, right? And multiple choice we know is at the top and has been for 100 years of efficiency. Most of the benefits that have come with regarding to multiple choice over the past 100 years have been in terms of efficiency. New optical recognition devices, so Scantron's been mentioned. So the efficiency piece, multiple choice has got a handle on since the Army first tried it 100 years ago, even though they didn't really get that much benefit from the actual insight into learning. And so that's the second vector here, going from sort of rote, shallow assessment over to the higher order thinking skills and getting that deeper insight. So if we can think in terms of these quadrants, I think what we're really after is how do we get in the upper right? How do we get efficient and scalable, but also get the higher order thinking skills and deeper insight? That's the problem that we're trying to attack. Concept mapping, as Pedro has already suggested, is a deeper source, a source of, of deeper insight. Certainly for learning, concept mapping through 50 years of research has shown that it can help get access to mental models. We can help gauge progress of learning. We can identify the misconceptions and enable meaningful learning. Let me just do one quick thing. Sorry, I'm doing dual things here. So anyway, concept mapping, we do know that it's been useful for learning, demonstrated over many, many years. And we also more recently, I think, in the grand scheme of things, have shown its utility in assessment. Concept mapping has been called for in the NAEP, the National Assessment of Educational Progress here in the US, in the science framework. And there's been a lot of great work around the application to formative assessment as well. It really does get at the content and structure of knowledge. The validity and reliability has been sort of put to bed a long time ago. We see applications both in learning, K-12, higher education, and also in training in the adult workforce. We know that the applications are in diagnostic, formative, and summative. One of the reasons this been so successful is that concept mapping task can tap abilities are difficult to measure by other means. This is a quote from the NAEP science framework, and it really gets at the true advantage of concept maps and concept mapping. But what about this efficiency and scalability challenge that I think is going to be here for all assessments? We've seen some attempts in trying to create a concept mapping approach, which again tries to solve this challenge of the offset between efficiency and those deeper insights. What we see is, things like bubble maps and printouts that are used in the classroom, really getting us back to the shallow end of the pool, if you will. They're just about sort of filling in bubbles, and the bubbles are in a different order than Scantron, but you're still just filling in bubbles, right? In the lower right, we've seen a lot of really great applications of concept mapping where students are creating their own maps. They might use paper even based products to produce their maps. We had one opportunity to work with the Department of Defense's medical school, and a pathology professor there showed us 72 hand-drawn maps that her students had created. Again, the opportunity for the exercising those higher order thinking skills is there, but trying to get any sort of view on the maps themselves across the students, identifying trends, that's a terribly laborious approach that is really limited to just that exercise. Computer-based concept mapping is moving us more toward the upper right, and yet still the opportunity to really scale in a big way is there, but it hasn't really proven itself. Our approach is Sero, and we're trying to fit Sero to many learning assessment contexts, formative to summative, classroom to large scale, by scaffolding the process, of implementing this approach. There are some huge challenges in doing this. I'm just going to touch on a few. We've actually already heard a few throughout the week. The first challenge is just the maturity of tools, not only our tool, but the tools that we use to develop our tool. As those get better, we can push more toward the upper right. The pedagogy itself is a bit of a challenge, even within the concept mapping community, about the right way to do this, the best way, the most valid, the most reliable. Again, there's lots of research here, and there's lots of ways to do this, but we do have those internecine conflicts even with our community about the best way to do it. The standards have already been mentioned, standards of learning, and the bottom line is particularly in the US, still testing to the test. That is, we take practice tests that are supposed to reflect the tests that are going to be, students are going to be taking. Usability, particularly in our approach here, because it's a new thing for students. It's even a new thing, of course, for assessors. So just that familiarity factor, how to get them into a tool that's new and make it easy to be understood. Inertia is something we're also trying to overcome. Students are quite happy in many cases with taking their multiple choice tests. They know how to do them, and they allow them to do things like guessing. And so that's an inertia that we're trying to overcome with learners. For assessors, of course, getting the year after year approach to their practice builds an inertia. They've done it before, they want to do it again. And then on the research end, Kristen DeCerbo suggested developing with assessors and teachers. That's certainly what we're trying to do, but getting access to that community is always a challenge. So these are the challenges we've been facing in developing Sero. I want to just give a quick overview of where we're at. We started several years ago with developing a game-based version of Sero. In 2016, the Department of Defense Advanced Distributed Learning Initiative funded us to develop Sero version 1.0. In 2019, the Department of Defense, again, funded us to develop even more applications within Sero for comparing mental models across people and to help them build teams. 2020, the Department of Defense again funded us, the Army Research Laboratory, to develop supports for automated authoring of these concept mapping assessments. And this week we've launched version 2.0 of Sero, which is an exciting time for us. You'll notice a trend here. All of our work so far has been funded by the US Department of Defense. It's perhaps not an accident. Of course, 100 years ago, the Army initially used multiple choice tests. And so here we are a century later, and it's still the Department of Defense who's interested in these sorts of things. We had hoped this year actually to present some findings from our experimentation. This year, of course, that's been a challenge for reasons that are obvious, but we have done some experimentation with Sero, particularly around validity and reliability, and found that Sero fits nicely in this context between a pre and a post tests, which were all multiple choice tests. We found that Sero's results on the Sero tests fell right in the middle, which is where you'd like to see them. And we saw change over time. So we saw that Sero was capable of capturing the change in learning over time. So now let me get on to this efficiency piece. We're trying to scaffold the end-to-end process. Doing this sort of assessment, as Pedro has already shown, can be complex, can be a challenge to set up, can be a challenge to execute in terms of the taking, and of course a challenge also to evaluate and analyze the results. So we can think about this general process of assessment. This, I think, holds in the classroom all the way up to national scale of how we do assessments, and what the assessments are intended to support is always going to follow this general process. So there's some planning up front. The assessment itself has to be authored. You have to support learners taking it. You have to do some analysis of the results, and then you have to consider what those results really reveal about your learners, about the learning process as well. We shouldn't expect tools necessarily assessment tools, that is, to enable the planning process, right? That's about teaching. That's about instructional system design, that's about figuring out things like, what is the purpose of the assessment? When is it going to happen? What content's going to be presented? What sort of task is the learner going to take and do? And then what is the overall experience going to be like? We should, though, expect that our tools should support control. That is, for whoever's giving the assessment, what kind of control do they have over the items on the left? Also, the level of effort, the control should be high, the effort should be as low as possible, and ideally the cost should be as low as well. So the things on the right are things that we can focus on in terms of assessment tools. Just to get to the authoring piece, we've just this year started a new project funded by the Army Research Institute to build some automated support tools for authoring these kinds of assessments. We're working with the University of Michigan and the University of Texas on this project. We're very excited about it. We are trying to build support for automated authoring. That is the initial map that you're going to compare the students' work to, developing rules to convert text into editable concept maps. We have, as I'll show you in a moment, 2 different kinds of maps we can have students take, and supporting a choice between the 2. And then finally, for one particular type, we have to recommend items, the types of items that might be in the map, and then distractors for them. I'm going to go into more detail on this in our eLearn magazine contribution for the special issue. So I won't go too far into this today, except to say that we're trying to build these processes enabled by basic artificial intelligence, natural language processing, but also informed by best practice. What do we know works in terms of how to set up concept mapping assessments? Also, and this is extremely important, guiding the authors of these assessments is in an intuitive way through this process. So we don't just want to have the machine figure out how to do this. We want to enable the people who are responsible for the assessments to make choices, to make decisions, to edit things as they go, so that what they're putting out is something that they have the control over. With regard to taking concept mapping assessments, we have 2 approaches that we're building into Sero. The one on the left is called our skeleton maps. And so this is where we take a concept map that represents some area of knowledge that you're interested in, and then we introduce what we call assessment items into them. Our assessment items include everything from multiple choice, giving the students options to choose from, to having them fill in areas of the map, to having them make connections, to having them bring in new content, to have them identify, change errors that we might introduce, to have them figure out the directionality of which way the proposition might go, from which concept to which concept. So what we've done is really taken the concept mapping approach and broken it down into its component elements. Right. And so these are what we're turning into the assessment items, but we also then allow students to come along and learn how to do concept mapping by breaking it down into its component pieces. On the right is what we call our build a map approach. And this is where we give the learner all the concepts and linking phrases that they might need to build out their own maps. And so this approach allows us a lot more flexibility on the task itself so that the students can build out what they think the master map ought to look like, what they think that area of expression of knowledge should be. Just a quick note, we've heard a lot about cheating this week, and David Foster's note with regard to if the test itself can provide sort of a one and done, so no student sees the same map, that can mitigate cheating quite a bit. We're able to randomize a lot within the map. So the different items within our skeleton map, the different responses and distractors we might use, how that initial build a map is rendered. So which, where the pile of concepts come in and where the linking phrases come in. And then also we can even take submaps of larger domains and show those submaps to students so that not any one student sees the same map, but rather they're all working against a larger domain map. So we can take pieces. With regard to the analysis, we can get very deep in terms of how we can analyze the maps. With our skeleton maps, we can look at scores, overall scores, as well as individual item scores at the individual and the group level. We can look at metadata, how long did students take to complete it, in what sequence did they complete the items. With our builder maps, we're actually able to show at a propositional level. So we can show overall scores, but we can also show at a proposition level so that you can see which connections are students making, what kind of propositions do they believe are true, which ones are they missing, which ones are they getting incorrect. And again, here with metadata showing the duration and sequencing of their work, we can get a lot of information. On revealing that information and then considering what that data tell us, what it reveals about the learner, we've heard mentioned this week of XAPI, which is not only useful for sharing data between learning technologies, but we're actually using it to capture essentially any action that a learner takes. This enables us then, if we want, to get very detailed about the sequence of the process that a learner might take through a particular map. A lot of data, perhaps overwhelming data, and some of it we have to figure out what it really means. So if a student goes back and changes something, what order the students are generally going through the map. All very interesting data, but frankly, it's data that we have to figure out what it means so that we can provide the data, the information and the analysis back to the people who need it, which in my mind is really the ultimate goal. So once we are able to reveal what has happened here, ideally, this is a cycle. So this goes back to our planning to consider what we should teach next. What kind of progress are we seeing? What kind of connections are the students making? Are we providing the right content and the activities that enable the students to get this clarity with regard to their overall mental models? What kind of interactions are we encouraging the students? Are they talking about it amongst themselves? Are they talking with the teachers as well? So again, I'm going to wrap up here. I want to encourage everybody to come check out our new website. You can try Sero for free for 30 days, but we are really hoping that this community starts to engage with us. We're going to be having some webinars. We can provide individual demos to you. We have a community forum so that folks can give us feedback and help us chart the next path for Sero. We are very much interested in pilot partners too. Come innovate with us at the district or school level. And I think even though I am in control here, I think I am pretty close to time. And so I want to turn it back quickly. I'll just take 1 minute just to show you what Sero looks like these days. And so for students, we're able now to provide our two different kinds of maps. We show them for the skeleton map sort of what each item might look like that they might see and how they execute that item. The assessment itself then is a map that they're going to work against. Again, where there's options, we provide those. Where they need to make connections, we can also help them do that. Where they need to bring in new concepts into the map, we allow them to bring them in and attach where they think they belong. So that's our skeleton map. Our builder map is a process whereby we provide basically the content for them to complete the map. We bring it in no particular way or no particular order so that the students can come in. And I'm just going to show a couple connections here. I'm not going to get it right necessarily, but just to show the connections. So we're trying to make it as easy as possible for students to complete a map. Once they get, and I can show you here a map that I'm pretty close to finishing. Once they get a map that they're comfortable with, they can submit that. We can then provide the feedback to the student directly and allow them to see what they're getting with regard to their particular score. But on the assessor side, we're able to see a lot of detail. So here's a skeleton map. We can see the detail about each individual item and the overall trends. For our builder map, what we're also able to show is for the entire map, where are students making the right connections, where are they missing connections, which connections are they getting correct or incorrect. So we're able basically to compile everybody's maps to get that overall picture. That's enough for the demo, and I am going to turn it back over to Bob and get on with the next presentation.
Thank you, Brian. Thanks very much, Brian. That was very interesting. Well, I've got a quick question, which is, how does this relate to creativity? Because I'd always thought that the most creative people, often people have different concept maps in their minds. Have you got a thought on that one?
Yeah, this is back to that comment I made about our internecine battles within the concept mapping community. So there's a spectrum there between enable someone to come up with all of their content and create their own maps, and then providing them levels of that, right? So not the entire map, but sort of backing down from the map. Obviously, on one end, if they're creating all their own content and structuring it as they wish, those are going to be very hard to evaluate, especially and not very scalable, right? So you can't expect to look across 72 different concept maps and understand what the trends are. So what we're trying to do with Sero is build to all these different contexts, right? We actually do have within the current version of Sero an ability for anyone to create their own maps, to start with their own content, their own concepts and linking phrases. And so in the future, we'll be starting to look at how can we also analyze those kinds of maps, right? And so that will come back to planning. When do you want to use that kind of approach? What kind of experiences do you want to encourage? Do you want the students to collaborate? Do you want them to peer review? So we'll be introducing those kinds of approaches as well. Hopefully over the next few months, we'll be able to showcase some of those. But again, what I want to be clear is that we're trying basically to cover a lot of different contexts for assessment with Sero.
Great. Well, thank you very much indeed, Brian. That was really interesting, nicely complementary to the previous talk. So thanks very much. And I think the next speaker is Sofie Emmertsen, who's going to talk about holistic approach to eAssessment.
Hello, everyone. And thank you, Bob, very much for that introduction. Let me just quickly start sharing my screen. Give me a second and I'll be ready now. And thank you. While I'm doing this, let me just start off by thanking everyone for still being with us this afternoon. I realize it's been this morning, obviously on your side, I'm in Scandinavia. It's quite dark outside, as you could probably see from my back here. And I just want to say thank you all for still being with us. I'm going to talk about Inspera. Inspera is an edtech company in Scandinavia. My name is Sofie Emmertsen, and I have been working with universities mostly across Scandinavia, UK, Australia, and New Zealand for quite some time, with their efforts to transition to e-assessment, both e-examinations, but also, of course, as we're going to talk about today, more formative types of assessment. The agenda is I'm going to try to get us through trying to connect some different pieces, if you like, around e-assessment, both on the formative side and the summative side. First, I'm going to talk a little bit about Inspera and what we offer in terms of an edtech solution. It's an e-assessment platform. I'm not going to talk that much about the actual technology here, but more about some of the, the changes that we have seen this year, mostly with respect to, of course, the, all the choices that the universities have had to make in the light of the COVID-19 imposed lockdowns and the effects that lockdown has had on institutions, both their coursework, of course, but mostly and most predominantly and most critically on their summative exams over the summer. I'm going to talk a little bit about how that changed around the COVID-19 imposed lockdowns, how that forced some thinking around the lines between formative and summative assessment, particularly in universities. This is an example, I think, of how technology can actually help push some policy making and some implementations of pedagogical thinking that has been around in universities for quite some time. And finally, I'm going to show a little bit about how Inspera thinks about formative and summative and the choices that we are seeing most universities beginning to take now with respect to formative and summative, particularly when these have to move online as forced onto many institutions this year. Firstly, just briefly about Inspera, these are some of my colleagues from Norway. We are a Scandinavian provider, as I said initially. We are headquartered in Oslo. We are the largest provider of an e-assessment and e-examinations platform in Scandinavia. 29% of the total student population across Scandinavia use Inspera for all of their examinations and assessments throughout the course of the year. Most of our customers and most of the institutions we work with are universities, but we also work with the Directorate of Education in Norway, the ministry, if you like. We have supported them for national testing throughout 10 years. And we have also quite a lot of customers in K through 12 in Sweden and Norway. These are some of just an example quickly of some of the customers that we work with. You might be able to recognize some of them, although they are fairly Eurocentric, if you like, most of them. Of course, University of Oxford, Cambridge assessment might ring a bell with some. I think it's worthwhile showing or saying now, though, that most of the universities we work with on this slide are, of course, Norwegian and Swedish universities. The backdrop to the talk I'm doing now and today is that in Scandinavia, there has been a large push for a complete transition to e-exams, that is high stakes exams moving online throughout higher education. That push has been going on for 5 to 6 years. And we see that many of the larger universities across Scandinavia now, University of Oslo on this slide here, of course, the largest Norwegian university for technical sciences, NTNU. Those are universities that have adopted now digital exams and digital examinations for up to 90% of all of the total number of exams, final exams at the university a year. So we're seeing very high degrees of digitalization, if you like, in Scandinavia, and we are seeing now for some years, and of course pushed greatly forward as a result of COVID-19, we're seeing transitions as well in UK. And of course, you can see some examples here with the universities, but also, of course, in New Zealand. And we also see an increasing number of Australian universities taking this route very quickly, I might add. So I'm going to focus a lot on higher education institutions and their struggle this year, and particularly the choices that they're now having to make and how that affects their thinking around summative and formative assessment. This is Inspera. This is our platform. I'm not, as I promised, I wouldn't talk too much about the technology here, but I think it's important to just say that Inspera Assessment is a cloud-based e-assessment platform. We started out solving the problem around high-stakes exams. That's, shall we say, the mandate that came from the universities and the university sector in Norway and Sweden. That whole movement started around 2013, when students started complaining about having to sit and handwrite exams for 6 hours in law, for example, whilst they claimed they no longer had that ability to handwrite for 6 hours. They were actually asked to do so for the most, should we say, important activity in their view that they were doing during the course of their education at a university. So that they demanded digital exams, and we were one of the main providers tasked with solving that problem for the universities. And that's what we were doing for quite a number of years, solving the infrastructure and the technical problems around, of course, closed book exams, integrity, fairness, reliability around digital examinations. Later on came the other challenge, which was, so now that we do support high stakes exams, what are we going to do with low stakes assessments? What about formative and summative assessments? And how do we see that? Inspera Assessment is available or accessible from anywhere in the world. It requires, to some degree, an internet connection of some sort. We are fairly device agnostic. We strive to support all platforms and all technologies out there. And Inspera also offers a workflow for all of those distinct tasks and formal tasks sometimes involved in, should we say, managing and running through the course of a very formal final exam. In light of COVID-19, I think it's fair to say, and I wouldn't be exaggerating if I said that quite a lot of our university customers were stuck in a bit of a problem. They could no longer assemble, of course, students into gym halls, or they could no longer call students in to do on-site sit-in exams. And we had to quickly help out most of our universities. The way we did that was by developing an embedded solution for live monitoring of candidates. we're using, of course, artificial intelligence to ensure some of the efficiency and scalabilities that also Brian was talking about. I think that's fairly obvious for anyone that assessments require quite a lot of work from a lot of users, not least staff, of course, and academics, but also for invigilators and exam administrators. There's quite a lot of work involved in conducting exams, even when they are taken from by candidates from home. So a remote exam module we've embedded into Inspera to allow for, shall we say, quick reviews and, of course, alerts that are automatically driven with artificial intelligence to help invigilators and proctors dive in to solve the problems that may come and those suspicious events that require scrutiny during a home exam. So what happened then, really, what is it that we saw around the e-assessment landscape when the pandemic hit us? Let me try to see if I can just, I'm so sorry, I have a little bit of a trouble loading, but I may be able to talk around the problems that we saw. Now, before the COVID-19 problem, of course, hit us, we had, as I said, solved the problem of on-site, very large-scale digital exams. We had many of our university customers having found entire solutions for allowing candidates to turn up at a particular day, sit an exam. Universities had the infrastructure in place. They had all of the equipment ready for those candidates turning up without hardware appropriate, without devices working. All of that was institutionalized, ready, signed off, and approved. However, of course, after the COVID-19 happened, we sat with a lot of universities thinking, how are we going to do assessments at all or final exams at all in this spring and this summer exam? We are today used to doing things on paper. All of our exams are paper-based. We need to move online somehow to solve this problem. And on the other hand, as I said, we had this group of universities, particularly in Scandinavia, really well equipped to do on-site online exams, but they also had a challenge now of moving, of course, into another format and moving those online exams into students' homes mostly. So the three main solutions that we saw universities taking, I think they fell into three categories. You can see them here on this screen. A large group of universities in Scandinavia said, after due diligence and, of course, scrutiny on the legal sides of monitoring candidates in their homes, they ended up concluding that they could not do so, actually, because of legal provisions. And so they had to move into what we call redesign of the entire assessments. So they transitioned from timed, closed book, high stakes exams into open book 24-hour assessments from home. And they let students do that in whatever tool the universities had that they could quickly implement, whether that was the VLE or the LMS, if you like, Moodle, Canvas, D2L, Blackboard, etc., or whether they used Inspera assessment because they were already using Inspera for those types of exams. This was a road taken by quite a lot of universities across Scandinavia and, of course, also UK. We saw that some, of course, moved to use Inspera with the new tool that we had developed for live monitoring of candidates from home. Universities chose to move all of their assessments, all of their exams with Inspera assessment into students' homes, leaving students to use Inspera assessment standard for open book assessments, and then, of course, activating the remote exam module to monitor students while taking exams at home when it was a closed book exam that students were taking. We also saw, of course, some universities moving into a third scenario here, which is they already had an LMS or a VLE at the university, and they wanted to, because they had no, dedicated online exams or assessment tools, they moved to really leverage that solution that they already had, the virtual learning environment or the LMS, and they somehow integrated on top of that solution a proctoring solution with lots of, established providers in the market allowing universities to run all of their assessments on the VLE, on their LMS, but ensuring that the closed book aspect, the high stakes aspect, the summative aspect could be ensured by using a remote proctoring solution in conjunction with the VLE. So lots of back and forth for quite a long time over this year, whilst universities were really struggling to understand how can we move ahead with all of the credit-bearing activities in our institution. And the choices that the university started making around technology were, should we say, in a particular way, a driver for thinking that, in our experience at least, for thinking new thoughts around the interface between summative, formative, and of course, credit-bearing coursework, as I will talk a little bit about now. This is what we see from universities, the conversations that we've had with universities throughout this year. What we have seen is that these are the three types of assessments that universities were struggling to really find a solution to still conduct during this year, whether they came from paper or whether they came from online high-stakes on-site exams. These were the three types of assessments that were really at the top of the conversation we've had with universities. To the left, we have formative assessments. Of course, everyone here knows very well what formative assessments are. I think it's important, though, to say that we have seen that there is a kind of a blurred line between what some call formative assessments and what we see is really credit-bearing coursework. So it is credit-bearing, it counts toward a final degree, but it is controlled by the teacher, and therefore is often somehow, should we say, mixed with or confused with, or it ends up in the same category as formative assessments. So formative assessments and coursework, I think they're often, formative assessment coursework, they're often used interchangeably, and I don't think that's right. I think what we're seeing is they shouldn't be, but what they do have as a common delineator here is that these assessments are typically at most universities teacher managed. So they are controlled, they're scheduled by the teachers, and the teachers have, shall we say, the administrative responsibility for how that coursework is conducted. And sometimes there are high stakes. Most often they are open book, open assignments that students do from home in the essay format that maybe many of you are familiar with as I think, a very familiar university exercise that we've all been through. Then to the right here, we have end of year exams, which are, everybody knows what they are, if you like. They are, of course, the typical summative exams. And they are, I think, what we can say we see is that typically these are characterized by the fact that they're institutionally managed. That means that they sit within central organizations in the university. It's the registrar's department, it's the exams office. These exams are guarded by procedures around complaints and inquiries with inquiries around results. There are external markers involved, quite a lot of reviews and checkpoints during both the construction of the question paper, but also, of course, during the marking itself. And so there are quite a lot of formal checkpoints in relation to end of year exams. So these are the three different assessment types that we came into contact with the universities on to discuss those as universities try to figure out how can we keep running these types of assessment throughout the year. This is a little bit of a talk around the pedagogy. I'm just changing a little bit the perspective here, because I think it's fair to say that universities in Scandinavia and UK, and also as we are beginning to see now in Australia and New Zealand at least, I think universities across are aspiring to an ecosystem around assessment and feedback. This is taken from JISC. Maybe some of you are familiar with that. It's a UK organization providing support for universities around lots of various pedagogical and technology aspects, but in this case, mostly around assessment and e-assessment. And you will see from this cycle that really many universities are aspiring to reach an ecosystem of alignment, pedagogical alignment between assessments, the formative assessments, the learning outcomes behind assessments, and of course the curricula offered to students throughout the course of an academic term. We see that assessment and feedback is no longer, feedback is not just a thing that is assigned to formative assessment, it is also actually something that is required in many cases around summative assessments. And this, I think this cycle, this wheel around this life cycle of assessment and feedback has been very openly strived for by many universities for quite some time, sometimes in a pedagogical department, sometimes by individual teachers and individual academics, but it has been very much a focus for quite a lot of universities across. However, what we've seen is not very many universities have really implemented this assessment and feedback lifecycle into policies. Where we came in this year was that all of a sudden, with this kind of problem, solving the problem around keeping up the assessments, the operational side of assessments in universities, we saw that universities were quite forced all of a sudden to take some decisions because the different types of assessments typically sit in different systems. So what we saw is that all of a sudden, while universities were procuring new solutions and looking into their requirements to different solutions, they began thinking about where do the various assessments sit. We have the VLEs and the LMSs on one side. We have dedicated online systems for examinations such as Inspera assessment on the other side. And we have a student information system. So how do all of these three actually fit together? Well, typically for universities, it's the VLEs that are the portal that teachers and students use. So this is very readily used for formative assessments. We have a dedicated online exam systems, which is where, sorry, my time is close to finalizing now. I'll move very quickly to finalize. We have dedicated online exam systems. This is typically for universities controlling the institutional side of exams. So that would be high stakes exams, summative exams. And then we have the student information system. What do we do with these systems? This is where we see universities are going now. What we have found out is that, and this is really a technological picture of also a pedagogical policy being implemented around institutions. So what we see is that the universities are moving to say, we will still use VLEs and LMSs, our existing systems, for formative assessments and coursework. And this is where also feedback to learners can be provided. That can be integrated with Inspera assessment, so students still meet Inspera assessment, but they enter that through the VLE and the LMS, and teachers keep full control of those assessments. On the other side, we still have Inspera assessment as a standalone system for those institutionally managed end-of-year summative exams. Then we have various technical bits around integrations, which are not that important in this case. But this scenario and this, should we say, this ecosystem of systems and technology is now actually helping institutions implement policies around which exams are controlled by which staff, who has the administrative control over which exams. So as I said, teachers on one side, the institution on the other, and also helping them to identify who is the most important player in all of this. And as you can see with this choice, I think it's very clear for many universities now that the students and the learners are the most important user in this entire transition. If we cannot get students to use a particular online platform or system for doing their assessments, then everything breaks down. This is the choice we have seen university making. I will quickly move to make a final point here, which is, sorry, my slides are not are not loading correctly, but I would like to just sum up and say that Inspera has been now used for both the VLEs type of assessments, the formative and the coursework, but also for the institutionally managed exams. And what we are seeing is that students are overwhelmingly happy with that, meeting the same interface for any kind of assessment that they do, so that the interface will always be Inspera assessment, whether it's a formative or a course or coursework or a summative exam, and they will be familiar with the assessment tool when they turn up for the final exam day. My colleague is going to show a live demonstration of Inspera assessment on all of these three types of assessments at the lightning demo session today at 1 p.m. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks very much, Sofie. That was a fantastic tour de force around the subject. It's a thing that we're all grappling with at the moment, and everywhere we go, we find we're addressing precisely the questions that you're talking about. So that was really, really interesting and helpful, as were all the other talks. So perhaps if we can all get together now, and we'll perhaps try to just chew over some of these thoughts that have been coming together. And the problem I've got is pulling together all the different threads into a coherent single entity. And the way I'm thinking about doing it is to suggest that we take the view that what's gone on here, in 100 years, assessment's hardly changed at all, especially summative assessment. And then in 100 days, it's changed dramatically. And that's what COVID's done. And so the questions are, how has it affected the different areas we're talking about? And will it last? I think those are the sort of things I would like to start with.
Sofie, could I just ask you to stop sharing your screen, please?
Absolutely. Can I?
Thank you.
Sorry, did that do the job?
Great.
Did I stop sharing?
Yeah, that's done the job. Yeah, it has. Yeah, that's done the job. Thanks.
That's great. We've got you now. Did everybody catch what I was suggesting there? Are we all happy with what I was saying? So I thought perhaps we could start by, since John started, perhaps we can say, well, where's it going? COVID is, the adaptive testing in Wales started before COVID came along. So the question is, John, how do you think that's going to, in what way is it speeding it up? Is it speeding it up? And then if so, in what way?
It's a really difficult question. I've got two suggestions to make. Firstly, I mean, we're dealing here with statutory assessments, exam boards, risk-averse people, governments, and they're just coming out of the phase where they had to panic about what to do about the summer exams. I mean, this is in the Northern Hemisphere. And the decisions there were no good decisions, but the decision taken by nearly every nation was to abandon summer exams. So what you have is a system that has been super robust, you know, through 2 world wars, through all sorts of disruption, exams have taken place. But for the first time ever, that system completely capitulated and children were let down. Home learning hasn't been particularly great either. So from a regulatory point of view, you're in this position where you're forced to look at alternatives. Regulators have no choice but to allow remote proctoring, for example, even when there are really significant concerns about cheating. In the UK, we've seen professional bodies being told by the National Health Service, look, you've got to qualify these people. You can't, you know, you can't say, well, there'll be no new pharmacists or no new medics this year. You just have to run these exams. So get it done. And out of that chaos will come a willingness to try new things. I think there'll also be a long period of reflection where people work out where the risks paid off and where the risks really didn't pay off. But, you know, just saying it's not possible and it's all too difficult is not feasible, I don't think. And I think Sofie makes a really good point that through all of this, there is a refocusing on what's right for students, and whether they're children or adults or professionals. You know, it does us all good as assessment professionals to remember who our real customers are, and they're rarely the ones paying the bill, actually. Quite often there's somebody, you know, there's a government or an institution, but it's always a good idea to remember who the end user is. That's not a full answer, Bob, but it's a start.
Tell it not too loud, but the one situation when school kids are socially distant is in the exam hall, actually.
It's very true.
Yeah, John.
COVID is, I mean, as another story, in outside of my day job, I look after a large school trust that you know about. 7,500 kids, 1,000 teachers, zero progress on technology and education for 20 years, all sorted out in 2 months by COVID. So, you know, there are many positives in amongst the chaos.
So that's the adaptive area. What about the convergence of summative and formative assessment? Have you got thoughts on that? Again, whether COVID's driven that more rapidly than would otherwise be the case?
Yeah, I might push back just a bit on what John was saying, particularly from the point of view of trying to introduce something that's entirely new. I think what I saw in the spring in my own household and dealing on into the fall as this remote learning was put upon everyone, there's so much new that everyone's trying to learn in different ways just to go about what was routine, that the thought of introducing something like what we're trying to do, frankly, just has to be pushed down the road. And maybe we get past that. Maybe we get past that challenge sooner rather than later, which will be great. But there's so much that's being reconsidered now that this focus on new types of assessment, which to move on to Bob's second question there, our view is that what we're really after is really a paradigm shift, is really a different way of thinking about the format, the delivery, just the general holistic nature of an assessment, getting away from this discrete, sequenced, serial type of approach of assessment. And so I think that's where the convergence between formative and summative starts to happen, is when you just completely get away from the old ways of doing business. But again, we're quite content on our side to hunker down for a bit, do some more design development, internal testing, because we know that what we're trying to introduce is a tall order in and of itself, let alone in the current context.
Yes, and I did anybody see the talk about mini sims earlier on in the week, and I just wondered whether that was how that contrasts with the concept mapping kind of idea. Is that going in a different direction, or is it? I mean, that's really constraining things down very tightly. Is that perhaps I'm introducing something that nobody's ready to talk about, but that's something that struck me as quite interesting and rather different to what we've been talking about today.
Yeah, it's a very different approach. I would submit, though, that any approach to assessment, which provides a set of options for someone to choose from, is still going to be a multiple choice assessment. It doesn't matter how complex the scenario or the question is, when you're still providing the options to choose from, that's what we're talking about as a multiple choice approach. Yeah. And so that's not to suggest that multiple choice is not useful. We in fact use multiple choice items within our concept mapping based assessments, but I would hope that the way that students can respond, the types of replies that they can give, the ways that they can interact to express what they know, is really what we're trying to push toward, and I would like to see more of that in assessment.
Joe, picking up this point about whether the institution are really ready to worry about assessment, or whether actually the primary worry is just teaching the stuff. What's your perspective on that from a vocational point of view?
So I posted a couple of comments, and I think what's been useful at City Glasgow College is we've actually questioned what we're assessing and why. And I think that that's really important, that we get set in our ways, that we've always tested this stuff and it's always been tested in this way. But actually, the more fundamental question is, how can the student demonstrate that learning to a learning outcome? Can they do it? We're doing vocational stuff. So the important thing is not maybe they can write it down, but can they do it? Can they perform it? Can they demonstrate that skill? And we've sugared things up, we've shaken things up a good way by challenging people and saying, do you really need a closed book assessment there? Or the awarding body expects a closed book. So we've gone to the awarding body and said, look, we think there's a better way of assessing this. And there's been change. But I think the roadmap is some of the things that Brian is doing, but it's to a different rubric. It's about that bit about adaptive testing. It's about rolling things on and off, and it's about individual pathways. And of course, individual pathways immediately challenges the kind of invisible things like how we timetable, how we timetable for groups of learners. Well, why do we do that? You know, learners can now learn from short instructional videos. They can do all kinds of things. Yes, sure, teaching and learning is a human thing, and they need that human engagement. But there's lots of ways that we can personalize it and support them and scaffold them in individual ways. And I think that's what some of the things you're doing, Brian, and some of the other things that we're learning. And Sofie, what a great story about higher education, how it's flexed. And I think the important thing is that we hold on to all of these lessons. We don't let the system slip back, because again, I've still got lots of colleagues that think I'm completely nuts, and they're just dying to get back to annual national exams because it's easy for them. It's not about putting the learner at the centre. And what we need to do from this is keep putting the learners at the centre, although it's challenging.
Well, I used to teach physics, and I remember you give them a practice exam and then tell them all the answers and explain how it all worked out. And then a week later, give them the same practice exam, and guess what? They got the same marks they got the first time around. As that said to me, whether the books were open or not, it would have made not a blind bit of difference. But it's hard to sell that kind of message to a lot of people, isn't it?
Just a little bit of a thought on that. The first lesson I ever learned about formative assessment was that instant feedback or nearly instant feedback is a really big deal.
Yeah.
If you can give it, if a computer can do 80% of the marking that a human can do, but it can do it instantly, then that's not gonna wash for a national exam. But the single biggest problem that I see with younger learners and people who aren't so keen on learning is taking ownership of their own learning. So, I'm working with my daughter now. She's learning for her GCSEs, and the problem is she spends her time revising the stuff she can do, and she shies away from the stuff she can't do. Well, that's not going to work. So, getting her to understand that you've got to work on the stuff that's hard and not so much on the stuff you can already do. These things, computers can be quite good at this, actually. I just had a go at Brian's thing, actually. I expected the user interface to be really hard and the questions really easy. And I found the interface was fantastic, actually. Brilliant, Brian. I couldn't do the flipping questions. Really hard. And that made me want to go back and try again. Well, something that makes people want to go back and try again, that's gold dust in learning.
I've got this mental picture of John talking to his daughter and saying, "Now, this is how assessment's done," and her saying, "What do you know about it, Dad?"
Perhaps I could just make a small comment with respect to learners. So, of course, as a vendor, we have a different, we come to this discussion a little bit from the outside, whilst we do have a lot of people, bright minds, looking into, of course, and studying and also doing research on adaptive tests and formative tests in that perspective. I think our perspective on this and what our experience has been is that a lot of the changes with respect to assessment formats has actually been driven, in our experience in Scandinavia, by students and learners. And technology has been a driver for those changes, whether we like it or not. So there's been a lot of policy making, lots of good intentions for years in Scandinavia, and particularly in UK for quite some time around, again, the interfaces, the increased focus on formative, the more focus on feedback for all learners, and the pedagogical alignment, of course, between assessment formats and curricula. However, what we saw is that a lot of this were policies, they were intentions, and they were briefs and papers. But when it came to installing, the efficient technology to help actually teachers and academics do these types of assessments, they have to be operationalized, they have to be carried out, people have to do something to make them live and implement them. We saw that getting the technology in place and how technology looked and how it should look, that was very much driven by students and by learners of all ages, because they're very quick to give feedback on what works and what doesn't. So maturing the technology, getting all staff, all users onboarding to technology has really opened up for implementing policies that have been lying around in desks and drawers for maybe 5, 6, 7 years. So I think that in that sense, learners are really important because they will drive around technology their needs. And then that will help institutions implement really efficient platforms that will then again help them to think, and not just think, but be able to implement much more rapidly changes and policies and decisions around assessments. So I think we're going to see a lot of changes in assessments as a result of COVID, because all institutions now need a technology. With that technology, it becomes easier to make changes to the policies, and it becomes easier for staff to implement those changes. I think we're going to see so much happening in this scene in the next couple of years.
You struck a chord there, Sofie. I mean, I've been dusting off all my old files and ideas that never seem to work, and thinking, yeah, let's try this one, shall we? And I'm sure I'm not the only one. Antonio, are you seeing the obstacles dissolving as a result of COVID? Or are they
yes, for sure. It's I would like to share with you that I sometimes feel like a single member cluster because of the COVID. I have for a long time have a battle with my colleagues of implementing online assessment and so on. So platforms but everybody works with paper, all about paper. And with the COVID, a very shock to everybody, they need Pedro and Pedro knowledge. Everything was bad before, and in a quiet period of time, I have to share very, very efficiently all my knowledge to all my colleagues, because online was the thing. So this is the reality. We have a very difficult problem in implementing this. It's for sure. I've been teaching my PhD team, which is biofilms, to a online course with teachers, and I have such a lot backgrounds from people that really don't know anything about online assessment, from people which have a lot of knowledge on that. So you have to work with such a diverse people. That's the reality.
Yeah.
That's the reality.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm just conscious that it's coming up to that moment when that horrible buzzer will go. And I haven't brought you in, Gavin, and I'm really feeling rather apologetic about it. Have you got anything final to say, fairly briefly, if possible? I think you must be muted. Oh, sorry. I think you must be muted. Well, never mind. It's nice to see you anyway. And thank you, everybody, for a great contribution. It's been a lovely discussion. I think I could have happily sit here for another 2 hours talking about it, but we've got to stop. I'm getting the evil eye from the host. And so thank you very much, and goodbye for now.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank you.
Bob. See you
Thank
later.
you.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. And I
All the
hope
best.
everybody can hear me now as well. Should be able to. I'm going to just very quickly share my screen again and remind you that there is a survey on the link in the chat before we move on to the next part of the process. The next part of the process is a lightning demo, and there are going to be 2 of them back to back from Inspera, and hopefully, Brian, we can bring in our colleague from Inspera to be able to do that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Shall I begin?
Hi, Matthew. Hi. Can you hear me?
Hi, Martin. I can hear you. Yes.
Good. Okay. Glad you're there. And I'm going to hand over to you and let you do your demo.
Thank you very much. And I'll just need to share my screen.
Indeed.
And we'll be running 2 demos, as Martin said. So 2 15-minute sessions. They'll both be the same demo, so you're very welcome to join for this one. Or if you need a quick break from the last session, go and grab a cup of coffee and join us back here in 15 minutes for the same demo again. And I'll jump straight in. And I am from Inspera Assessment, a colleague of Sofie, who was just talking on the last panel. And I wanted to give a quick demo of Inspera Assessment and talk a little bit about how you can run different types of assessments using our platform. So moving on from that talk about formative, summative coursework, how one platform can be used to present all of those types of exams, and the benefits of doing that, and the chief benefit being there that if students are taking different assessments throughout the year, be it at university or school, if they're always using the same platform, the same types of questions, they'll become more and more familiar with that tool, so they'll become more and more confident. And I'll spend a couple of minutes on slides before I show you the actual platform. This is the agenda. We'll take you through the platform and those key areas there, as I mentioned, and we'll focus on feedback too, and how students can get different types of feedback for those different types of assessment. Inspera is an end-to-end assessment platform, and I'll show you all of the different features it has in a second at a very high level, but that means you can work from beginning to end of assessments, starting with the creation of question papers, all the way to marking and feedback at the end. And again, Sofie talked about those different types of assessment, and there's a blurred overlap between them. There are some differentiations and there are some common ground between the three, but we have tools in our platform to create different types of assessments because the students have different requirements, the security levels have different requirements, the type of feedback you want to give has different requirements depending on what type of assessment you're running. So I want to show you in this demo how for formative assessments we have different features such as the ability to make personalized exams or branched exams and how you can reuse that content as a member of staff too. And I'll also look a bit at coursework. Students can also upload different courseworks and projects using Inspera. And that could be individual or group projects. And we have plagiarism integrations. You can give really detailed inline feedback as a marker for those coursework projects, give them back to the student within the Inspera platform again. And then the student can access all of this feedback in one place. So they have a central hub for accessing all of their exams and all of their feedback too. And we'll look a little bit at the summative end of year assessments as well. More high stakes, more security involved there, and also the need for students to have different types of feedback and maybe less feedback or more strict control of whether the students can access those question papers after the event or not. So these are the bits I'd like to show you in the next 10 minutes in the Inspera platform. So I will jump now to share my screen and hopefully you can now see Inspera Assessment. And here are those key modules I was talking about. So you could be an individual teacher or you could be a central exams office, but you use the same platform and you work your way through the same steps. You can create exams, you can create individual questions and pull them together to make the question paper for the exam day. You can administer those tests, set them up, activate them, monitor them in real time, help all of your students get to that stage where they're ready to hand in and submit their final exam paper or their final piece of coursework. And you can do marking and grading in the platform too. And that's both automatic marking, the system will do marking on some questions, and then we have the ability to go in and give that more qualitative assessment as a marker as well for those longer form assessment types. And I've created 3 different question papers for the demo. And the purpose of these 3 question papers is just to show how you can set up different tests in Inspera. But again, it's always the same questions and you probably wouldn't differentiate and use these names when you were creating exams in Inspera. I've just done this to illustrate the point. So we can have a look at a summative question paper that was created in the platform. And all of the question papers in the platform are built in the same way. And you have, in fact, we'll go to the formative, I think. Sorry, bear with me. So you can see a question paper here, and the question paper has a mathematical focus, a math section, and also some science questions. Each one of these squares is a question in the system, and you can create those from scratch. or you could add in new questions from your existing question bank. So if you've been using questions from the previous year, just bring them in again for your new cohort, maybe make some adjustments for the new exam. You could be running the same exam each week with new questions. You can drag and drop the order. And especially for those formative tests, you might want to have students having different question papers each time. Maybe you're letting them take the same test 3 times or each week. So you can build up question banks. You could randomize the order, or you could even pull in questions from a bank, create 100 questions in a bank. Every time the student sits the assessment, they get 20 questions out of those 100, a random 20. And that way the system will allow you to set up that test and let the students keep practicing that more formative assessment. And hopefully they'll start learning from their work. And then you'll see those improvements. And then the type of test you make will also determine what kind of settings you want. So if you're making a very low stakes formative assessment, you probably don't need much in the way of security. The students could take their exam from home. They could have access to the internet. You might want to encourage access to the internet and their notes so that they can consult those as they're answering their questions. But sort of as you up the stakes, you might want to make that more secure. We have a safe exam browser, so you can set the security settings on your test. If you tick that, then the student's computer will be locked down before they take the online assessment, and they won't be able to access those other notes that we mentioned. They won't be able to access the internet to Google the answer or communicate with their friends. And again, if you were attending Sofie's session, we talked a little bit about the remote exam, and of course, remote proctoring is a big part, especially this year. And we have an inbuilt platform there as well. So if you're creating a really high stakes assessment, that end of year credit bearing exam, you could enable Inspera remote exam too. And that will monitor the student during the test with their webcam and their audio and their screen to prevent cheating, add in some plagiarism reports, some ID checks as well, so that you have that extra level of peace of mind and security for those high stakes tests. And I'll jump to the student view now of Inspera. So a student in Inspera could access Inspera directly, or maybe through the VLE, and they'll have their own portal. They'll be able to see all upcoming exams, my tests. They'll be able to take practice tests at any time, familiarize themselves with the platform, experiment, see what the question types are like, get them as ready and prepared as possible. So when it comes to exam day, they're as confident as they can be. But we also said and mentioned that you can take all different types of assessment in Inspera. So the first time they encounter Inspera might be a demo, but then the next part might be a formative test, which they took. So again, slightly more low stakes, more about the learning. So they'll have a bit more time as well to familiarize themselves with the platform. It will be less stressful for them. And in the archive I've set up here, this is 3 tests that one student has already sat. So they've completed them. And then they would be able to log in at any time and see the different scores and feedback on all of those tests. And we can configure that feedback and what's available to the students. And what you want available to the student is going to vary from the different types of test. So we can start by looking at the formative exam. So this is a test I sat as a student already. I can log in and get an overview of that test. And because it was a formative test, I had access to this as soon as I submitted. The way we've created this one is all about instant feedback. You've just sat the assessment and you want to see how you did, and you want to learn as quickly as possible while it's still fresh in the mind. So I can view that in the platform online. I can see all of my questions. So in this test, we had 4 questions on this section and another 5 on that section. And I'll be able to work through my assessments. And a lot of these questions were automatically marked the way we set them up in the system, which allows the student to get that instant feedback. So we can see here the first question, very simply, I'm just being told if it was correct, where I was correct. The ones where I was incorrect, it's telling me the answer I should have put. So in this case, I forgot to add the 3000. So that's the first level of sort of very quick instant feedback because you've already created those marks. But for every question in Inspera, as an author, as a teacher or an academic, you can create more personalized feedback. And the first part of that could be just some general feedback on the question. So some text that you author, sort of anticipating useful information for the students. So this will appear for everyone, regardless if they were correct or incorrect, but it's that general feedback and sort of useful tips and hints. But we also have more specific feedback as well. So if I come through on a multiple choice question, for example, you can again author more detailed feedback. Here the student got the question wrong, and there's information telling them why they were incorrect. So rather than just being told you're wrong, they can see why they were wrong. They can also see which was the correct answer and why that was the correct answer too. So it takes a little bit more authoring from your side as a teacher or academic. You only have to set that up once for the question, and you can reuse that question. And then every time the student takes that test, or other students take that test in the future, you know that you have that instant feedback for them, so they can start using this as more of a learning tool. And there's lots more we could look at for the formative, but let's just have a couple more minutes. So I want to have a look at some of the other feedback types you could give. And we'll look at a coursework piece of work here in Inspera. So the student completed this coursework and it's been marked. So a week later, the assessor and markers have gone through and they've given an overall explanation. So the students can read that overall explanation. You can attach files and feedback, mark schemes, further details to that student, explaining why you've given them that grade. And you can also go in and actually get detailed feedback from your markers for the coursework. So this was the PDF submission, which the student uploaded for their coursework. And they can open up and see, perhaps that's a little small on your screen, I hope it's coming through, but the student will be able to see all of the feedback that came from their marker. The marker's visible here, but you might want to anonymize that. But in this case, you can see all of the comments the marker's given, inline annotations on certain points. They've given some overall notes and comments too. And as a student, I could go in and I could make my own highlights and my own comments for sort of personal reference, so that hopefully when I come back for maybe that final high stakes exam at the end of the year, I can use this archive and I can use these notes. I can go back through all of that feedback in Inspera to then help revise to prepare me for the final exam. And then again, with the final exam, you would also be able to come in as a student after the event and view your final grade and your final pieces of feedback. And the last thing I want to say before we finish this first demo is that all of this is customizable. So it's not necessarily that you have to have one group of settings for the first test and the formative test and another group of settings for the summative. It's entirely up to you. This is the feedback. Let's just have a look. The after test settings. You could go in as a teacher or a central admin and configure what's available to the students and what isn't, and at what time. So it's completely fine-grained, fine-tuned to meet the way you want to give feedback at your school, your organization, your awarding body, whoever you might be. And hopefully you can see all together how Inspera could be used for all of those assessment types, keeping the assessment in one place so the students always have that familiar environment. And we're halfway through. That was the first demo. We have a booth available on the app. Please drop by. You could get my slides. You could talk to myself and other colleagues who are attending. We could give you some more information. We'd love to hear about how you're doing your assessments currently. And perhaps we could give a slightly more in-depth demo, more specific to your needs, as this was very much a whirlwind tour of some of the feedback options in Inspera. So I think I will, in that case, reset. I wonder how many joined for the first session and whether we have new people joining for the second. Hopefully there's a few coming in. And I'll jump back to the start of my slides. And welcome again, if you do have any new faces. I just did a quick 15-minute lightning demo, as the name suggests, and we're going to go again and do another 15 minutes. So if you attended the first one, you're off the hook and you can have a quick break before the next session starts in 15 minutes, and we'll go once more. I'll just take a sip of water. So welcome again. My name is Matthew Godfrey. I'm from Inspera Assessment. We are an e-assessment provider. It's a cloud-based system from Scandinavia. We work with universities, schools, primary and secondary governments, awarding bodies, and our e-assessment platform is used by all of these different organizations for different types of assessment. And again, some of you may have attended the session earlier today with my colleague Sofie Emmertsen and lots of other very interesting talks from different people about formative and summative assessment and the convergence of those two and sort of the blurring boundaries between those types of assessment. And we want to talk today about Inspera, the platform, and how you can support all of those types of assessments in our platform. And maybe you don't even see the difference. Maybe it's not that clear. Maybe some of them are blurred together. But whichever type of assessment you want to run can be supported in our platform. And that's because we don't differentiate really between those types of assessment either. We have different settings you can use, different formats you can set up to run your tests how you want them to be done. But you can also have students taking different types of assessments in the platform. So they can have your students throughout the year taking some formative assessments in Inspera, uploading coursework and getting results and feedback on that coursework, and also taking those end of year high stakes assessments in Inspera. And the benefit of that approach is the students are always using the same platform, so they become very familiar with it. And as they learn, whilst they're slightly more new and perhaps reserved about taking online assessments during their formative exams, they'll learn to familiarize themselves with the system so that when it comes to the end of the year and they're taking those grade-bearing final exams, they'll be really confident using this platform that they've been using the whole year or the whole of their university life. And we have some students in Scandinavia who use Inspera from the age of 6 or 7 all the way up to their master's degrees at university, so their whole academic career, so becoming very familiar with that platform. And we want to talk a bit about how you can run formative coursework and summative in Inspera, and we'll jump, in fact, straight to the platform. I do have some slides here. We'll have those on our booth available later on for anyone to have a look at. If they're interested, please come by and say hello. But I'd like to show you the Inspera platform now as part of the demo. So you can see here, I'm logged in as a member of staff, and Inspera supports an end-to-end assessment process. So you can, as an academic or a teacher, create questions for your assessments, and you can combine those questions together to make question sets and question papers. And those question papers could be for the summative or the formative or the coursework. We don't differentiate. I've created an example here, and I've called it formative just for illustrative purposes. And this is an example of a math exam, a mathematics exam. And you can see we have different questions. I could create extra questions to build in that exam paper, or I could add them in from a question bank. All questions in Inspera are reusable. You could copy them, share them with colleagues, make adjustments if you were running the same exam over multiple years or multiple sessions. And we have lots of personalization options there as well. For those formative tests, especially where students are taking the same assessment, you're allowing them multiple attempts to try and learn. You can create randomized tests. You can pull in from a bank. So if you had 100 questions for that course, every time the student sits the exam, you could allow them to have 20 questions, a random 20 questions. And that way it's just creating variety. Each section can have that randomization or that pulling, and it's just using that bank. And that also helps prevent overexposure to questions too. So we can create those personalized question papers, those evolving question papers. If we had enough sections, we could also have some branching. So depending on how the students performed in this first section, they would either be navigated to section 2 or section 3, depending on how they performed and the difficulty. So we can create some adaptive testing as well. And the different types of assessments you run might require different settings. So if I were then to move on from authoring of an exam to creating the exam day, we have different settings that you can use. So very simple things to begin with. Start and end time. Is this a very high stakes exam where there's only a 1-hour window for the students to complete it? Or is it a piece of coursework or a formative test where students can log in throughout the week and attempt it at any time? You can configure that, and that might be you as a teacher doing that, or it might be the central exams office, but we have different user roles and you can set up the system to support both flows. But the type of assessment you sit as well might then dictate the level of security you want. For the formative low stakes, students could log in online and it would be completely open book with no supervision. They could Google, they could use other resources, their notes, other tools, and they would just complete the exam when they wanted. But maybe for an on-campus exam, slightly more high stakes end of year, you might want some security. So you could bring in different options. And Inspera allows for those different options on a test-by-test basis. And in this instance, we have a lockdown browser. So we could require that when the students begin the test, they open up the lockdown browser and that locks down their computer, preventing them from Googling the answers, from going on Facebook to talk to their colleagues or their fellow students, and also from stopping them from accessing their files. You can, of course, whitelist certain resources and tools. So maybe you wanted the student to have a lockdown secure test, but you want to give them some access to one specific website or Microsoft Word to do some extra work. We can, of course, configure that. Maybe it's an even higher stakes exam, or the students are having to take the exam away from the school or away from the campus, especially because of COVID-19. We can add an extra level of security onto this, and that's the Inspera remote exam, which you can see here. And then that will require these students to have their webcam shared or their microphone shared, perhaps take an ID check at the start. And we're about to make that modular, so you could choose which parts you wanted and which parts you didn't. And that will just add that extra level of security, so you can run those high stakes summative assessments from home in the Inspera platform and have peace of mind that it is a secure exam and you are reducing the possibility and the percentage of cheating that's going on. So these are some of the settings, and we'll also jump down to the after-test settings. So all of these different types of assessments you might want to run in Inspera might require different types of feedback to the students. Do you want to show a final grade, for example? Maybe for those formative tests, it's just a question of pass-fail, approved, not approved. Maybe the grade isn't even important. Maybe you just want to use this as more of a learning tool. So as a default, you won't see the grades, but maybe it's more credit bearing. Maybe you want them to see the grades in Inspera, so you can enable that. You can enable final grades on the student dashboard. You could enable a results page. And you can also control when the students have access to this. Again, formative, you probably want the students to get access as quickly as possible. You could make a completely automatically marked test, and then as soon as the student submits their answers, they get access to that results page and they can see which they scored correctly on, which they didn't. And you can also allow feedback, so automatic feedback, so the students instantly see why perhaps they got the right answer or the wrong answer. And for those end of year exams, you'll have to go in and do some manual marking in the system. We have a full marking and grading tool, and that allows you to give overall explanations to the students and also comments. So it could be inline annotations or comments per question. And we turn those off as a default. We don't release them to the students until you're ready as a marker or as a teacher to release that feedback. And this is all granular as well. Maybe you want to give the final result, but not the feedback yet. So you want to give the feedback, but not the grade. You can turn that on and off. So again, giving you control to give feedback to students in the way you want to. And we'll just jump to a student view now, and we can see how they are able to access some of that feedback. So this is their student portal. Benjamin Mortensen, our example student here, they had no more upcoming tests because they've just sat 3 different assessments. They have an archive, and here we can see that they sat a piece of coursework, which they submitted, a summative test and a formative test. And we give feedback in different ways on these tests. And we could have a look first at the formative. So as soon as I completed this as a student, I would get this page showing me I had submitted. You can see the green tick, and then I'd be able to open up that exam paper again. We can see on this test, I had 4 questions in the first section, 4 in the second, 5 in fact in the second, and it's been automatically marked. So I can jump in as a student straight away. And there's different types. So because this has been authored with correct and incorrect answers, the system will instantly tell me where I scored points and where I didn't score points and why I didn't score points. In this case, I missed out adding the extra 3,000. And we can add generic feedback as well. So every student will see the same piece of feedback, an explanation, a little bit more context about the question. Maybe you want to include some resources there for the student to read up on, so that when they try this type of question again, they will be a bit more informed and a bit more practiced. And we have another question type here. And on some of these automatically marked questions, where there are different correct answers or incorrect answers, we can create really granular feedback. So the student was incorrect on this question, but you can add an explanation as to why they were incorrect. You could also show them which was the correct answer and explain why that was correct as well. You can again tweak this to show the information you want it to, but here the students will get instant feedback, instant explanations, and they'll be able to come back to this at a later date as well. So use this as a revision tool, always logging into the platform to get that information back to the students. And we'll have a look at how you can give feedback on a sort of an essay or a more high stakes assessment. So in this case, this is actually some coursework which the student submitted as a PDF, and a teacher or an academic has gone in and marked this. So the marker was able to give inline annotations of the whole essay. And you can see here as a student, I can come in and I can see the feedback I received from that marker. I can search through point by point. I can filter through and I could see some overall comments from the teacher as well. Maybe they'd put in some generic feedback to all of the students that would also be visible. And I can also, as a student, make my own notes and my own comments. So maybe from reading through my marker's comments, I realized that this is a point I should have included, or I want to make my own general page note back to myself. I can add those notes in as well. And that means that I can come in as a student at a later date and use this as a revision tool. So when I'm getting ready maybe for the final end of year summative test, I can come to Inspera, I can view my archive, see all of my previous assessments in one place, and use this as my sort of revision bank to help me prepare. And maybe even after the exam, coming back and I have all of this knowledge in one place. If you want, you can allow students to download these, store them as hard copies, paper copies as well. So that is the Inspera approach to running all of these different types of assessments in one place, summative, formative, and coursework. And so I think I'm about out of time, so I will hand back. But as I said previously, we have a booth. We'd be very happy to talk with you for the rest of today. Myself and some colleagues will be there. We'll put up our presentation slides, come and say hello, and we could show you a bit more of the platform and hear about the way you're running assessments at the moment.
Thanks very much, Matthew. That's absolutely great. You finished bang on time. I can see your clock on your computer, and thanks very much for those two inputs. Now, folks, we can move on to our last session of the day, and indeed the last session of the conference. I'd just like to remind you first that we have, as always, a survey. So if you want to go to chat, you'll find a link to the Lightning Demo Inspera assessment survey. So welcome to this afternoon. Before you do that, there's a 2-minute mission, which is to get you to join the LinkedIn group for BMC. The link is there. You can see that link on our website and all sorts of other places. We'll place it in the chat as well, and join an ever-growing community that's on our LinkedIn group to hear more about our plans for next sessions and podcasts and so on. But let me hand over now to the next session and to institution assessment models, which is going to be chaired by Piero Tintori from Better Examinations. I'm going to stop my sharing and say hello again to Piero. Good afternoon, Piero.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you very much. And
Brilliant.
I'll leave you to introduce your speakers and your panelists for the afternoon session. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. A really, really interesting session ahead. And just a quick little introduction for any of you who don't know me. As I said, Piero Tintori is my name. Better Examinations is the company. We're basically an exam management and e-assessment platform, primarily built around for universities and colleges and all the needs that are very, very different in that whole area. So today's session is really all about sort of an institutional level assessment models, and we've got a really interesting panel today. We're going to have a number of individual presentations following similar formats to earlier on, and then any questions that you have as we're going along, either use the Q&A feature in Zoom or the chat feature. I'll be monitoring those. And if there's a specific question that's quick to answer for each of the individual presenters, I'll ask that at the end of each person's presentation. And then at the end, if there's more wider questions and conversation points or comments, we'll take that at the very, very end. So yeah, very exciting time ahead. And yeah, please feel free to ask questions. The more questions, the merrier. So the first presentation is Kate McConnell. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, everyone.
How are you? Very great to have you here today. And especially it's really interesting to see you're with the Association of American Colleges and Universities, and you've got a really interesting area explaining about the value approach to assessment in higher education. So that sounds very interesting. Can't wait for all of these presentations. Sound amazing. But Kate, I'll pass over to you if you'd like to kick off.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me today. Greetings from the Central Time Zone in the United States. I just migrated down here to some family in Florida. If you've been watching politics in the United States, it's kind of an interesting week here. So I will try to hold your attention with a conversation around an initiative that has been part of the higher ed lexicon now in the States for, I would say, going on well over a decade. So let me start at the beginning and just say welcome to this brief explanation of the value approach to assessment in higher education. I am with the Association of American Colleges and Universities, but don't let the name fool you. We have, as a member organization in higher education in the United States, we are not a lobbying group. There are some higher ed associations that are, but our work is squarely in the space of ensuring quality and equity in undergraduate education, regardless of sector here in the US. So our membership includes two-year community colleges, if you're familiar with that aspect of our system, delivering associate's degree, either transfer vehicles to four-year colleges and universities or workforce development. It includes public four-year institutions as well as privates. And so our membership really spans from, the Princeton universities of the world to New River Community College in my own backyard. Additionally, we have international members and affiliates, and the work I'm going to be talking about today has been leveraged by places as diverse as Qatar, Canada, Japan, China, Colombia, etc. when it comes to what we refer to as institutional level assessment. And I know in my cross-cultural work with colleagues in the UK, when you say assessment, you often mean the grading aspects of work, that one-on-one conversation with students, providing them marks, the dialogue of what they're doing well and what they need to improve upon. Institutional level assessment is kind of a step up in terms of a unit of analysis, but we do leverage what students are doing in their coursework and in their programs to try to paint a picture of what learning looks like at an individual institution, across sectors, across states. So we're going to spend some time talking about that today. The way I describe AAC&U in terms of the work that we do and how we function to my non-higher education family members is that we are a crowdsourcer, translator, and researcher when it comes to best practice in undergraduate education, the baccalaureate degree. And so what we do is look across the community of higher education providers in the United States and beyond and try to distill the things that seem to be the secret sauce in terms of promoting student retention, graduation, success, and the acquisition of higher order learning skills. The things that you think of, if you're bumping up Bloom's taxonomy, so to speak. And so part of my conversation today will center around our 5-year-old initiative around the value rubrics, which I will come to in a second. That is actually a multi-institutional fee-for-service now student scoring mechanism where campuses can send in their student work that has been looked at their home institutions for evidence of things like critical thinking, written communication, civic engagement, global learning, and have trained certified scorers from around the country actually provide external validation to the evidence of learning that they're seeing. But before we dive into that, I just need to give you the 90-second version of what the value approach to assessment is. Value is an acronym. We love acronyms in higher education in the States, and this one stands for Valid Approach to Learning in Undergraduate Education. And it came about in a very specific political context in the mid-2000s when in our K through 12 system here, there had been an initiative that's known, the legislation is known as No Child Left Behind, where we were doing a lot of accountability work in K through 12, and the Department of Education at the federal level turned its attention to higher education. And the recommendation that came out of a commission on the future of higher education at that time was that there's too much disparate information out there in the ether for us to really determine what quality looks like, what higher order thinking skills and learning look like at the baccalaureate level. So let's just give everyone a standard test. It turned out to be one of 3 that they were recommending, but a standard test at the end that would, quote unquote, certify the work that had taken place and that students had reached a certain level of achievement in their growth and their learning. I think it's fair to say that in the States, higher education from the community college sector to the Ivies, the collective heads exploded, and they started looking for alternative mechanisms for talking about student learning. And organizationally, AAC&U stepped into this space as a steward and convener of a process that was intended to generate tools that would help individuals on campuses raise up evidence of learning from things that are actually taking place in the curriculum. We send our students through coursework and curricula that have been purposefully designed to help them cultivate the very skills you see on the screen in front of you. And the idea that we wouldn't look at evidence generated within our curriculum and of and from our institutions with our unique institutional cultures and contexts seemed a bit counterintuitive. The trick was just how can we translate, these values, so to speak, around these desired learning outcomes into concrete measurement tools. And so we engaged 16 teams of interdisciplinary faculty from across higher education in the States and a little bit beyond to create the value rubrics. Now, these are tools that by their construction are designed to help faculty at a departmental level up to an institutional level look at patterns of learning across courses, across their program, across multiple groups of students to decide and attend to areas of learning where they think they're doing things well, where they might need improvement, etc. And so rubrics are not something we invented. They're a tool that's been pedagogically included in many disciplines. Communication, writing, I think of some of the arts and humanities programs, for years as a grading tool and as a guiding tool for students as they're creating their work. These rubrics that we created were really meant to take that next step back and look at the unit of analysis of the program or the institution and say, what can we say collectively about critical thinking at our university? What can we say collectively about the writing ability of our soon-to-be graduates at our college? The rubrics, and everyone should know this, are currently available for free on our website. And at the end of my presentation, I put a link up. If you're interested in downloading them, playing with them, looking at them locally, we have had over 500,000 downloads since 2014, when we started kind of tracking more deliberately the downloads of the rubrics. These tools have been used in a lot of accreditation efforts. They've been used in grant funding efforts here. They've actually been translated into Japanese. They're currently being translated into Spanish and Arabic. So the tools are out there and available for you. And I have them available for you to see, but I do want to make the point that our approach is about much more than the issue of just downloading those rubrics. What we talk about is a holistic approach that really has you balancing the methodological, and a lot of my job over the last 5 years with the organization has been to hone in on aspects of validity and generalizability and really dig into the research around the psychometric properties of the rubrics, at the same time that we honor the pedagogical and philosophical, the epistemological, the disciplinary paradigms, academic freedom, and the assignment curricular pieces that faculty bring to bear and bring their expertise into the actual assessment process. I love this quote from Bob Shireman. In the States, accountability and proving the worth of the investment of higher education is a perennial issue. Actually, I think it's a bipartisan issue, regardless of who is sitting in the White House. Democrats and Republicans are asking more of higher education in terms of demonstrating the return on investment, so to speak. And a lot of energy now is focusing on the limitations of what some of the tests deliver in terms of the information they provide to individual institutions and what they look at it in the aggregate, and instead focusing on what can we say about this collectively, looking at the very creative projects, presentations, forms of work that faculty have helped students engage in as part of their time as students. As I mentioned, we have faculty expertise baked into this approach. Faculty helped create the rubrics in the very beginning. We are using faculty designed assignments as the tool in relation to the rubric, what we're rating for the scores. And then beyond that, we're not engaging in machine scoring. There are actual faculty members from around the country who have been trained and certified in our scoring approach to then provide feedback through scores to the rubrics for our participating campuses. In the United States, we are also very much focused on the aspect of equity within our quality work. My organization takes very seriously the idea that there is no such thing as quality without equity. And so what you'll see when you look at the rubrics is that baked into their DNA as well is also that kind of growth mindset. If you're familiar with DWEC, that's the vocabulary that's been associated with it, that assets-based approach, where what we're looking for is what's possible for students. The score training that we do kind of turned some of the grading on its head. We're not looking for correct responses per se. The idea is that these assignments have already been graded or assessed for correctness by their home faculty, but instead this process is a laser-like focus on those broader essential learning outcomes for elements of the higher order thinking that we are looking to have folks achieve. I do see that there's a question in the Q&A regarding the effects of cheating on assessment. That says, I hear and I fear it is true, educators in higher ed in the US don't really care much about the effects of cheating on assessments that are critical to understand whether learning is even occurring. How does test security fit into the value approach to higher education? I love this question. I've been called to serve on several webinars over the past few months in the COVID-19 response here in the States, where we talk a lot about cheating and test security and all of that. What I say about the value approach is that number one, it's modality agnostic. It is a tool that can be used in traditional face-to-face classes, hybrid classes, and online classes. And we've been seeing that historically from before COVID. Actually, all of our training online for scoring, and that's available to folks internationally as well, has been offered asynchronously through a learning management system. So, we're well positioned to have this kind of transcend modalities, both in terms of faculty development and student assessment work. And my truly non-flippant answer, although my Boston sarcasm sometimes comes out when I say this, is one of the ways that we help prevent cheating is through the design of assignments that enhance academic integrity. There are complex assignment design elements that go into creating an assignment that fits the needs of your course and your program, as well as aligns with the rubrics. So there's not a standard prompt that we require that is somehow posted out on the internet with some of the firms that are out there these days for searching for answers. A lot of it is really meant to help enhance the faculty assignment design process. So that's not to say that you can't possibly cheat or have someone else, do an assignment. Necessarily, nothing's 100% foolproof, but baked into the design is really trying to accommodate the unique assignment parameters from the faculty who participate, and having the students have to actually engage themselves in metacognition and self-regulation and transfer reflection activities with many of our rubrics, where they actually not only describe what they did, but they have to talk about their learning process through that, which can help. So just to give you a teaser of what our, I'm watching my clock. I want to finish up in the next 90 seconds or so, but would be happy to take questions. We have, as I said, had these rubrics out for about a decade, worth of time. And most of the work initially, they were provided as tools that we kind of released into the ether and said, use these as they make sense on your campus. Over the last 5 years, beginning with some proof of concept work funded by places like the Gates Foundation, we actually created this national scoring system where campuses submitted work to be scored. You know, we use some sampling methodology that I'd be happy to discuss and share. Campuses submit up to 100 pieces of student work on a particular outcome for a certain level of fee. They can submit more if they want to. And in January 2021, we'll be in a position to release our inaugural Landscape of Learning report, which will highlight results along the learning outcomes that you see there, from civic engagement to critical thinking, ethical, reasoning, global learning, quantitative literacy, written communication, where we not only can present some evidence of what students are, where they are in terms of their learning on the dimensions of the different rubrics, but we can also disaggregate the data by institutional sector down to student demographic characteristics. We look for things like differences between results for gender, Pell eligibility, which is a proxy for socioeconomic status here in the States, looking at things from our racial and ethnic background, because what we do know, at least institutionally in the United States, is often we like to try to benchmark against our peers, but there's often greater variability within our own student population in terms of how students are experiencing and learning in and from the institution where they are enrolled. We look at things like credit hours earned, degree types, and then make time. You know, you'll see some of the other measures here that we collect information on, including assignment level, variables regarding the intention of the assignment, overall purpose, difficulty level, the assignment weight in terms of course grade, and then are able to generate results that show us what pieces students are doing well on in terms of a particular learning outcome, and where in the aggregate there might be a gap in performance. So with that, I will stop and just provide you with my links and contact information, and happy to chat and answer any other questions that folks may have. So thanks very much. 15 minutes goes fast.
Super, thank you so much, Kit. It's really interesting and great on the timing as well. I didn't want to get in trouble hosting my first panel if we went over. There's been a few little questions, and also I think we'll come back to them later on, because I think it's a really interesting topic, and if only you'd be able to give us a bit of an insight into what's coming out in January, but I bet you're keeping that very close to yourself as to the key findings there, but it sounds really interesting. For our next presentation, and I hope I'm pronouncing the name, your name correct, as in the spirit of the conference. Everyone has really interesting and lovely names. Anand Karat from Faria. And basically, I hope I've managed to pronounce it.
Piero, I love the pronunciation of that name.
Did I get it wrong?
I've got quite a few, but I like that. It's one of my best.
Is it good best or not so good best?
It's good best. One of the top 3.
Thank you so much. I'm so impressed. I'll let my family know. I'm from that school of like Piero Tintori, the least Italian in Italian. So I get that as well. But listen, thank you so much for joining us today, and I think it'd be really interesting to hear a presentation on the transformation of large-scale e-assessment for student learning, which I think is a big challenge right now. You know, and this is where I guess institutional level assessment is different from, say, smaller, maybe professional organizations. So yeah, really can't wait to hear your presentation, and thanks for joining us here today.
Thank you, Piero. It's really nice to see that this being one of the last presentations of this conference. We've got over 120 participants. Beautiful, love that. My name is Anand Karat, and I'm the president of an education technology company called Greta. We're Canadian-based out of Toronto, Ontario, and I'm looking forward to sharing our experience working with one of the ministries of education in a country that's been a forerunner in transforming their large-scale assessments for the purpose of learning specifically. But before I get started and before I really dive deep into the details of this, I've got a small question for you. I'm pretty sure a lot of you out here are, I mean, firstly, given the fact that you're attending a conference called Beyond Multiple Choice Conference, you're probably critics of guesswork. And you're looking to see how exactly could a ministry work to truly transform their experience without having to use multiple choice questions largely, or constructed response types questions. What could they have done? But I'm going to start by asking you to guess. Can you tell me what you think is the name of this lovely looking country? And I'll give you a few clues. Now you can just type it out right there in the chat. I know it's almost the last presentation, but I'm sure you could just take a wild guess at this. And you all got a ton of students who do a lot of guessing. So let's see if you can come up with a few guesses of what this country is. Not bad, quite a few guesses. Now, a few things about this country. It's in Europe. It's a country that has the highest proportion of students who don't speak the language of instruction at home. It's a country that has the highest number of foreign languages taught at school. That's a little country too, a really teeny-weeny country, but a beautiful place. It's a country that also has the highest number of hours dedicated to teaching foreign languages. Okay, well, I'm going to jump directly into it to let you know who's really got this right. The name of the country is Luxembourg. I can't see my chat at this point, but this lovely little country is Luxembourg, a country that's sandwiched between Belgium, France, and Germany, a country that has such a vast ethnic composition. As you can see from this, over 50% of people in the country are Luxembourgers, but they've got an immigrant population from Portugal, France, Italy, Belgium, and Germany, and from a ton of other countries. Now, this country just has about 500,000 people, or a little more than that, but the ethnic composition is so alarming. I mean, it's largely because 40% of the workforce in this country are people who come into the country on a daily basis from these neighboring countries, work there, and go back every evening. Now, this country faced a lot of different challenges. They've got this growing cultural heterogeneity within the country, with Luxembourg being one of their national languages, the others being French and German. The main language of communication throughout their education system is Luxembourgish. Now picturize this, with a population that's so diverse and teachers largely speaking in the local language, it is a big challenge for the students in the country. And 2/3 of the students enrolling in preschool just don't speak the language. To add to all of that, they've got an education system that's multilingual: Luxembourgish, German, French, and English. Through the primary school years, that's grades 1 to 6, the language of instruction is German. And that entire thing switches over, especially for mathematics, where the language of instruction becomes French. I can tell you, we're talking about multilingual or plurilingual at its extreme in a country like this. Now, all this posed serious challenges for the government of the country and the Ministry of Education. They were looking to see how could they truly figure out some way to neutralize this massive language barrier, because there were a ton of students repeating grades right through the system, repeating so much that it was surpassing the average OECD EU country statistics. Now, Luxembourg invests heavily in the education system. Their investment is about 8% of the government expenditure, which is about 3 times the average OECD EU country expenditure. It's about 21,000 US per student. Quite significant. Now, many years ago, this was in 2014, the Luxembourg government launched an initiative called the Digital Luxembourg Initiative. Now, within the framework of the EU Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program, to promote digital awareness across the country. But they also kept in mind they've got to build a system that would provide that language neutral solution to all of their children, all their students within the system. The objective was to have a new face for the country, create a smart nation that was modern, open, and truly ready to embrace the digital society of the world, just because of how strategically they're located within Europe. The Ministry of Education in Luxembourg in 2015 came up with an initiative that they launched called Digital for Education, a strategy that was aimed to prepare young students to live and work in the 21st century global world, largely ruled by technologies. In this strategy, they had various mechanisms and initiatives to make students digital workers, digital peers, digital citizens, entrepreneurs, but primarily digital learners. They looked to see how they could develop and transform their large-scale assessments across the country through all the different grades that they've got through primary and secondary in such a way that it's truly not a standardized system, but then something that was not just formative enough, but formative enough to provide them with the statistics that would, with the statistics that would help them support their students year over year throughout their school year. So in 2015, in June of 2015, we partnered with the Ministry of Education and various other national and international partners with a lot of support from the Ministry of Education in France, universities, and various socioeconomic testing and data organizations within the province, within the country, and also all led by Script, which is their assessment division under the Ministry of Education. The key aspect of this transformation was that the assessment was based on Bechtel's principles, core pedagogy principles, core design principles. Equity was key, so they had to develop a system that could be used by students right across the country, yet had to be so rich, technology enhanced clearly, but provide students with the ability to diagnose, ability to have formative assessments and summative assessments throughout the school year for every year from grade 3 up to grade 8, and towards the end, it was extended for 2 more years up to grade 10. The overall project took about 5 years for the development and implementation throughout these years. The focus of the entire project was mathematics or numeracy at all these levels, but then it tested them or it trained and taught them various 21st century skills like problem solving, literacy throughout the process also, and was completely built in 4 different languages: English, French, German, Portuguese. Various elements taken into aspect over here to provide that language neutral barrier. Quite a revolutionary step taken by the Ministry of Education. So they developed these wide variety of modules covering key concepts throughout the school year for grades 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Every module that you see here was linked to a mapping system where students had the ability to learn, practice, and apply, but they were being subconsciously tested throughout the entire process. It wasn't a system that gave them the feeling that they were going through a standardized testing process. That was clearly not their intention, so they developed a system that way, keeping that in mind. A whole lot of learning modules were created where students would have to work their way through these voice-enabled lessons that would provide them with feedback while they were working through this, highly interactive and engaging. And students would collect stars as they worked through this entire application. Once they completed that learn portion of it, they wanted to make mathematics tangible for students. So a wide variety of tools were built into the eAssessment platform to enable students to be able to practice through the whole process of learning and feel and engage with mathematics. Now, after students worked through these practice modules, it was time to put all this conceptual understanding and this practice into application. So a ton of different technology-enhanced items that provided them with the ability to apply what they learned in a real-world application was developed. In a situation like this, it was largely collecting a lot of data to see which student used, say, counters to count and estimate the area of this lake, which student used a scale to calculate the area of the lake. And that sort of information drove decision-making, or currently drives decision-making for teachers in the classroom. And that's what they were looking to aim for. They wanted teachers to be able to use the data that was collected from this large-scale assessment, right across the country to support that learning throughout the school year, identify what students' strengths and weaknesses are, and help them and support them throughout the process. Now, the whole system was never intended to be a game, absolutely not. But the idea is it required gamification at various points to be able to thoroughly engage and bring students into this whole experience so that when they're exposed to mathematics at that tender age, they're not intimidated by it. And that was a key aspect in this entire development with them. So numerous times, little games were built in at certain points, and large-scale game competitions were being held across the country at different points throughout the year. It's being held every single year. It happens twice a year where all schools in the country, now Luxembourg is a small country, so certainly, yes, when I talk about a lot of schools, we're talking about a few hundred schools across the country, but they all participated in this whole gamified experience, and they would receive awards and a lot of motivation to engage with mathematics in this process. And this is a popular game that was also developed through this entire process. It took quite a few months to build something like this, but students would work their way through a maze, identify, collect gems as they're working through it, open doors, work through mathematical problems, solve problems, and move on to the next step. I would largely say from our point of view, the experience of working with them to help them transform their entire assessment was absolutely exciting for us. The final outcome after the 5-year project that they've been working on was the key aspect or the goal, the main goal of this was improving student motivation and engagement. They've been able to achieve this year on year with an increased usage right across every school in the country. A major reduction in that language barrier, because now a student can learn in English in an English class or a French class in French and switch dynamically to Portuguese and quickly understand concepts in their mother tongue and potentially get help from their parents who understand their local language, their mother tongue, so much more easier to be able to support children through the process. Now the whole world is so diverse today that this application is something that Luxembourg clearly was the forerunner in building something to this extent, but the translation system that was developed for the specific application for them to be able to dynamically switch without having to get the feeling that the whole system is switching to another language had to be so seamless so that children could get support throughout the learning process. At the same time, statistics were being drawn constantly for administrators to make decisions that could impact policy decisions, that could impact the way schools were developed, infrastructure was supported across the country. Clearly, this provided way more real-world context for students to demonstrate their skills and knowledge. So much more than a traditional large-scale assessment or a paper-based assessment. They were able to achieve things that was quite difficult to achieve in a classroom by a teacher, which is what truly helped achieve their overall goals. It broadened the construct measurement. It was not just, although the focus was numeracy, they could measure a lot of different 21st century skills in this process. Measurement opportunities have always been quite immense. And the key aspect of this transformation was a focus on student learning and supporting student success. At this point, I'm going to quickly jump into one little item to give you an idea of what one of these look like. Going to jump into an area perimeter one, get into a room remodeling session here. So students have got these maps, they've got to work their way through it. This is a fun little exercise that students work through in area and perimeter. There are 4 little rooms divided up by four children living together. Students are supposed to play around the place, identify which room is large or small, and check to see if who needs more space, who doesn't, and they can do this through trial and error, or they can calculate it and see exactly how to kind of work their way through. You can say, okay, I'm going to use a pointer and see how many squares this particular child has and how many squares this child needs, and this room needs to be connected to this door. Anyway, that's just a quick example to give you what an item like this would look like. All right, folks, I think I had 15 minutes and I am right at the end.
Super.
So if you'd like more information, certainly feel free to contact me. Thank you.
It absolutely looks amazing, like well done. And it's, I can see why the kids, being a father of 2 girls, it's, I think they would absolutely looks amazing. And I have some questions for you at the end, but I'll keep them for then, because I think some of it is so exciting. And particularly, I'd be interested in chatting later on. Maybe you can think about it is, you know, obviously that was a 5-year journey.
That's right.
At year 1, where you got to after 5 years, is it what you sort of, you and the partners expected it to look and feel and be like? Have a think about it, and we'll have it, you know, we'll talk about it at the end. But it looks fantastic, and thank you for sharing that, especially the bilingual part and the multilingual part. There's not many countries that deliver education like that.
That's right.
But that's brilliant. Well, thank you so much anyway, and we're going to go on to our next presentation. Thank you so much, and we'll match up. We'll all come together at the very end. So I have with me now Stephen Cerici from University of Massachusetts Amherst, and I hope I've pronounced your name perfectly as well, Stephen. And you're going to talk about the promoting inclusivity in standardized testing. So yeah, thank you very much for joining us today. I'm really looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Grazie, Piero. I appreciate that introduction, and greetings everybody from the University of Massachusetts Amherst in the somewhat United States. I'm a psychometrician. I've been at UMass for 25 years and had some experience in the testing industry before that. And all of my experience and research and work has been on something called standardized testing. And we use that term a lot. So that's what we're going to talk about today, not just standardized testing, but kind of what I see as the next evolution in standardized testing. So what we're going to talk about today is kind of like, you know, what standardized testing means, where it came from, and where it should be heading. So if we just think about standardized testing in general, I mean, it's omnipresent in American society, but I don't think just in America. As you'll see, some of these logos here are international testing programs. So when you say standardized testing, a lot of people just have an emotional reaction to it. I mean, if you want to terrorize kids, just say, well, we're going to give you a standardized test. Like, no. So, you know, we have to think, what does standardized actually mean? So what is a standardized test? Let's start with that question. And if we were together and had a bit more time, I would kind of get your answers to that. But just to shoot to the answer, when we think about what does a standardized test mean, first of all, we test everyone on the same content. So whatever on the test is the same for everybody. So we have uniform content. The second element is uniform test administration procedures. So everyone's tested under the same conditions. And the third element is uniform scoring. They're all scored the same. So this uniformity is actually designed to promote fairness in testing, to have a level playing field so no one has an advantage or disadvantage. So that's the idea. So standardized test does not mean that it's a multiple choice test, right? It doesn't mean that we're testing only basic skills or lower order skills. And if you think it does, then go take the GRE or the LSAT or some of those tests that will clearly show you what how you can test higher order skills. It also doesn't mean it's an absence of a performance assessment. Certainly we standardize, there are lots of excellent standardized performance assessments, and we've heard about several of them through this conference. And it doesn't mean it's a biased test. You know, people think, oh, standardized tests are biased and we should be against them, right? So remembering that, you know, standardized tests are designed to promote fairness, right? But we also have to acknowledge that keeping everything the same for everybody can interfere with the most efficient and valid assessment of any individual person. So the question I want to focus on today is, do we want an assessment situation that's optimal for most people, or do we want the most valid assessment for each person? So of course that's a rhetorical question. Of course the answer is we want the most valid assessment for each person. But how can we do that in a way that promotes fairness? So to answer this question, I'm going to first just take a brief historical tour of how standardized testing developed, and then we'll move to what standardized testing should represent today via this concept I'm calling understandardization. Okay, so some history. So modern educational and psychological testing is traced back to Weber's psychological laboratory in the mid 19th century. So what we have here is William Wundt and Gustav Fechner. And these are the earliest psychophysicists. And what Fechner was really consumed by was proving the existence of the psychological and that the fact that we could measure it. So what he did is he took Fechner's work. I'm not going to get into the equations here, but basically there was a relationship between the intensity of a stimulus. So on the horizontal axis, think of like weight, like 20 pounds, 40 pounds, whatever. And you can increase the weight a certain amount until people noticed it. So you would increase the weight, but they wouldn't notice it. And there was this just noticeable difference, which he plotted on the vertical axis. So this relationship between the physical stimulus and what people could perceive was the first psychological scale. But realize where this came from. This came from an experimental laboratory where everything was very carefully controlled. So the mantra was keep all measurement conditions the same. Otherwise you get error. Nobody wants error, right? So the idea of error in measurement is terrible, right? We want to get accurate measurement. You see that in classical test theory too. X being an observed test score. The scores we observe, we know, contain some true score, but also some error. So the whole idea of educational and psychological measurement is to minimize that error and get the true score. It's the same thing with item response theory. So the evolution of modern testing was based on, first of all, establishing that psychology is a legitimate science and that we can measure the psychological. And so the justification of psychological measurement was so important, not the people we were measuring. And if you think about how the science of psychometrics evolved, we've got, we've got Weber and Fechner and Galton and Ebbinghaus and Cattell and Pearson and Spearman and Thurstone, right? They were really concerned with coming up with legitimate scales that did what they were supposed to do. Now, before I go on, there is some characteristic of all these early psychometricians that they have in common. Look hard, see if you can figure out what it is. There's something that all these early pioneers had in common. Well, to be a spoiler, they're all white men, right? So not only did the birth of psychometrics come out of this idea of legitimizing psychology as a science under clearly, carefully controlled experimental positions, it came from the dominant white culture of the time. Let's fast forward to today. So testing today, the first thing we acknowledge is that one size doesn't fit all. And we see that acknowledgement through test accommodations. So tests are often accommodated for examinees with disabilities or linguistic minorities. And if you think about that, that's a total oxymoron, right? We've got an accommodated standardized test. To avoid that, there's the principles of universal test design. Can we design tests that don't need to be accommodated? So there's an acknowledgement that what came out of the experimental laboratories 150 years ago, 200 years ago, doesn't work today. And there's also this acknowledgement that there are lots of factors that affect test performance. Some of them are construct relevant. So there are some things that affect test performance, the proficiencies we're measuring that we want to measure. And then there are other things we're measuring that are totally irrelevant. And that's where standardization can really rear its negative side. So thus there's the idea of moving from standardization to understandardization involves keeping the fundamental principle of standardization there, keep that intact. And that fundamental principle is keep everything the same for everybody, but you loosen what's required to be the same. So the basic idea is more liberal standardization conditions. So the key prefix here is not under, but understand. That is, we have to understand the many different ways that people are different, students and other examinees, the heterogeneity that exists within the population of people we test. Based on that understanding, we embed it into our standardization processes so that we don't have the limitations of current standard processes that interfere with people. Excuse me. So the point is, we don't presume a dominant culture approach is appropriate for everybody. Instead, we conduct some research to understand the cultural, linguistic, and other types of diversity that are in the examinee population at the earliest stages of test design. So I only have a few minutes today to talk about it, but I will just point out, I published a brief 6-page article on the concept that you can get into a bit more in Educational Measurement Issues in Practice just last month. If you're members of NCME, you get this for free. And if not, shoot me an email and I'll send it to you. And one of the things, just to point out that I say here, is that when we incorporate an understanding of the examinee heterogeneity, the diversity we have in the population into the formal standardization process, it doesn't give us something less than standardization. It gives us better understanding of the testing conditions that are best for each examinee. So the goal of understandardization is to understand first what each examinee brings to the testing situation in addition to what we're trying to measure, in addition to that targeted proficiency. We want to understand how these personal characteristics might interact with the testing conditions. And then based on those two things, we understand how testing conditions can be made flexible enough to accommodate and account for any of these interactions. So we don't want to have conditions so strict that we pretend these individual characteristics don't exist, or we explicitly ignore them. We want to account for them. So understandardization, in a sense, overlaps with culturally responsive assessment. If that we accept the fact that students can learn in multiple ways, why should we require them to demonstrate that learning in only one way? So the idea is to allow students to access these different funds of knowledge. So this comes from the culturally responsive assessment, the different ways students learn in their communities and their cultures, allow them to bring that to the assessment situation. One example of that is translanguaging, which we might have time to talk more about in the question and answer period, or you can look at the article I just told you about. But essentially, it allows students to use multiple languages while they take an assessment. So let me just talk about the key steps in understandardization. So the first step, as I mentioned, is to understand students' diversity. Cultural and linguistic diversity are just two dimensions of diversity that could exist. There's a lot more that you need to study. Then you identify, based on this diversity, what are the potential interactions between the characteristics that students, that examinees in your population have, and the conditions you're envisioning for your testing program. And then use those data to make the testing conditions sufficiently flexible to remove any of those interactions. So the first two steps require research, and that research informs what you do at step 3. How do you do it? So we conduct a census study of linguistic and cultural diversity in your population, identify the potential ways this diversity might interact with the testing context. Now, there could be some positive things you discover. Because of this diversity, if we do these things in the standardized situation, we'll get better measurement. And there's also negative ways that you want to control for also. Then you establish the testing conditions, and you can think about the conditions as first the content of the test. What do you want to have? I mean, there are values in determining what's going to be on the test, even if we're talking about something as simple as geometry. How are you going to present that material? How are you going to allow students to respond to it? How much time are you going to allow them to respond to it, and so forth? These are all variables we can manipulate in standardized conditions. And the more flexible we allow them to be, the better measure we're going to get for more people. So understandardization that I'm talking about today is a very simple idea. We still provide a level playing field, but we provide that level playing field by giving the same amount of flexibility to everybody. So just as an example, all baseball players, baseball is a game like cricket, but you just hit the ball a different way. All baseball players can use batting gloves, but only some do. They're all allowed to, but they don't have to. Just like all examinees should be able to choose the language of the test they want, access a calculator, have the directions read aloud, all these things we give to some students, for example, as long as we're not changing the construct that we're trying to measure. So depending on the testing purposes, some of these things will be allowable or not. But the idea is to be as flexible as possible. And if we allow these flexibilities for everybody, not just some, we've achieved standardization because we're allowing everybody to play by the same rules, and we've also achieved fairness. So this simple idea, you might say, Steve, this is universal test design. And yeah, it pretty much is, but universal test design really comes out of the orientation of thinking of assessing students with disabilities or assessing English learners. But we also want to explicitly look at cultural diversity. So in the United States, we're explicitly interested in historically marginalized groups, impoverished youth, and so forth. And this conference, for example, is really using technology a lot. What are the limitations of technology in your population that are going to interact with the standardization conditions, for example? So before I conclude, I just want to say that what we're really talking about is validity, right? And I'm borrowing the standards for educational and psychological testing. Describes validity as referring to the degree to which evidence and theory support the interpretations or the decisions we make based on test scores for proposed uses of tests. And the reason I have this highlighted is because we really have to think what tests are used for. Most of the standardization conditions for standardized tests come out of this orientation that everybody's competing for something. You have to keep everything the same, don't give anybody any extra time or whatever. And most of the tests, at least that we use in education, students are not competing for stuff. The No Child Left Behind tests, Every Student Succeed tests that are used in the United States, we have 50 million public school students taking tests in 3 subject areas. So about 150 million tests a year. They're not competing with each other. We're just trying to see if they're proficient in math or science or reading or whatever. So the point here is keep the purpose of the test in mind when you're building your standardized testing conditions. Don't just adopt the roles of the past. So to summarize kind of this new argument for understandardization that I'm making, understandardization values the students more than the measure. It's saying, let's get the best measure of each student, not, the score is going to be so different we can't compare Joe and Jose, right? So value the students more than the scale. Value the students more than the measure itself. And it makes the goal of the assessment what it should be, the best measure of each student's proficiency rather than the best measure of most students' proficiencies. The way standardized testing procedures are typically established, it's for most people. Who fits the mold? Well, most people fit the mold. The dominant culture people tend to fit the mold. Well, if we want to be more inclusive, we have to think beyond that. We have to think about every student in the population. And we have the technology, and the technology allows us some flexibility to do that. And understandardization is also explicitly embracing cultural differences. We don't want to wash them out. We don't want to say our standard testing procedures are so precise, culture doesn't matter. Of course, culture matters. Of course, culture matters. We want to go into the testing situation knowing that there's that diversity and having our situation to gather measurement, accepting of that. So understandardization is consistent with 21st century notions of fair and valid assessment. So that's all I wanted to do today, was introduce the concept and save some time for question and answers for not just this, but for all the presentations, of course. If you need to get in touch with me, you can shoot me an email there. It's my consulting site. Also, I'm going to encourage you guys, if you're not already a member, to join the National Council on Membership, National Council on Measurement and Education. It's a great resource for discussing issues like this and keeping up on the latest research in educational testing. And then also there's our Center for Educational Assessment at UMass. So thank you very much, and I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and definitely from the chat, I think your presentations definitely resonated, and people have said it makes your presentation makes them happy. So it's that's definitely a really positive thing to take away, and we will definitely come back to some of the points there. And just to remind everybody, if you have any questions, we'll please post away, but also any comments like you have been, if you want to add them to the chat window, we'll also come back to those in the end. I think there's some themes coming up in some of the questions, which are definitely ones we as a panel we can come back to in a little bit. So with me now is I believe a triple act. So hopefully sorry.
Yes, it is a triple act.
Oh, brilliant! Oh, exciting! This is really looking forward to talking to you all. And so it's I firstly introduce Helen Claydon from the Australian Council for Educational Research, and also, now hopefully I'm getting the name pronounced perfect, but Sidana Chris Dick, hopefully also from ACER. If not, I'll send you a box of chocolates to apologise. And David Lang from the Learning Directorate of the Scottish Government, and talking about early years assessment, the Scottish example. So delighted to have you all here, and thank you for joining us from everywhere. I suppose you're actually in different parts of the UK, is it?
That's right. We're joining you from England and Scotland. And I think for those of us speaking from Scotland, I should start by apologising to everyone that it is Guy Fawkes Night in England. It's the day when we celebrate the failure to blow up the Houses of Parliament several hundred years ago, and we celebrate with fireworks. So if you happen to hear any noises in the background while we're speaking, that's what's going on.
Well, listen, delighted. Hopefully,
we'll see how we go.
Hopefully, then you won't be in the middle of a fireworks display or a bonfire. But delighted to have you all here today. So, yeah, pass over to you, and we'll talk again at the very end.
Thank you. So lovely to have the opportunity to speak to everyone. We want to speak to you this evening or this afternoon about national assessments, formative assessments in Scotland. We're focusing today on early years. The Australian Council for Educational Research develops and delivers the assessments on behalf of Scottish Government. So you've got a nice mix of people and different perspectives in 15 minutes. So I will get on. Quick background on ACER. We're comprise about 400 staff in 6 countries across the world. We've been in the UK since 2005 and have had an office in London since 2015. Given the time we've got, I think that is enough for now. I'll hand over to David Lang to introduce Scottish Government.
Thanks, Helen. Hi, everybody. Really interesting listening to those previous speakers, and hopefully we can add to the conversation. So Scotland, that gives you some basic information about size and scale. The key thing is that as Scottish Government, we've got devolved responsibility for education from the UK Government, which means we run our own schools, we run our own curriculum, and we run our own education policy. We came up with a vision in 2016 for Scottish education. I'm sure you've all got your own ones in your own context, but for us, it was about excellence, raising standards right across all our children, in literacy and numeracy in particular, but also equity. And I noticed earlier one of the slides, a very well-used slide that we've used as well about equity, and making sure that every child has the opportunities to succeed. And the diagram on the side, as you can see, shows that assessment of children's progress is one of the key drivers to ensure that we enable this vision for our educators in Scotland. Thanks, Helen. So we wanted to make sure that every teacher had the information that they needed to support the children, but we wanted to do it in a flexible way. So I was really interested in that previous speaker talking about standardization, because we debated this long and hard, as I'm sure Helen and Sladana will say later. But we wanted to make sure that we could provide an assessment that was part of our national improvement framework, but was also aligned to our curriculum. But most importantly, that provided teachers with information that allowed them to make judgments on children's progress. The assessment itself was not to make the judgment, it was the teachers to make the judgment, but the assessment needed to help. Our teachers had a lot of autonomy, so we had standardized assessments in the system, but there wasn't one across the whole country. So we, in 2016, procured ACR, the Australian Council of Education Research, to come up with a standardized assessment for our children in Scottish education. What did we ask for? We asked for an assessment that would go at these key milestones. So primary 1 for us is 5 years old, primary 4, 7, and S3. Beyond that, we have national standard exams, which, like any system, are our exit exams, which take our children into the next stages of learning. But this was what we call our broad general education. We wanted to have at key milestones an assessment that would give good information about progress. A course had to be part of our curriculum. It needed to be online and adaptive, 2 challenges which we had to overcome. And we wanted to make sure that there was no additional workload for our teachers. We needed to have standardized skills scores so we could do comparisons, but we also wanted information that would help teachers diagnose specifically for each individual student, as we were just hearing there, what are the challenges, what are the areas for next steps in learning in numeracy, reading, and writing. We didn't want something that was going to be burdensome, so we wanted something relatively short, and we wanted something that they could practice. This was not about on the day how they got on, it was about something to actually help us understand how they were learning, and it needed to be inclusive. So those flexibilities that we've just been hearing about needed to be built into this assessment for us. And that's the challenge we put to ACR. I'll hand back to Helen, who'll tell us how we got on.
Thank you, David. Just put on screen now a quote from our CEO, Jeff Masters. We were really pleased to have the opportunity to work on SNSA, the Scottish National Standardised Assessments, because they seemed very closely aligned with our own ethos that you can see there about using assessment to support learners in measuring progress over time. So given that we're focusing on early years, what I really wanted to do now is just give you a bit of an insight into what an assessment might feel like for a 5-year-old. I feel slightly guilty to start with a multiple choice question, but I do promise to show you some other things as well, given the theme of the conference. One of the things that we're keen to do in early years assessments was to make sure that the questions that we're presenting and didn't include any barriers in terms of children not being able to demonstrate what they could understand, either because they had difficulty accessing the content or difficulty in working out what they needed to do to answer. So most of the questions come with audio, the yellow mouth buttons that you can see on screen. The child can click on those as many times as they would like and hear the Scottish character Alison read out the text that you can see on screen. So unless something is actually assessing children's ability to read or to read a numeral, for example, in the numeracy assessment, there will be audio to provide that support. This question actually goes a step further. You can see little dots at the end of the instruction that says choose the word that rhymes with. In this instance, we didn't want to put the word feather on screen. We wanted them to hear that and be able to match that to weather in the answer options. So that happens at various occasions throughout, but I will move on quickly. We're beginning to move away from multiple choice now. This is one where the child is being assessed on their ability to read independently. So they get the audio for the instruction, but need to read the sentence themselves. We could have presented this as a multiple choice question and listed 4 of the words maybe as separate answer options. But for 5-year-olds, that's really up in the cognitive demand of the question. Not only are you having to find the right word in the sentence, you would then be having to find it in a list of answer options, which if you clicked wrongly, it might be because you misremembered rather than you didn't understand it in the first place. So by presenting in this way, we're just getting the children to demonstrate, but remove that extra burden of having to remember something and record it somewhere else on screen. We've got some examples here of hotspot questions. These actually look quite similar to multiple choice, but there are others where, let's imagine a numeracy assessment where maybe you've got a bar graph and you need to click on the correct bar to answer the question. So wide variety there. Again, another hotspot question, but this time in the context of numeracy. But possibly where I wanted to spend a little bit more time is our drag and drop question type. This one has caused quite a bit of debate in Scotland, and I'll come back to the debate in a second. But really, I think for 5-year-olds, quite powerful in terms of giving them the opportunity to try things out in the same way as they might with practical apparatus in the classroom. So if you look at the example on the right, they've been asked to order a series of sticks from shortest to tallest, and they will drag the sticks from the right over into the dotted boxes on the left. They can move them around as much as they want, so they have that opportunity to try things out and compare them before settling on their final answer. Other examples of drag and drop for the literacy assessment might include choosing the correct letter to complete a word. For numeracy might be selecting the correct number to complete a number sentence, or the correct number to continue a number sequence, or maybe sorting objects into equal size groups. And for all of those, I'm sure there is a multiple choice equivalent, but again, it would involve children maybe needing to visualize how that letter might look if it was positioned to complete the word. Being able to try it out and try another one makes it a little bit more accessible in terms of the subject content for the children. So the debate around this item type really centred on the fact that this is a national assessment taking place in schools across Scotland with a variety of different sorts of computer kit in schools across Scotland, using a tablet and a touch screen for this question type in particular is a different experience to using a mouse and a computer. And that is a challenge that I'm sure David will pick up when we come on towards the end, looking at some of the challenges around early years and how we've dealt with them. but we did decide it was important to keep it as a question type within the assessments because of the reasons around the cognitive load and understanding the questions, as I've touched on here. I've kept the example on the left as to show something that we're aiming not to use or we're moving away from within the assessments, which is using drag and drop when actually there isn't any cognitive benefit. For this question, they need to identify a coin. That's all they need to do. Dragging it into a dotted box on the screen is really no different to just clicking on it where it is. So those are ones that we are moving away from. But a variety of questions, just a little bit of a flavour there. I'm now going to hand over to Sledana to talk to you about the adaptive model and reports.
Thank you, Helen, and hello, everyone. So as you have heard earlier, the Scottish government, as David said, Scottish government has asked us to make these assessments adaptive and online and for them to be automatically scored so that we can have instant reports. And in order for us to do that, we had to use psychometric tools, and we in particular use item response theory. Now, I know that there are some psychometricians in these sessions, but for the rest of you, item response theory refers to a psychometric theory and a family of associated mathematical models that will relate a particular trait of interest, such as numerical ability, to the probability of responses to items on the assessment. Now, the reason we use item response theory is because it enables us to create a bank of items, and that's crucial when you have adaptive assessments. All of these items in the item bank have been calibrated and equated on the same scale, and we use something we call long scale, which means that all the items for all the assessments are linked and scaled on the same scale, what we call long scale, and it enables us to track the progress of the child from primary year 1 all the way to their secondary year 3, which is very useful, obviously. And it also enables us to use adaptive assessments. So if we move on to the next slide, this is what our adaptive model looks like. So we have three phases consisting of clusters or booklets, but clusters in online assessment. Cluster 1 is what every learner starts with, and cluster 1 will consist about 10 to 12 medium difficulty questions. Depending on how the learner does it in cluster 1, they will either be branched out to cluster B, which is more difficult questions, or to cluster C, which are sort of slightly easier or similar questions to cluster A. After they finish cluster B and C, the aggregated result will then move them either up to cluster D, which is the most difficult questions. They will stay at cluster E, which is similar medium difficulty questions, or they will be presented with a slightly easier cluster F. This is all a seamless process. The learner itself doesn't know that they are being moved through these various stages, but what it enables us to do is it enables us to present the learner with the most appropriate difficulty of items for them to do, and it creates a much better experience for the learner because they are not bored because they are doing too easy questions, and they are not discouraged because questions are too difficult. And it also provides us with a very useful diagnostic information. Now, the reason we also use this particular model with these clusters or booklets rather than the more traditional computer adaptive testing, when after each question you are moved to either more difficult or easier question, depending on how you do, we opted for this option because it's a better control over the content, and we wanted to make sure that each learner is presented with all areas of content of the curriculum, so they have a better exposure to various bits. And it gives us more control over how to vertically equate all the assessments on the same scale, and better control over the structure and administration of assessments. So for example, we wanted to make sure that each learner is doing the same number of questions, around 30 to 34, depending on the assessment, and that it takes a similar amount of time for each learner. Next slide, please. So because of this adaptive assessment, we can do all sorts of reporting, and all our reports provide diagnostic information on question performance for individuals and groups. It provides us with information on performance in relation to the national norms. So we have done norming studies to have national norms. And it can also give you aggregated performance across the group. So there are several reports that you can instantly obtain after the learner does their assessment, and all of them will be able to do this. I will now show you an example of individual report. Now, individual report has 3 pages, but I will just quickly talk you through them. This is the first page of individual report for P1, so for primary year 1. And on this report, the red dot represents where the learner is on this particular scale. There are 6 bands within P1, each related to specific skills and knowledge that are appropriate for that particular part of the scale. And all the years will have different scales. So the scales go from band 1 to band 12 across the 4 assessments, but obviously there is some overlap between the assessments. So this is a P1 example, and it starts with the assessment summary at the very top. And this shows you how the learner has the summary. Oh, no, sorry, Helen. If you go back.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. This shows you how the learner has actually performed in various parts of the curriculum. If you now go to the next page, the second page of the individual report breaks down all the areas that have been tested, and it gives you the types of questions, not the actual question, but what the question was trying to assess, and whether the learner got that question right or whether they didn't get it right. So this may be very useful both for the learner and for the teacher when they are setting up objectives for the learner in terms of their strengths and weaknesses. And the last page of this particular report will give you some comparative information. So the circle still refers to the individual learner score, but it situates it in how that learner is doing in relation to their class, in relation to their school, and also in relation to the national norms. So it gives you a visual representation of where the learner is in their learning. And apart from the individual report, as I said, we do all sorts of reports, but I'm going to show you just one more, which is our group report. Now, this can be very useful for teachers or head teachers, because it gives you a more aggregated information. It gives you all the learners who have done the assessment and all the questions that they've gotten correctly or incorrectly. And just looking at the report, the teacher can immediately identify where the gaps are. If there are particular areas of knowledge that the children in class are not doing, then obviously that particular part will have lots of X's because no one got it wrong. And if there are lots of tips, it means that's the area that everyone got and they can sort of move on and focus on something else. So it's an extremely useful report for teachers when preparing for their teaching and learning and how it affects it. So these are just some of the examples of the reports we have, but as I said, we had many more, but we thought it would be useful to present some of them to you. I'm now going to hand over back to David, who's going to talk a little bit more about primary assessment.
Thanks, LaDana. So we were really excited about this new assessment. We love the adaptability. We love the information that's coming through to teachers. However, as I'm sure many of you have experienced, anything that's new does create ripples in the system. And so there was a small but quite vocal campaign against particularly assessing children at age 5. The feeling was that they were too young, that this was too formal, and this was going to cause them stress. There was also a dominant pedagogy in our early years, which is around play. And the feeling was that any standardized assessment was going to negate play. They also felt that maybe this was all about big government, and all we were interested in was getting data, and it wasn't really about the child or the individual or the teacher. And then lastly, there was a concern that this was going to add extra pressure on teachers who are already fully stretched and fully committed and so forth. Now, each of these had some legitimacy, but we obviously needed to address them, and we did. And I'll show you in a second what we've done. But ultimately, it ended up in Parliament and then an independent review. But at the end of all of that, with a lot of surveys and things, these were endorsed as valuable and important assessments for early years. And I can certainly give anybody any information on that process. So what did we do to mitigate these concerns? Next slide, please. We first of all wanted to be absolutely clear what the purpose was. So although we felt it was obvious, it needed to be stated and restated and in lots of different ways, and that was made available to all teachers. We created a forum where teachers could get together with the assessment designers, so ACR, and ourselves, and discuss exactly what the purpose was, but also the design and the concepts behind the assessment to understand all the processes, and that in a sense helped our ownership. We provided lots of training. Training was provided right across the piece. Thousands of teachers have gone through training so that they felt comfortable in using these assessments. And we also gave very specific guidance. We used best case examples, case studies, etc., to help people in terms of actually doing it in their own classroom. One of the things that was crucial to us was that teachers had flexibility about how they do it and when they do it. Back to that thing about what is standardized, what isn't standardized. And so we gave lots of examples of how they could integrate it into normal teaching practice. We did take on board concerns about length, and so that we did slightly shorten the assessment. And we continue to provide ongoing support, communication, checklists, and opportunities for teachers through online forums and so forth to help each other. And because of all that, this is the concerns have now diminished, and this is now fully established in our schools. And we're really excited about the information that it gives teachers and helps teachers in terms of supporting pupils in their progress. Back to Helen.
Well, that was a very whistle-stop tour of just one of the year groups covered in the assessments, but we'll be happy to pick up any questions that people might have, I guess, in the discussion that's coming up now. But thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak to you. Oh, you're on mute, Piero.
A rookie error. Thank you very much. That was fantastic. And actually, I think it's amazing, really, just, isn't it, to see the real, like, actually how it works for the student is really interesting. And I suppose a question for yourselves straight away, and actually if you can unshare your screen, that'd be great, because then we'll take up a greater space on people's monitor. So one of the things I'm just curious, I'm not sure, Helen or David, I suppose the last year, like how did this sort of turn out? So obviously you had the plan, how these tests are executed, I suppose, in the schools. How did that change in the last year in practical terms?
Do you want to start, David?
Yeah, I'll pick that up. So we launched these in 2017, and we're now obviously, this will be the 4th year of the assessments. The first 2 years, there was I suppose, the inevitable rocky way it went, but actually by now they're fully embedded. The pandemic, of course, has had an impact on that because it's changed the nature of our learning in our schools. But these assessments are back on track and being used widely. And what's interesting for us is they're being used throughout the academic year. They're not at a one point in time assessment. And so what we're seeing is a really valuable diagnostic assessment that is designed for teachers and for schools rather than just for government.
And are they still being are they still taking place in the classroom? I can't remember. I mean, I'm based in Ireland, but I know in Ireland, a lot of the primary schools, pretty much from March, everybody was home, and we had the tablet devices with different, not tests, but certainly fantastic apps and so on. Was it the same in Scotland, or were the kids back in school?
In Scotland, it was similar from March through to July. The schools were closed, so the children were working on a home learning basis. We did suspend the assessments at that time. We felt that wasn't the appropriate messaging, and we also felt that there was the potential security issues around who was actually doing the assessments. So the assessments were suspended at that time. They're back on track now, and there's quite a significant uptake. And in fact, teachers are finding coming back into schools are now open, that this kind of assessment helps actually establish how far the learning has progressed or not, and what should be the next steps. So the diagnostic element is really crucial.
Yeah, and that's really interesting. And Anand, in Luxembourg, is it a similar sort of setup or are people using these apps and games at home as well?
Absolutely. I mean, that was the original intention of the entire thing. This was developed as a low-stakes, large-scale assessment, not a high-stake one. Yeah. So the objective was for teachers to use this in the classroom throughout the school year and assign homework for students so that they could work on it at home. And clearly, during this pandemic, it's been excessively used just because everyone's got access to it. And it's been used to extensive.
Like a key topic that came up even in conversation and throughout the conference, equality and access. you know, in practical terms, very, you know, straightforward things where people maybe not having the right devices that are strong enough and so on. Did that come up as an issue, particularly in the last, this year, given the way this year has turned out?
Yeah, that was a key aspect from the start, from the get-go, 5 years ago, where the ministry realized that if they were going down this strategy, they would have to have this tightly tied with the infrastructure strategy of the government of Luxembourg. So it included the ability to identify ways in which they could distribute tablets right across the country. Now it's Luxembourg we're talking about, so they had this in place. And over a period of 2 years, they identified partners who they could work with to ensure that they all had the devices across various schools and cities across Luxembourg. But equity has always been, it's always been something that's been really looked into when you're looking at rich items like this. And it's, clearly digital assessments certainly supports with making things accessible for a larger majority of the students, but you always have that challenge of identifying ways in which you can make it accessible by every single person. So a lot of different things were put in place for that.
It's definitely one of the key challenges this year at all levels of education, really, hasn't it? You know, even from simple things like people taking online exams and not having a quiet place to even take those exams. It's interesting. Kate, one of the questions that came up right at the start, and you very diligently put time and effort into answering it, but I think it's a topic that I think is an interesting one for us to talk about. And maybe Stephen, you might have some views on this, and everybody else, by the way, as well. Just around the whole sort of the world view of assessment, I guess, in terms of standardized tests, and a very good question, which was around given the standardized testing backlash, and that there was a more specific question, but maybe you could talk a little bit about your view of that, and because there obviously this year that was probably one of the things for me that actually, no one expected the pandemic, right? But the backlash across the world around certain types of standardized testing was, for me, I would never have predicted it.
Sure. And I should say, and I want to be very clear, I am, my background is educational psychology. I'm not a psychometrician. I know enough to be dangerous, let's put it that way, in interpreting results. But a well-designed, psychometrically sound test is a beautiful thing, and can be an incredibly powerful diagnostic tool, all of that. So please don't take anything that I say to throw kind of the baby out with the bathwater, but at least within the United States context, there is a great deal of questioning that happens, not just with individual tests in terms of their own construction, but really the whole ecosystem that develops around it. So for example, we had what we refer to as our Varsity Blues scandal, where you had B-level actors and actresses and others with the means paying to have SATs, our big admissions test, taken by others. Those same testing companies, and I have good colleagues who work at them. I know how difficult it is to get an item on a test and what goes into it. So this is not to disparage the work that they're trying to do to make things more equitable. It's just that in this particular moment in time, there are significant questions around access and mobility just to the resources that can help you develop the testing literacy that might improve your scores, as well as, frankly, right now, even having access to taking those tests. So the last issue of Inside Higher Ed said, I think, of the last testing initiative for SAT, the last day they had, I think maybe 380,000 American students were registered, and 180,000 of them couldn't take it because of COVID-related restrictions. So it's upending how we're thinking about things. And I think it's accelerated conversations that have been taking place up until this point. When it comes to using testing as a summative assessment of quality in K through 12 or higher education, and I will tell you, in my own world, in the States, it's a little different, where every state has its own mechanisms for that. In Virginia, for K through 12, we call the No Child Left Behind tests the Standards of Learning tests, the SOLs, which, being from Boston, that stands for something else on occasion. That's not quite so polite. So we do have a little bit of fun with that acronym. But the tests that they do for the students have been very challenging, both from an access and equity perspective right now, as well as, what do they measure? My anecdotal piece of this right now. My daughter's doing hybrid learning, 2 days on, 3 days off from the in-person school. And she got her first B on her report card for 4th grade and was completely upset about it. I talked to her teacher, the B was in science. They are not doing any synchronous faculty-led instruction on science this year because it is not tested at the end of the year for our state mandates. And they have made the decision that in COVID, when they have to and I do not hold the teacher responsible for this, there's a whole ecosystem of responsibility around this, but my daughter is essentially missing out a year of instruction because the test is not going to be happening at the end of the year for science. It will for English, language arts, and social studies. Therefore, that gets the attention. In higher ed, what we see is there's some standardized tests I prefer more than others. I'm a big fan of things like the major field tests, where there's a chemistry test designed by chemists and made available through some of our testing companies. The mismatch we have seen is with some of the broader global standardized tests by these same testing companies that are meant to measure those broader, higher order critical thinking, communication, kind of generalizable skills tests. And it's not necessarily so much that you can take issue with the items that are on there, but it's also the data you get back as an institution, what you're allowed to see, what you can use. And if the idea behind it is to say critical thinking is that you're underperforming on critical thinking at the University of Virginia, well, with whom, what students, in what programs, and let's use it as a diagnostic tool, but they're not set up in that way. It's really meant to be this more kind of comparative benchmarking piece that leaves everyone a little bit cold. So what I really see is something we're working hard to achieve is both simultaneously accounting for the learning that we know is taking place through our curricula and our program, as well as then elevating aspects of teaching and learning where we can help improve faculty instruction, which is not something most of us getting our PhDs have been trained in to begin with, where you're using the assessments to actually backdoor into conversations around good pedagogy and assignment redesign and helping faculty help their students really engage in this social construction of learning within a discipline, within a course, within an institution, in ways that I think the standardized tests only give a snapshot with limited potential for actually improving praxis at our institution. So that would be my soapbox moment around the testing environment right now. It remains to be seen what happens post-COVID for some of these things.
But I think what's interesting, Kate, though, is the example, the very personal example you shared there, isn't a perception. It's these real life stories of how there's real challenges around this, and I'll come back to it a little bit before we finish up, because I'd be interested in your view, in everybody's views about what the next number of years are going to look like. So you can think about this a little bit, sort of, there's all the best practice and all some fantastic resources that people have shared. How quickly is change going to happen?
I'm still hung up on your last question. I just want to say, I think the measurement community has done very little to address issues of equity and inclusion. And the only thing that's surprising about the backlash against testing is that it didn't start sooner. I mean, it was 20 years ago, the University of California went to the College Board and said, this isn't working. We have to do something different. The adverse impact is just too much. Bill de Blasio pointed out for the competitive high school in New York, where they only use an exam for admissions, out of a class of 1,000 accepted applicants, there were only 10 African Americans. In Chile, they broke into the place where they make the college admissions test, stole the booklets and burned them in the street. Wow. So the backlash is real. The opt-out movement is another example. So just to kind of dovetail with your example of where we're heading, I think it's about time we start to listen and step up and really start to think about doing things differently. And one of the reasons just real quick, one of the reasons the measurement community I think has been stuck in the old ways of doing things, it's this, not even a 20th century model, it's a 19th century model. Just got too comfortable with it.
Yeah, if not before even 19th century, perhaps.
That's right.
I think it's really interesting. I think the point you're making, I think is a fair one, that is that it sort of gets media attention this year, but actually it's having an impact on people's lives on a day-to-day basis. It has been for a very, very long time. Because I think there's sometimes a perception that this is politicized, but actually it's not. It's personal stories, where there's challenges around it.
What I will say, and this is a shameless plug for our report in January, which will be available for free, so you won't have to pay for it. We are seeing through our methodology of scoring student work, some potential evidence of turning some of the narrative around certain deficit approaches to looking at different student populations' performance being turned on its head. So when we look at comparisons of first-year student work, so people who have less than 15 credit hours, which in the United States is, about a semester worth of work, versus those nearing graduation where they're completing 90+ credit hours, that any of the quote-unquote gaps or deficits that we were seeing in critical thinking, for example, between African American and Latino students and their white and Asian counterparts, are closing significantly, and that there is significant growth that we think can be attributed to the experiences that they're actually having at the institutions, which actually helps us politically, because part of the narrative here right now in the States is that a college degree is not worth the price, it's not worth the paper it's written on. There's lots of dynamic tensions around admissions and affirmative action, and that notion of under-standardization that Stephen was highlighting. So I think part of it is not just refining the measures that we're currently using, but looking to alternative ones to complement them to make sure that the full story of the assessment picture is being told.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. And I think some really interesting points there. I think so. This sort of nicely fits in with my next question. I think that the last question I think we'll have for the session today is the one I spoke about a little bit there, which is how do you see the next couple of years working out? So as I mentioned, there's a lot of initiatives, a lot of good practice, a lot of change happening. Do you think this change will stick? Will it go a lot? It'd be really interesting on people's views. And maybe just Sledana, I don't think I asked you a question. You're on my list of people I hadn't asked questions to yet. So maybe would you be interested in giving your own view of what the next couple? So if we were in 2025 or 2024, and and we look back over the last 5 years at that point, what do you think is going to have changed?
I think some of the changes will stay. I think there will be more online digital learning and assessment going on. Adaptive assessments are certainly a way forward. I think there will be more personalized learning. I think that will happen more as well, more authentic assessment. And I think there will be a much greater focus on 21st century skills. So moving away from just traditional learning into the more, collaboration and communication and problem solving and other areas of learning. So I think that's something we will be seeing more and more as time goes on.
Do you think we'll have solved the equality issues around with the tech, or particularly around technology, I guess, and the access to the technology to?
I hope we will. I don't think we are there yet, but I think a lot of people are working on that. I mean, even in the UK, we haven't solved it, let alone the rest of the world. But I think if this pandemic has taught us anything, is that it's even more important than ever before to work on that, to work on equality and fairness. So I do hope that we are certainly in a better position than we were a few months ago.
I sort of totally agree with that, because even if you think about it, pre-COVID, for the past 10 odd years, there's been so much backlash on standardized testing, on looking to see how equity could be provided. Clearly, a lot of ministries, assessment agencies, examination bodies have been trying to see what could they do. But now with this current, you may act of God, it's only catapulted every institution, organization, agency to do something about this at a rapid pace. And there's been a switch over from that whole notion of assessment of learning to an assessment for learning. So let's look and ensure that student success still remains core to the entire delivery by keeping that in mind. So bring that learning to them, because there are issues with privacy, issues with a lot of different things with remote proctoring, which they're trying to overcome. But then the easiest would be to move towards something that the whole world's been looking and trying to see how they could do, but now in such a catapulted way because of the pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a great comment made earlier on that like 100 years, suddenly changed within like a couple of months. It is so true. It is so true.
The behavioral change.
So I suppose it's for all of us, it's about, hoping that all of this sticks,
That's right. That's right.
It's really, I suppose that would be interesting.
It's going to be an inertia of motion. It's going to go on for some time, and then you get used to it, and then that's potentially how it could stick.
Yeah, David, what's your view? So it's 2025, and we're all in Scotland doing a site visit to have a look at all, and you're to bring us on whiskey tours. You know, how you're going to tell us how the last 5 years have gone. How do you think the world is going to be in the world of standardized assessment and equality and those key topics?
First of all, I hope in 5 years you all will be able to visit Scotland, and you're very welcome if you can. And I'll certainly take you on a whiskey tour. I'm sorry for these bangs in the background. I hope you're not picking them up, but there's some crazy fireworks going on outside my window at the moment. Wow. I think the key thing that Sladana, I think, captured it really well. I think the other key thing is the primacy of the teacher and the student, and that interaction and relationship, and that assessment shouldn't become instead of. We worked really hard here to get the notion across that these were supporting teacher judgment, and as we've looked around the world at highly successful education systems, we feel that empowerment of the teacher is crucial, so that it's low stakes. It's, Anand, you said something very similar. It's a low stake assessment. The assessment is not the be all and the end all. We have had for far too long a dependency on the assessment, deciding how children progress and deciding what happens next in terms of their life chances. So we really need to diminish that and build on that relationship between the child. And if we get that right, we have a more equitable society. And that's certainly what I hope will be the case in Scotland in the next 3 years.
And do you think, if you were to give a percentage chance, do you think it will happen, or just it will have to take a longer period of time?
I'm sitting here as maybe one of those who's more in the administration of all this. And of course, that means I'm much more close to the politics of it. And that's going to be the biggest challenge here. Can we impress upon our politicians that they don't need to have these hard measures all the time for every child and every person? And if we can reduce that down and if you like, trust in the system and trust in people, then they'll find the right place. But of course, you put politicians under pressure. And of course, the pandemic may have lots of positive things, but it's also a huge amount of negative things here. There's lots of pressures. I'm having to run an audit right now on what has been the impact of learning. Those pressures sometimes will pull us back to a more hard-edged, give us the numbers, give us the figures. So that's a difficult one.
No, that's really, thank you for sharing that, David. Kate, would you, I don't think you answered this particular question. I'm just doing my quick little tally of make sure I've given everyone a chance to answer the $64,000 question.
I think I would just like to see the tail no longer wagging the dog. That notion that if we have the measure and have the test, that therefore that then drives what is happening instructionally or curricularly, choices that are being made. My daughter's example is the most salient right now. As my head exploded last Friday when I figured it out. And I think there's a good deal of that happens. Tests themselves have a role, assessments themselves have a role, but it's really very much focusing on that. How can we actually document and showcase the learning? Because there's learning happening, and do it in a rigorous way. I think part of the challenge is that often when we think of those hard measures David just mentioned, numbers feel concrete. Yeah. Standardized tests feel robust and rigorous, and they can be, and they are, but they're not the only methodology and only method of assessment that can lay claim to trustworthiness, credibility, robustness, aspects of validity, fairness, etc. And I would like us to do a better job of educating those making those decisions, where their frame of reference isn't simply, I went to college and I was successful under the old model, ergo I know what the policy should be. So that's what I hope for us to get to the future. Yeah, to get to the future that you just described. If we could just move from the tail wagging the dog, I will consider myself a happy person.
Yeah, no, that's I think that's interesting. That's the politics connection there, isn't it, with all of that? Helen, would you like to, it'll be interested in your own view as well?
I think in the area of formative assessment, we're getting better at providing information back to teachers and children. I'd like to see that moving out into the summative area as well. I think it's great that you get a grade. Those grades help you go on into future life, your future career path. But what does it actually mean for you? I think to have richer information, which with assessments increasingly online, it's much easier to capture that information. So what can we be doing to transfer that back out? I think a long way to go, but I think, again, increasingly online and with people taking more control of their own learning, that is a useful opportunity there.
I suppose it's about keeping up momentum, really, isn't it? From this year,
Yes.
it's like if this year is a catalyst for change, I suppose it's everybody involved at the conference, and that to try and keep the momentum up so that it doesn't go back to the old ways that we're stuck with for many decades.
And I don't think it will. Well, I'd hope it won't. I think a lot of us have been looking at areas where we'd like to develop in different qualifications or different settings. And this has forced us to do that, or it's given us the opportunity to do that, depending on how you look at it. Now that the door has been open to that opportunity, I suspect the people who've embraced it will not be wanting to go back to how it was previously. So let's hope that we have the opportunity to continue that.
No, listen, thank you so much, Helen, for your input there. Thank you very much. So, I mean, this is the end of our panel session, and thank you, everybody, for your fantastic presentations and the lively debate on. So I think some of these topics alone, we could sort of spin out into, much longer conversations. And I think I'm sure everybody watching definitely has a view. Again, thank you so much for all being involved and for giving up your time today, and really appreciate it. Certainly I got a lot out of the presentations. So just to thank you all, we're doing just one small thing. We have a little booth as well on the app. If we're doing a draw tomorrow for some Amazon vouchers, so all you need to do is register there and you'll have a good chance. It's good odds to win as well. So yeah, listen, just want to pass you over, I think over to yourself, Martin, for the closing remarks. And again, thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you very much indeed, and thanks everybody for your contributions to that discussion, and thanks Piero for chairing it. So really, it's only for me to first of all just say, when I can share my screen, to say thank you, and to remind you that there's the app still to download. There's the joining of our LinkedIn group, and the main thing, one of the main things, is to say that recordings of all the sessions for the last 3 days will be made available sometime, hopefully next week. And please do feel free to share them with your colleagues and friends and so on. And I'm now going to hand over, or hand back, I should say, to Brian. Oh, one last thing I should say, mustn't forget our sponsors, Cavion, Surpass, Inspera, Wiris, Tower, Better Examinations, Quantum Improvements, Ecom, and eLearn Magazine. As I said earlier on in the day, without them, we wouldn't have been able to do this event. So as I say that, pass you back to Brian and the rest of the team.
Thanks, Martin. Actually, I was going to ask Jeff if you had any closing remarks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Brian. I'm feeling a bit slightly shell-shocked, having listened to all the presentations and been overwhelmed, I think, by both the quality of the presentations and the breadth of the subject matter. And actually, I think the optimism that I've heard throughout the last 3 days as well. In the midst of the pandemic, I think there's been an indication of a silver lining in the dark cloud of COVID, which I think is quite welcome to hear. I want to thank all the speakers. They've all been really excellent, challenging, invigorating, and we've produced such a lot of good conversation out of this conference. I'm absolutely delighted to have been involved with it, and absolutely delighted to have watched some really professional, thought-provoking presentations. Thank you. Back to you, bro.
Yep. Christine, over to you for any closing comments.
Sure. Well, I just want to thank all of our speakers so much for the time that you put into preparing your presentations, and to our sponsors again for making this possible, and to all of our attendees for taking the time to participate. And I know there's a lot of distractions going on. Our attendee numbers are pretty impressive, but much smaller than even the number of registrants that we had for the conference. So we'll continue to push out this content over the next weeks and months to make sure that everyone can benefit from the recordings and the slides. And I just want to highlight a few of the thoughts that really resonated with me, specifically a few things that Stephen and Kate and David mentioned, because from the perspective of someone who has taught in the classroom, and specifically in a Title I school where 100% of the students were on the free lunch program, I'm just thinking through the lens of how much this topic really does affect the lives of students and learners. I know for people who are especially in academia and research, it probably feels like you're a little disconnected from the impact of your work. But I can tell you that it does have a huge impact day to day in the classroom. Like Kate said, the decisions that teachers make on what to teach and how kids learn is really driven by what is assessed and how it is assessed and what those measures are used for. So it's been really encouraging to hear how progressive some of the ideas have been, especially surrounding alignment and equity and inclusion. And I just want to go off of what the last question was that Piero posed about whether or not things will change and some of the progress we've made during COVID and having these aha moments, whether that will stick. I truly believe that the best way to predict the future is to create it. And so hopefully by having participated in these conversations, you know, if one idea and one person can change the world, then certainly a few hundred well-educated, connected professionals can have a huge impact on the educational and assessment ecosystem. So we really want to encourage everyone to join the LinkedIn group that was posted in the chat and really stay engaged after the conference, because that is really where the work needs to continue. And we have a huge opportunity right now to really bring these ideas to fruition. So again, thank you to everyone. And this has been a really great thing to be a part of, and we couldn't have done it without everyone's involvement.
Well said. I'm done. I don't have anything else to add to that, but thanks to Martin, Jeff, and Christine for all the hard work and getting this prepared. We look forward to everybody being engaged. Look forward to putting together the special issue. I think that'll be a sort of another level of engagement for us and helping to grow the community. And with that, we will be in touch soon with regard to plans for BMC 2021. Nobody quite knows what that's going to look like, but as soon as we start to figure it out, we will we'll share it with the community. So thanks everybody for sticking out to the end, and we look forward to engaging with you in the future. Bye for now.
Thank you. Take care. Look after yourselves.
Thank you, everyone.